The European Le Mans Series annual visit to the Ardennes Forest this weekend. Spa-Francorchamps, the venue, a month on from our previous round at Barcelona in our mini European tour for season 2022. That's already taken us to France, to Italy twice, and to Catalonia in Spain. We're now in Belgium and looking very much forward to 3 weeks' time, the final showdown of the championship at Portimão. James Dayson certainly in the mood, and so are so many other drivers up and down the field. The grid packed to the rafters with guests, but also with some lucky spectators after they've paid their hard-earned cash to be down there on the pit walk itself and enjoying, rubbing shoulders with their favourite drivers. The ELMS mascot rookie is also thoroughly enjoying the build-up to this fifth race of the season. My name's Johnny Palmer. I'm delighted to be joined by the editor of dailysportscar.com, as always, Graham Goodwin, and thankfully looking to the skies as we do at the moment, Graham. Blue through the white cloud.
Yeah, blue through the white clouds. As you'll see, the track damp at the moment. It was an absolute downpour last night, but blue skies coming, and also a stiff breeze. Now, the key thing here, Johnny, is how quickly is this track going to dry. We are, 20 minutes away from race start. This place can dry very quickly indeed, and my guess is, with the progress of the weather at the moment, these teams are going to be starting on dry weather tyres. You can see there on the grid, the car still fitted with wet weather rubber. Not sure that's going to be the case in 20 minutes' time. No,
agreed, and there'll be a chance yet for late tyre changes to take place. We caught a glimpse at the bottom of your shot a moment or two ago of the adjusted points within GTE, because some news that has broken within the last 7 days is that Iron Lynx, who won on the road at Monza, were then subsequently disqualified because they didn't have enough fuel in the tank to get home under their own power, and actually the sister car at Iron Lynx, the Iron Dames, helped them back to the Parc Fermé area. That initially was judged to be illegal, but after an appeal, the Italian squad Iron Lynx have had that win given back to them. So it does rather readjust the points. It means that 77 Porsche crew are still leading, but now only on 62 points rather than 69, just 7 or so days ago as it was. So quite a bit of adjustment there. Also adjustment at Kessel Racing, because they welcome a new driver to the fold, Konrad Grunewald, and didn't he all of a sudden grab everybody's attention on tyres that he didn't know particularly well either. The Goodyear Eagles, pole position, a 2:17.0 for the Swiss squad.
Yeah, he grabbed the attention on the outlap, actually, muscling his way forward to the front of the queue, but it paid off. He's here replacing...
Tu iras toujours grande et belle, et ton invincibilité aura pour devise immortelle le droit, la liberté, aura pour devise immortelle le droit, la loi, la liberté, le
The national anthem of Belgium, delivered superbly by April, who is April Music on social media, if you want to follow him. And a round of applause from various key people from the Le Mans Endurance Management Organisation, including Frédéric Luquin, who Graham and I had a nice little chat with, together with one or two other journalists in the media centre not an hour ago.
Indeed, we're going to be running down the grid, but just to finish the point about the Kessel Racing car, in the car guide colours, Konrad Grunewald here to replace Takeshi Kimura, who's double booked with a race at Okayama, where they secured the GT World Challenge Asia title overnight. So congratulations to car guy, but Konrad, very effective replacement. So they're going through the low cloud, but it's getting to be a sunny day, and you can see there already, Johnny, dry patches amongst rather more wet, so it's going to be pretty tippy-toe, I think, at certain parts of the circuit. We saw yesterday doesn't dry evenly in any way, shape or form. Doesn't appear to be an immediate risk of further rain, so the tyre choice now is going to have to be one. You can see dry weather tyres being rushed to the grid by a number of teams that have been in the tyre warmers. They're going to have to stick with this unless they're going to compromise their strategy for at least 40 minutes or so.
Sections of the track have been resurfaced more recently than others, and what that means is that the drainage can alter a great deal. This place well used to rain, so when you're designing a relay of the 7-kilometre circuit, you have to make sure the drainage is going to be pretty good. But yes, it does happen at different time intervals, and that's where track knowledge can be so crucial. I heard murmurs in the paddock yesterday, actually, of the resurfaced area around Pouhon and Le Fagnes not draining quite as quickly as many would have expected. Tom Van Rompuy, who will be starting the number 4 DKR Engineering Duqueine. That's the only Duqueine running in LMP3, incidentally. And Tom going to be installed into that car on the outside of the second row within LMP3. And he'll be alongside American driver CR Cruz for Inter-Europol competition, expertly put into third position by the young Chilean driver Nico Pino, who we'll see later on. But that's quite a collection of nationalities: America, Chile, Portugal for Guilherme Oliveira as well. And there is CR Cruz about to clamber on board.
Yep, the 13 car back into a rich vein of form. It's been a while since we've seen the Inter-Europol 13 car up at the sharp end, but this crew gelling nicely now and have to be considered as a real threat for yet another win here at Spa. What an amazing place this is in the Ardennes forests. Absolutely one of the top tracks from a driver's point of view, from a spectator's point of view, and we hope from a TV viewer's point of view, anywhere on the planet, and you get to enjoy it for the next 4 hours.
This band has been pretty much touring Europe with the championship and really does get the mood flaring up at the crucial time of the day. We're racing, by the way, at 11:30, so just under 15 minutes or so to go before the red lights are extinguished. We'll be moving up forward with the formation lap just ahead of that, of course. Calendar has been confirmed for 2023 for the European Le Mans Series, so we know we are returning to Spa in pretty much exactly a year's time. This date has become well established now as the ELMS's annual visit to Belgium. Also confirmed for next year, visits once more to Barcelona, but it'll be at the start of the year in April, together with the prologue being held in Catalonia as well. Imola will be slightly earlier than it was this year, the 7th of May. Le Castellet falls later, not till July, and after Le Mans, therefore, Spa and Portimão will complete the season. But the big headline-grabbing news is that we'll be heading to Motorland Aragon for the first time ever in the championship's history, and that'll be a night race at the end of August.
Yep, looking forward to that one, and it will be, I'm sure, very warm conditions during the day. The relaxing of that heat for that night race will be a blessed relief, I think, for everybody. Looking aboard now, the Cool Racing car, Mo Smith, ELMS Sansa. Thomas Laurent about to do battle in the Mulna Motorsport car. What awaits him in the future? Good to see him back. And lots of the fans that are making their way from the grid now will make their way to either the start line grandstand or the magnificent new stand up at Raidillon. An amazing view from up there. That gives an idea of the kind of topography of this place. A massive amount of rise and fall.
But the fans flooded in very early on Sunday morning here at Spa-Francorchamps to enjoy the pit lane walkabout and a chance again to meet their favourite drivers, get the autograph cards completed. Big grins from those involved at United Autosports. Joop van Uitert signing the camera lens there as well.
Yeah, one of his highlights, I'm sure, of the weekend.
Will Stevens welcomed into the Racing Team Turkey squad this weekend, run by Tom Ferrier's outfit, TF Sport. There are one or two drivers enjoying birthdays this weekend as well. And we enjoyed some breakfast at United Autosports a little earlier on. There was even a birthday cake there for one of their mechanics, who was like a shrinking violet as soon as that appeared.
Absolutely.
In the tent. Alessio Picariello, who will be going strongly for Absolute Racing later on in the stint, I would imagine. And there is Michael Fassbender for a grin for many, I'm sure, lenses from mobile phones. He does seem to get quite a collection of fans around him from the off, really, on the pit walkabout. But you can understand why. So many movies, hit movies that he's made. But I think a bigger name potentially now in motor racing as he gets more and more experience with GT cars.
Without doubt, shadow of doubt, one of the two big draws of that team, Richard Leitz, I think, is his own particular and peculiar fan base.
Indeed so. Yeah, and maybe piggybacks on one or two Fassbender fans too. So there we are, the scene again live with just under 10 minutes to go before the start of the race, but we will be clearing the grid now. Prema Racing are best placed in the championship with 3 out of 4 wins so far. The race that didn't go to plan was Monza, but even then they scored 5th place points, and there they are on 85, so 21 to the good over Panis Racing, who have been victorious. They haven't been victorious, 2 second places so far for Panis Racing, for Nico Jamin, Julien Canal and Job van Uitert.
Matthias Geiser there has got a quick look at the Prema car. It'll be Ferdy Habsburg starting that car, and a new driver for Prema this weekend, Juan Manuel Correa. Initially was supposed to be starting the season. He's opted to actually start his sports car career here at Spa, and it is great to see him on board this car. Recovered very well indeed from the injury suffered in that atrocious accident here in 2019. And he's already raced here in FIF3 and is fully focused on this race. 5th on the grid, Johnny, the 34 Racing Team Turkey car, and that's another car, as you said earlier, with a replacement driver. Yeah,
Will Stevens stepping in to replace Jack Aitken. So Will, you know, is a kind of plug-and-play driver. He'll be so happy to be in this gang. And remember, it's Sally Jolich as the bronze makes this a Pro-Am car. They are the pole sitters, indeed, in Pro-Am. 5th place overall, and their immediate concerns from the off will be Sally Jolich fending off Francois Perodo, who is a couple of cars back in the AF Corsa number 88. Peering into the cockpit now of Duncan Tappy's number 22 United Autosports car. Grabbed a very quick word with Phil Hansen during a walk through the paddock, and he was a little unhappy with the 4th placed time yesterday. Thought actually the car was capable on a delta earlier on in the lap of 2nd position. They did a 2:04.175, needed to find therefore the best part of 0.3 of a second to be on the front row. This car just missed out on that as well. Panis Racing's LMP2 car, a 2:04.1 for Nico Jamin, and Julien Canal will start that car today, as he normally does, the man from Le Mans.
EDEC Sports on the front row of the grid again. Paul Chatin, Paul Lafargue, Patrick Pilet. It will be Paul Lafargue, the gentleman driver, if you like, to start this race. Previous champions, of course, in the European Le Mans Series, are beginning to find some elements of that form, Johnny, as they get deeper and deeper into this season. Move to the pole position car, the 37 Cool Racing car.
Yeah, a first pole of the season, in fact, for Cool Racing, and you had to be closely paying attention to the times to see Yifei sneaking up there pretty late on. He did it on his 5th lap of the session, and they're quite short sessions as well, just at 12 minutes. So it was all about timing when the car is released onto the racetrack and making sure that there is sufficient clear air in front. But a 2:03.5, only 2 cars breaking the 2:04 minute barrier, and 2:03.5 for the pole sitter, 2:03.8 for Patrick Pilet. But the Chinese star, Yifei, putting the car there, but it'll be his young German teammate Nicholas Kruten to start things off. And again, Kruten generally put in as the starting driver, so he'll be very comfortable indeed. A certain Nicolas Lapierre, though, to head into that car at a later date. It remains to be seen whether Lapierre will complete the race or whether that responsibility will be given to Yifei.
Yeah, Nico's 41st consecutive ELMS race today.
Is it really?
It is. John Falb's 40th. It is Christian Reed's 45th, and very sadly, and we'll say good morning, so I'm sure he's watching and listening, good morning to Duncan Cameron, who can't be with us today. This could have been his 50th consecutive race. Dunk, we'll see you again at Portimão. I'm absolutely sure of that. We're missing you here today.
Yeah, car was in action on Friday, but we got the news overnight that the crew would not be able to race today. So let's hope that they can return for Portimão, but that's rather a dent into their championship challenge as well, arriving as they did in 3rd position in the championship after the readjustment. Here's the grid, then confirmation of it. Cruton and Lafargue on the front row, then Julian Canalva Panis alongside Duncan Tappies, United Autosports Orica. Racing Team Turkey, the best Pro-Am driving combination. Sally Jolic starts that alongside the man from Liechtenstein, Matthias Kaiser. Francois Perrodo also in a Pro-Am car. Ferdy Habsburg as the championship leader for Prema next. Ben Fiscal will start the number 19 Algarve Pro Racing car. TDS Racing next for Tymon van der Helm. Then it's John Falben, Rob Hodes, Memo Rojas and Rodrigo Salas, Mexican and the American combination there. Francesco Draconi will be in the BHK Motorsport car, and it's Mo Smith from pole position in LMP3 ahead of Andrew Bentley for United and CR Cruz for Inter-Europol competition. Tom van Rompuy, as mentioned in the early Duquesne in LMP3, he is ahead of the United Autosports Josh Cahill. Then it's Miguel Cristobal and Horst Felbermeyer Jr. A bit further back in LMP3, Mark Richards and Jerome de Saint-Delier. Jerome's been on double duty this weekend with action yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup as well. Tony Wells returning after he sat out the Barcelona round. And these are the GTs, 10 of them. Pole position for the first time this year for Kessel Racing. Conrad Gruneval doing the business. He starts alongside the Omani driver Ahmed Al-Hati for Oman Racing with TF Sports. Christian Reed and Andrew Harrianto making an all Porsche row a bit further back, and the 77 Porsche crew lead the championship. There's Giacomo Petrabelli for J&W Motorsport. John Hartshorn in the second of the TF Sport run after Martins. And at the back, we haven't mentioned the story involving Fabio Scherer, but Fabio chosen as the qualifying driver yesterday in the LMP2s. He spun at Bruxelles, was then sideways to oncoming traffic on a blind corner, and the race director gave him ample time to restart. The car did not move, so the red flag had to be shown. And because Fabio caused the red flag, even though he returned to the session once it went green again, all his times were deleted, and he has to start from the back of the grid, but at least he is on the grid rather than having to start from the pit lane.
Look here, there are a number still of damp and indeed wet patches on this track. The drivers are going to have to be quite careful. It's clearly going to be quite a dynamic track surface. Will be changing lap by lap and changing for the better as things stand at the moment. Certainly no dark clouds overhead right now, although as anybody has ever been here as part of a race meeting, whether or not it's in the grandstand, hanging on the fence or on board, it can change very, very quickly. Really quite wet going down towards Eau Rouge and up to Radion. Look, there is a dry line. There's at least one car looking for wet.
Yeah.
So have we got cars out there on both wet and dry rubber?
Well, if it's LMP3, then a fuel run takes you just over an hour, so that is a long time to keep a wet weather tyre alive. They're going to be burning up well before that, judging on how dry the track is on the racing line. I don't think you're going to be able to, I don't think you're going to gain enough time across the stint to make wet weather tyres work well. Possibly, arguably better for an LMP2 car because they'll be pitting after 40, 45 minutes or so, but even then, it's just not wet enough. And the thing is, it's not raining currently either. No,
it's not. And remember, no intermediates for the European Le Mans Series.
Yeah.
Oh, trouble for the EDEX Sport, so it is tricky out there. Paul Lafargue has had a bit of a whoopsie. That looks like Bruxelles, doesn't it?
Exit at Bruxelles, turn 8, and the run down towards Speakers at turn 9.
He found one of those wet patches. He's kept it out of the wall at least.
Yeah. Danger is he falls too far back, everybody overtakes him, and then he won't be allowed to retake his position. And we'll remind you, that is on the front row. All cars to be closing the gaps now to form up their grid position. So hoping now that Paul has rejoined. Yes, he has, and I think that's him making ground. Coming out of turn 9 and trying to get the inside of everybody. Got to make sure that people have seen you, though, whilst you do this, because it's the last thing.
No, he's done it again!
Spin again at Pouon.
That's panic, I'm afraid, a little bit of panic.
He's trying to make the places up because he's well aware that we're going to be starting the race at the end of this lap. And
calm, Paul, calm.
just a bit too much moisture again than he was expecting on the inside of the double gauche, and a big puff of smoke from the tyres.
He's got to be safe more than anything here, so it's time just to calm down.
So he's trying to get back to the front row, but
too late now.
So this will mean that Nicholas Cruton, perplexed luck from Quick Nick Manassian, who from EDEX Sports crew.
Yep, sporting director at EDEX Sports, and was in the car, the LMP3 car actually, during the test sessions for Michelin Le Mans Cup, putting a setup in for that team.
So where does Paul Lafargue feed in now? Because again, he's not at the back of the pack, but I don't think he's going to make the space alongside Nicholas Cruton. So does he just sort of feed in where someone will allow him to do that? Bit of a question mark. It looks like Nicholas Cruton is going to be on his own on that front row, though. Yep. And Julian Canal and Duncan Tappy have to be well aware that they will not be closing that gap. Yes, so Cruton to the inside line of row 1, then the gap where Paul Lafargue should be. And I'm trying to pick out where Paul is currently situated. Maybe at the back of the LMP2s, but it's going to be a dicey... No, he's just coming through Blanchimont. Yeah. So maybe now he's being given the instruction to back off, get right behind everybody, even behind Fabio Scherer. So it's a slightly untidy start because of 2 spins on the formation lap for Paul Lafargue. Everybody else, though, is in their rightful positions. And for the 5th time this year, we're about to go racing for the European Le Mans Series here at Spa-Francorchamps. Big lock-up for 3rd position, or 2nd as it is now, Julian Canal, but he did very, very well not to run into the back of those 2 cars ahead of him. This is tippy-toe stuff for the first run out of La Source, and particularly to the rapid Eau Rouge. Our hard-charging Duncan Tappy, though, has moved from what was 3rd on the grid up to 2nd place, and now, if anything, holding everybody else up is Julian Canal, because looking for a way by Matthias Kaiser in the blue and white of Mühlner Motorsport, and to the outside line, we very nearly got 3 abreast. Mühlner Motorsport into 4th position. He will go into 3rd, in fact, now ahead of Julian Canal, and also making waves, Ferdinand Habsburg for Prema Racing.
And it was the move from Mühlner Motorsport that stopped Ferdy's preferred line there. He got a great run out of Radion, looked to try to launch himself past both cars, but unfortunately for him, the Mühlner Motorsport car had a similar idea, and that's dropped him back into the same place. Trouble, 3 LMP3 cars there. That is the number 10, the number 27 involved.
And the 5, I think, Michael Jensen in the RLR M Sport, the Jensen colours that we became so used to when he raced with CD Sport. So they've had a right old tangle up at Le Combe corner. So many LMP3s trying to occupy the same bit of racetrack, and again, if you go more than, let's say, 2 abreast, you're going to find wet areas of the track which will dry with time, but just will not offer anywhere near as much grip as you would like. So Julian Canal, this might be a sensible approach, actually. He's not charging like crazy. Yes, he's potentially holding up Ferdinand Habsburg behind, but the car is still on the black stuff.
Yeah, it's into a further problem at turn 9 as well. He may have actually got those LMP3 cars underway. It's further bad luck, by the way, for the 27. There's just been a magnet for issues all season. Real pace available from that car, but all the luck, all of it bad. And it is the Virage LMP2 car that is off the road and in the gravel. That may well require an intervention. Ferdy Habsburg, though, is not waiting to find out whether or not there will be. He's past the Panis racing car and up into 4th place.
So yellow flags at Speakers Corner, turn 9, and now at Campus Corner we're hearing, which is turn 14, down at the bottom of the hill, the turn that used to be known as Stavelot, and then the run into Curve Paul Frere after that. Is that the EDEX Sport car now carrying damage for Paul Lafargue? So rear left.
Oh, that's gone.
It's suspension failure, or possibly as a result of some contact. The 28 car had been making early progress from the back of the grid after those 2 spins for Paul Lafargue on the formation lap. These are the recovering LMP3s that were caught up at Le Combe, and here's the GT battle, the early one. Conrad Grunewald has really stepped away from the battling GTs behind. 2nd place Oman Racing with Ahmed Al-Hati. Then you got Sarah Bovey in the pink 83 Iron Lynx car, and this is the battle for 4th position behind that top 3.
That's 5 cars involved in that battle. quite a train, 2 or 3 wide at moments, as catching up with the Mulder Motorsport car very rapidly. Ferdy Habsburg, he's finding that grip. 51 still off the track at turn 14. Safety car.
So that is necessary to recover Rob Hodes, who's ended up in the gravel trap at turn 9. And seems to me to be the only decision that could have been made, especially this early on in the race. You don't need to worry about gaps having opened up too much, so condense the field, make it safe for the marshals to skip down into the gravel trap. Rob Hodes deeply embedded in the stones there. But the start of the race, obviously the road was open for Duncan Tappy, and although he was technically 4th on the grid, with 1 overtake, with the absence of Paul Lafargue, that put him up to 2nd. Then the big lock-up from Julien Canal, who did very well not to plough into the back of Duncan Tappy at La Source corner. And amazingly, it looks like everybody else fed through without incident, at least at the first corner. So Tappy wasn't going to be invited twice into that gap, opened up by the absence of Paul Lafargue. I think that maybe shocked Julien Canal a little bit, though, and he needed to leap on the anchors earlier than expected. The Duquesne Racing Team car, the green and black number 30, getting well stuck in. There was also a bit of a sideways moment for Fabio Scherer, who's wasted no time in getting in amongst the GT cars. And Scherer, for Inter-Europol competition, is now 16th overall.
There's an interesting duo, two in the middle. Vincent Voss from WRT, and with the thumbs up, Jean-Denis Delatraz, the father, ex-Formula 1 driver, of course, of Louis Delatraz. And that looked to me to be in the Prema garage, where Louis is racing, of course, in the European Le Mans Series. Vincent Voss, no WRT representation here, but of course this is WRT's home track, and we already know that they will be into the FIA World Endurance Championship in 2024 with a factory BMW effort. Replacement nose for the 28, but the bigger issue was at the left rear.
Yes.
We've not seen that incident as to what happened to cause the damage. We did see those 2 spins on a wet but rapidly drying track on the formation lap.
Jean-Ludovic Foubert also in the pit lane for car 27 and Cool Racing, although that car has just rejoined. They've, well, potentially burned a long stop there already, although, well, the pit lane is closed because it's a safety car, exception being Edex Sport, who had to do this work, and it's being done within the garage as well. But I'm not sure what the thinking was about the number 27, unless that was also damaged and needed much more than emergency service.
Yeah, 27 was one of the 3 cars involved in that Les Combes issue, as was the 10 that's coming into pit lane now.
But for everybody else, the option to maybe give a very early blast of fuel not open to them because the pit lane is closed for the first 3 laps of a safety car period.
But the other car we didn't see that clearly has had an issue is Rodrigo Salas in the number 24 Nielsen Racing Orica. That car way down in 35th position, completely out of position for Rodrigo. By contrast, starting from the back of the grid into Europol competition up to 15th before the safety car.
Yeah.
From 39th.
Yeah.
The 10 going into the garage as well. So a disaster for them, and that is radiator. That looked like steam.
Okay. So a radiator concern, maybe a hole's been popped in that very early on in the piece. So Jean-Ludovic Foubert, having had his Cool Racing car, let's hope, repaired, and now Rob Hodes is being given a helping hand to get out of the gravel. I can't imagine he's got out of there by himself because he was so deeply ensconced in the stones, the gravel trap at turn 9.
I think he's dug the front end into the... Yes.
So he's been towed out, they've released the towing strop, and now, unfortunately, semi-beached, but has selected and managed to find reverse, which is a challenge in itself in one of these prototypes.
You're all right, you're all right. Away he goes.
Yeah.
So we'll need a clean-up there, I'm afraid, though. There is gravel all across the track.
That part of the racetrack looks more like a gravel bed rather than a race surface.
See there, the transition from old to new racing surface.
Yeah.
And it does look wetter on the new surface, doesn't it? It does.
Possibly. I mean, that's darker asphalt anyway, but nice racing line developing coming out of Bruxelles, at least. But we do know if you run tight on the exit of that corner, it's very easy to spin a car. And likewise, well, we don't know what happened on the exit at turn 9, whether that was contact to cause Rob Hodes to go into the gravel. We may well get a message on the screen from our race directors to say that various incidents are under investigation.
Yeah, there comes the intervention vehicle for a bit of clean-up.
So this will be obviously eating into the opening fuel stint for LMP2s. They're buying a little bit of fuel consumption. Depending on how long this lasts, will anybody elect to come into the pits just to top up of fuel? I mean, they will have been brimmed from the start, clearly, but the little further you can go into this opening hour, that might be a big helping hand come the end of the event. Yeah,
bad news, though, for the teams that opted to start their higher-rated drivers, including Prema, of course. Freddie Habsburg's time is being burned behind a safety car.
True. Yeah, and that tends to be the general approach for the Prema team, and it seems to have worked pretty well for them so far. But Juan Manuel Correa still to come, and then Louis Delatraz, who does tend to finish races at the wheel of the number 9 car. So Correa probably going to be put in for one of the middle stints. The air blowers and the traditional brooms well in action, though, at turn 9, and everyone being guided to the inside of that corner to driver's left to avoid the stones as much as possible. It's very easy to pick one of those up on a hot, sticky race tyre and for it to work its way into the tyre surface, but for it to manifest in a puncture much later down the line. So you want to try and avoid that as much as possible. Meantime, the GT cars are heading past that scene. Actually, that didn't happen at Speakers, did it? It happened on the exit of Pouon corner. My apologies. Now we can get some reaction, though, about what's being going on at EDEX Sport.
Yes, I'm joined here by Sporting Director of IDEX Sport, Nicolas Manassian. A tough formation lap because he spun twice. Was Paul Lefebvre caught out?
Just caught out. I mean, difficult track condition for sure. You know, when you're on slicks with a greasy track like that, is not easy. I think, you know, mistake can happen, and unfortunately it happened to Paul, so we had to start from the back, because if you don't rejoin your position at a certain point on track, you have to start at the back. And then he made a mistake. You know, when you are at the back of the track, cars everywhere, visibility is difficult, and yeah, he lost the car, and we damaged the rear end of the car.
So what is the damage sustained?
Sorry?
What is the damage sustained?
We did a rear left corner, so we're changing it, and we're going out again. So, you know, we as a team, we need to keep pushing and go back on track and keep at it. It's an endurance race, so you never know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I seem to remember a similar situation at Barcelona, and actually a very similar interview conducted by Nick Manassian, chatting to Hayley Edmonds there. Great work from her to get the microphone under his nose as quickly as possible. Oh, that's an unusual moment for Jean-Ludovic Foubert, I'm guessing.
I think that was a 17. I think that was...
the other cool racing car.
I might be wrong, but I thought that was Mo Smith's car.
It's possible.
But the 27 is running by itself, so that would be the better choice. I just thought I'd seen 17 on it. But
that's the little panel that sits on the top of the nose of the car, and you can take that off during a pit stop, make some suspension adjustments. There's also those canisters.
I think the brake reservoir
is a good word as well. Yeah.
Power steering.
So whether the team had gone in there to make some adjustment or part of the repair process, it might be some contact as well that's meant that the panels no longer fit.
It was damaged in that impact up at Les Combes.
Yeah. Well, the 27 has already been in for a pit stop that lasted 2 minutes and 14 seconds, and the car now is trying to pick up the pace because it's stayed on the lead lap and is looking now to hook up with the rest of this crocodile behind the safety car, so that at least it's still in the mix, the lead mix in an LMP3, or as close as it can be, down in 12th spot, to at least be in contention for this first stint. LMP3 is led, by the way, by CR Cruz for Inter-Europol competition, the Polish team. Tom von Rompuy up a couple of spots, started 4th, now running 2nd in P3 in the number 4 car, and completing the podium at the moment is Mo Smith in the cool racing car number 17.
No sense, and a little sense of joy, by the way, seeing so many young families back at race meetings after a couple of years when that's been difficult. Great to see mums and dads and kids have kept up that level of... It was the 17.
You're right. So we really didn't expect that to be an issue on Mo Smith's car, unless there was some contact for him on the opening lap that we didn't see at the time. But yeah, somehow the air's got underneath that panel and plucked it straight out from the car on the Kemmel Straight. And I don't think there's anything in the rules that suggests that needs to be replaced with any urgency, but the team might want to do that at the next pit stop to make sure it's as slippery as possible through the air. Nearly 15 minutes gone, and those operating various spreadsheets up and down pit lane will be having to make the relevant adjustments because, as I say, it means that for the first stint in all of these cars you're going to be able to go a little bit further, burning nowhere near as much fuel as we would be at full race pace. Creeping through shot there is CR Cruise, leading the LMP3 category, so the second division within prototypes. Tom von Rompuy, though, in the orange and black DKR engineering car at close quarters. Then we've got two LMP2s that struggled, well, one struggled on the opening few laps, the other one is recovering from not qualifying yesterday, and Fabio Scherer from not quite stone last. It was last but one, as it turned out. He was just ahead of Paul Lafargue, but he has climbed from 38th all the way to 15th already.
Absolutely. Two cars in the pits. Still we saw, talking to Haley, Nick Manassian, 28 car, still with that repair to the rear corner, or rather replacement rear corner, and also stricken in the garage is that number 10, your international car, which looked to me to be a damaged radiator. That was certainly steam coming from the side of the car. One of the three LMP3 cars caught up in a clash up at Les Combes very early in the race. So at the moment we have 37 cars out on track. We've heard from Nick Manassian that we will see the 28 back. Wait to see whether or not your international can get the number 10 back on track as well. Been used, Johnny, to endurance racing, remarkably little attrition. I think the infamous race here at Spa in the snow some years ago, and the remarkable thing about that race, in probably the worst weather conditions I can recall a race actually continuing, and every car finished. Absolutely remarkable.
Yeah, and that's testament to the technology, to the cars themselves, but also to the drivers who kept things out of trouble as well. We've had some trying times here at Spa in the recent past of the European Le Mans Series. In 2018, there was a big storm rolling in, so the start time of the race had to be adjusted to earlier in the day, but even then, we only reached 50% distance, 40 laps, would you believe, for what became the 2 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, a race won by Phil Hansen and Philippe Albuquerque 4 years ago. Then the following year, we were back in 2019, and then, of course, the COVID pandemic crept in. Let's get more word from drivers, though.
I'm joined here by Gabriel Aubry, driver of car number 51 for Team Virage. Now, we saw Rob, he came off on turn 13. Once again, was he caught out by the conditions?
Yeah, definitely. I think the conditions right now are a bit damp. He got coked out. He's seen some of the condition in the outlap, but, you know, driving those cars, the LMP2s are very powerful. He just lost it on the exit of T13 and got stuck in the gravel.
So one of the teams is actually driving intermediate tyres. Would that have been a solution?
We don't have intermediate tyres with the P2, I wish, but I still believe that the slick tyres is the right solution, especially with the safety car and the sun going out. So it's just a matter of sticking on track for the next 20 minutes and survive the traffic as well.
Thank you very much.
Gabriel Aubry with an insight. Yes, the option of running inters no longer the case in ELMS. The safety car is picking up speed, and the lights have gone out as well. Yep. So we're going to be racing again. But yes, that's a question I'm sure on many of your lips, thinking, well, why on earth did they not go halfway house and just a little bit of tread on the tyres, but not the full option? But you can't make that choice any longer, and therefore have to commit pretty early on ahead of the formation lap as to how you're going to start the race. Slicks really should be the answer, but a matter of surviving the first few laps, and sadly some drivers have not managed to do that and ended up in the gravel trap. But we will be racing very shortly indeed, 17.5 minutes into this 5th race of the season. The green flags are waving on the exit of the bus stop chicane. Careful not to overlap before the start line, but here comes Duncan Tappy in the dark blue and red of United Autosports, trying to pressurise Nicholas Cruton into a mistake already. Then it is the white and sky blue colours of Mühlner Motorsport for Liechtensteiner Matthias Matthias Kaiser and Ferdinand Habsburg in the championship leading Prema racing car number 9, fourth as they head through Eau Rouge for the first time.
Bit of a wiggle there for Duncan Tappy in the compression as they came up from Eau Rouge, but it's Ferdy Habsburg that got the better run up and over Radion. He's going side by side with Kaiser now for third place. And he's getting a pretty good tow from Duncan Tappy as well, up into third. Prema.
Good move, and Habsburg eager to get the bit between his teeth, because this is why they've installed him into the car for the opening stint. He needs to make hay whilst the silver-rated drivers are at the will of competitive or rival cars. So Habsburg looking to find a way by Duncan Tappy, and then ultimately Nicholas Cruton, if he can over the next 2 or 3 laps, and try and stretch his legs then out front to establish a lead, because the silver-rated Juan Manuel Correa will be coming in the middle of the race for Prema Racing. They've decided to cut their cake slightly differently than other teams. Through Pouhon will go the battling Pro-Am quartet. They've all found one another on the screens. 7th place for the Pro-Am leader, John Faub. He's in turn ahead of Sally Jolic, Tymon van der Helm and Francois Perrodo.
20 minutes gone from the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps this year. Most of it served on the safety car for the moment. Let's hope we stay green for a good long period here. This is the battle, 3-car battle for the lead in GTE, led by Conrad Grunewald in the 57 Kessel car. Ahmed El Hati right in his wheel tracks in the number 69 number Racing with Theo Sport, and the unmistakable bright pink Iron Lynx, the Iron Dames car. Sarah Bovey, another of our Belgian drivers, remember, so Sarah knows her way around this place very well. That is your 1, 2, 3 in GTE.
Yeah, Sarah hailing from Brussels. There's even a corner named after her home city here at Spa-Francorchamps, and it's a big favourite of hers to come here during an ELMS season, right in the hunt for the top 3 positions. And Conrad Grunewald with a bit more speed right now, I would say, in the Kessel Racing Ferrari, but he can't use it, or he can't make that pay towards his rivals, because he's trapped in behind, well, was trapped in behind Matthias Katrich. In fact, the American has just got ahead, and now the 9th place LMP3 car sits between him and the next 2 GTs.
As the rumbling pack of LMP3 cars comes through, very quick in the lead of this race and pulling away a little, Nicholas Cruton at the moment. Other car making progress, the car that started in 39th position, the 43 car of Fabio Scherer. He's pushing hard, he's back into the, or rather he is into the top 10.
This is fascinating though, to have some of the non-pro GT drivers actually quicker than some of the LMP3s in the early phase. It's probably to do with the wet track surface as well, because a GT car offers more mechanical grip, so it's a real leveler. There was quite a lot of overlap in the times, particularly in free practice 2, I noticed yesterday morning, where we had a great stack of GTE cars that were faster than LMP3s. So this is tough for those drivers who've been selected to start the race in the GT leading cars. How hard do you push, and are those P3 drivers aware of where your car is? The last thing we want is early contact, but Conrad Grunewald feeling he wants to get ahead of Mark Richards and potentially Horst Felbermeyer Jr. as well for 360 and RLR, just to try and build a gap on the next GTE cars in the sequence.
The rain lights may now be turned off, so race control not expecting rain in the near future at the very least. Cruton continues to put in purple sectors. Duncan Tappy with his mirrors full of Ferdy Habsburg. Here's the 60 car. Got back its points from Monza after an exclusion there, an appeal, successful appeal against the penalty. Not the infraction, but the penalty. So they now sit 2nd in the championship, having been 13th at the start of this weekend. And at the moment, sits in a position where they would be earning, if everything stopped right here, an automatic entry to, automatic invitation rather, to the Le Mans 24 Hours in 2023. And we already know, Johnny, one team that will be going to Le Mans in 2023 after yesterday's Michelin Le Mans Cup race, GMB Motorsport from Denmark. Their trio of Hondas completing a podium sweep. Don't know yet which of those cars will be the championship winner, but one of them will be, and that secures an entry to Le Mans.
Yeah, so fabulous news for them, but some decisions to be made as to which car they will appear in. Tom von Rompuy trying to go for the the race lead. No, he's just dropped away a little bit from that now, and has lost a further place too. So it's the Duquesne heading into the first corner, battling in fact with Josh Cahill in the number 2 United Autosports car. Cahill within his rights, I suppose, to elbow Tom von Rompuy off the out towards the gravel trap. Rompuy is happy to put his car there, and he needs somewhere to escape to. And now that gravel's been installed on the exit of La Source, had to get out of the throttle and lost the position. So it's Andrew Bentley that now leads LMP3 in the number 3 United Autosports car from CR Cruise, who's been there or thereabouts from the off, and up to 3rd is Josh Cahill.
Trouble for the 7 car, dropping back into the GTE traffic. It's Tony Wells, isn't it? Started the car, he did, and he's dropping back here. So whether Tony's had a moment or has got a problem, Sarah Bovey up into 2nd in GTE. But Conrad Grunewald is scything through some of these LMP3s.
Yeah, the last lap around for Tony Wells was not too shabby. It was right in the ballpark, so I think maybe the hiccup has happened in the middle sector of this current lap, and it's lost him some time. But yeah, Grunewald, if he was in a P3 car, he'd now be 7th in the category.
Yeah.
There are only 6 LMP3s ahead of him, the first of which, Horst Felbermayr Jr. But again, in these greasy conditions, a GT car's just a lot more stable than an LMP3, which needs speed to glue it to the racetrack.
Making great progress, by the way, up through the field is the number 19 Algarve Pro Racing car. Ben Viscal to 4th place at the moment. So ahead of Matthias Kaiser and closing 3 seconds back now from Fernie Habsburg, who is still looking for a way by the United Autosports car, and this is allowing Nicholas Croydon, with clear air in front of him, to get away. He's in the 208s, 210s and 209s behind. So Tappy in defensive mode now, no longer looking for a way by Croydon, if anything looking for a way to stay with him. Excellent opening stint from Nicholas Croydon.
Tappy down towards Bruxelles, 2nd position, but well aware of where Ferdinand Habsburg is, closing to exactly 0.4 of a second as they headed through the split between sectors 1 and 2. That's just where you hit the brakes into Le Combe corner at the top of the Kemmel Straight. And there's Josh Cahill with CR Cruise within his sights. Cahill up to 3rd position in LMP3. He's got Tom von Rompuy not very far away after that bold manoeuvre to take 3rd at turn 1, and von Rompuy now recovering from that situation. At least he's gapped those behind him. Maurice Smith will be the next LMP3 car through at Le Combe corner in a tick, and then Horst Felbermayr Jr. next in the sequence. But the race lead in LMP3 in the hands of Andrew Bentley, who's built himself a decent lead actually over Cruz to the tune of 3 seconds.
Indeed. So good run at the moment from the number 3 United Autosports car. Watch them as they come down the hill. There's Fabio Scherer, he's up to 8th place now, and getting onto terms with Timon van der Helm for 7th place. Remember, the yellow and green car behind started right at the back of the field, 39th place. Edict Sport, by the way, are back on track into the race. The Euro International number 10 car, though, still in the garage. 18 minutes on pit lane for Edict Sport.
There appears now to be nothing wrong with that car, because Patrick Pilet's just done the absolute best 3rd sector of the race so far. That's testament, I think, to the track drying up as well. But good work from Edict Sport to repair the suspension damage on the rear left corner, sustained by Paul Lafargue. And I think just off the track on his own, from what Nick Manassian was saying, I'm not sure the car made contact with anybody else. Fabio Scherer has just done the fastest lap of the race, though, so clearly into Europol competition have a good car beneath them as well. They just couldn't exercise the qualifying session yesterday as they would have wanted.
Actually, the next target for Inter Europol is no longer TDS, because Timon van der Helm has gone by Julian Canal. Fabio Scherer right with both of them. 2 more places up for grabs here in what's been a mesmerising run to the front.
Yeah, mightily impressive. Fabio Scherer, having got by Sally Jolic and John Fowl most recently.
Oh, that's damage to the rear of the 17 car, Mo Smith. So what's happened here? That's 15 and 17 getting together. Yellow flags at turn 1, and then clattering the rear wingers. The two cars got apart, so that car is in big trouble. Rear, the legality panel has gone as well.
Yeah.
We know that's not the work of a moment to fix, Johnny, and he's got to take this car all the way round with pretty serious damage to that rear wing.
This car is the championship leader, remember, as well.
Oh, it's
Crucial in
worse.
that respect.
It's worse.
Well, is that a tyre going down?
No, it's suspension damage.
Suspension as well. There was clearly contact with the 15 of RLRM Sport for Horst Felbermayr Jr. And this could be yet another DNF in the championship leaders campaign. They could not finish Monza, which was the third round of the season. They then went on to finish third at Barcelona and the point for pole position as well, but came here with a very narrow championship lead of only 5 points. Have to score well here at Spa, and it's looking very unlikely, with pretty much 7 kilometres now ahead of Mo Smith before he can even get back to the pits.
I think let's have a look and see whether or not he's got away from there. I don't think he has he? He has continued, but that's a long way home with a badly damaged car.
That was the car we were due to see Malte Jakobsen drive later.
See the damage to the right rear, damage to the rear wing, damage to the right rear wheel and bodywork.
Meanwhile, the battle of 7th position in the overall in the LMP2's changes because Julien Canal cannot hold back a rampant Fabio Scherer. Scherer had to be put into the Inter-Europol competition car because it had not produced any qualifying times yesterday. So you have to put a gold into the car. And it's actually seeming like a good decision. Yes, they weren't able to use the gold drive time for the first 15 minutes or so because of the safety car, but the timing screen now really lighting up. Scherer's not actually the quickest guy out there anymore because Nicholas Cruton, the race leader, has since then done the fastest lap of the race.
Great stint from the race leader. Great stint.
207.548. Again, track getting easier to deal with on slick tyres because a 208.5 has just been set by Duncan Tappy in 2nd position as well, and we're seeing lots more blue on the timing screen too. So more and more grip being found. White flags being displayed now at the start of the Kemmel Straight, and this is awkward for Maurice Smith because it's a really fast part of the circuit and everyone has to be well aware that there is a much slower car trundling its way down the racetrack now for the pole sitter and race leader. Pole sitter in GTE and a runaway early leader. So Konrad Grunewald has lost it coming, out of turn 1?
Well, this is another.
Was there a little bit of contact for Michael Jensen?
No contact, I think just muscled wide a little bit there, the number 5. This is the incident for Konrad Grunewald. We're going to see the end of it, not the beginning of it. Did he try to avoid the bodywork? Well, it didn't happen there, did it?
No. That was actually a wide, but it was at Eau Rouge.
It was Radion.
And Radion.
Wow.
So a spin. Wow, how many times did he go round and back across the track and very nearly cleaned out Sarah Bovey's Ferrari as well. Imagine from her point of view, you're thinking there's a car spinning around and around in front of me. Where is it going to end up? Normally the rule is aim for where the car is right now and hope that it's not there when you reach that point. But wowzers, if that hadn't already grabbed her attention, she did so well there to avoid and get through unscathed, I think.
Amazing. I mean, that was so lucky. That could have been a huge incident, huge accident.
And would have eliminated 2 key runners in the GTEs within the opening half an hour.
Also means, by the way, in avoiding that incident, that it's the Oman Racing Aston Martin that leads from Sarah Bovey. So Mo Smith now, sadly, I think has given that up. You can see inside the car, he's pounding the steering wheel. He knows it's done.
It was all going so well up until that point. Yes, Mo Smith wasn't quite carrying as much speed as Horst Felbermayr Jr., so Felbermayr thought the move was on into turn 1. It looked tricky from our perspective, I have to say, and Felbermayr was nowhere close to being fully alongside, but the contact was made, and that was a fairly big old thump because it's caused damage to the rear suspension. And the danger then, though, of course, is that you've got a very slight miscue in the rear suspension that can affect drivetrain as well.
Yes.
And he started to punish the car to try and get it home as quickly as possible.
Let's watch this again.
So there's Grunewald.
Spun to the outside, spun across the track, just missed that P3 car. How did she miss that? How did she miss that?
She's already off the track because
to try to avoid
the spin, and then realising, no, if I continue to go right, I'm going to hit him head on here, and that would have been Ferrari on Ferrari, and both cars destroyed. That's Horst Felbermayr Jr. going for the move. It was a double tag because he caught the rear wing second time through as well, and pulling away. The suspension's not failed.
No, it has.
But then, well, as he drives away, something properly snaps.
I think he clouted that side of the car quite badly.
He did, without a doubt. And it's removed. It removed the cheese wedge.
Is he running again? Was that car moving again?
It was a replay. So he was moving initially. But
he is moving again.
Back to live pictures. And yes, moving away. Again, you dread to think what this is doing to the internals of the car. If the geometry is out of sync, and it has to be massively out, surely. Certainly, I think the tyre is punctured as well, so that's now starting to flail around and do further damage to the rear right corner.
Yeah.
But you know how important it is to try and get back to the pits.
The problem then is it's going to leave so much debris.
Well, yes, on the track surface too. But you know, if they were down in 10th in the championship, they wouldn't have cared so much.
Any points at this point.
They are 5 points clear of everybody else with 2 rounds to go. So 51 points still on offer. 25 for each of the race wins, and there's a pole position point up for grabs at Portimão as well. 18 Absolute Racing Porsche in for fuel. Under a full course yellow, the pit lane does not get closed. So this might not be a bad opportunity. We're only about halfway into a GT stint, but that's half a tank that you can put fuel into.
Indeed, full course yellow continues, and will, I'm sure, continue while Mo Smith is still on track. They're not going to put this race back to green with a car running in that condition. So 57 car, which did lead the race, then had that lurid spin and very near miss with the Iron Dames car. That car, what have they just changed from slicks
to slicks? Well, I think they'll be flat-spotted massively, won't they? So, and Goodyear Eagle tyres, I think, still unrestricted in the GTE category, so you can keep throwing tyres at cars as long as your bank balance is sufficient enough.
So, under this full course yellow, Johnny, Cool Racing, Nicholas Croydon with a great stint, leads the race from Duncan Tappy in the United Autosports 22, so 37 from 22. Then Prema Racing's Ferdy Habsburg is just behind Duncan. In fact, he's dropped back quite a little way from Duncan before that full course yellow. Still seeing Mo Smith making his way back off the racing line. Cool Racing and United Autosports pitting now. Algarve Pro Racing 4th in the overall order. The top 4 all pitting on this full course yellow. In LMP3, the 3 United Autosports car of Andrew Bentley with Clear Air and the BHK Motorsport car between him and the 13 Inter-Europol competition car.
So the top 6 are in, and we should get some reaction regarding the latest story for Mo Smith. We can now catch up with one of his teammates chatting to Hayley.
I'm joined here by Malte Jacobsen from Cool Racing. Malte, it was been a tough start for a lot of teams, particularly Mo. Could you just tell us about how you saw that incident with the RLR M Sport?
Yeah, unfortunately Mo had a contact with the RLR car number 15, and yeah, it's very tricky conditions out there with the wet lines as soon as you go off the ideal line around the track. But yeah, it's difficult to tell which fault it was. I would say it's like 50-50, and Mo could have avoided it, but also the car was not fully on the inside. But yeah, I guess that's racing sometimes.
Absolutely, and you know, I'm getting a lot of bronze drivers that are starting as well. I mean, is it having to take big risks as well, and doing that at a track at Spa in those conditions must be tough?
Yeah, of course. It's one thing is that you have to, you know, bring a car back home because it's a 4-hour race. Anything can happen. But also when you're driving out there, if some of the other guys are taking more risk and you are lacking on pace, then the team will be like, come on, we need to catch up. And it's a fine balance between not taking too much risk, but also not losing unnecessary time.
And just with regards to the overall classification, unfortunately, it means that it's going to be very, very tough for you to get on the podium now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how bad the damage are on the car, but from what we have seen on TV, it seems to be quite bad. But I think the car is coming back in the garage soon, and then we'll see what's going to happen.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's not until the cool racing mechanics see the car up close that they can then make the decision whether to retire it or not. But Mo Smith, I mean, every credit to him. He's kind of given this up a couple of times, then started again. But that wheel is now almost at 90 degrees to the rest of the car to show you how bad the suspension damage is.
At least it probably saves them the trouble of removing it.
True
but also, by the way, you'll have seen there, trouble again for the 51 car. And Rob Hodes, that is La Source, I think.
Yeah, exited the first corner. So Rob's had another slight error, perhaps whilst trying to, well, not catch up the safety car, because of course we're on the full course yellow on this occasion. So a tough situation for Rob, having to be recovered by the marshals from the gravel trap at La Source corner. What on earth does that cool racing car look like, though? I was about to say, is the wheel still rotating? Well, no, because the car needs to be going sideways in order for that wheel to rotate. So all of the locomotion is coming from the rear left. It just shows you how much power is produced through the, each of the independent differentials from a 5.6-litre Nissan engine. And yes, he's trying to get home as safely and as quickly as possible, desperate not to cause any more damage. But the team are going to have to take a fairly long time to fix it, even if they think it is fixable in the first place. More pit stops, this time in LMP3. So Andrew Bentley, as the race leader within that division, has stayed out. But Tom Von Rompuy in the early Duquesne gets a stop out of the way for car number 4. But that was only 45 seconds, so time enough for some fuel. And that's pretty much it, I would say.
No further action, by the way, in that 3-car LMP3 incident at the start of the race.
Yeah. So also in the 66 J&W Motorsport Ferrari in the new for 2022 livery, the cherry red and black. Rob Hodes is back on the racetrack, having been given a helping hand by the marshals at La Source corner. Marshals put into action at various points around the track very early on indeed in the 4 hours of Spa for this weekend. Down the hill towards Eau Rouge, still damp offline, but nice and dry on the racing line. And I would say a fair bit of sunshine now, yes, particularly for Mo Smith, who's made it back to pit road and will pull off to the first pit bay, which is where car 17 is housed.
Can't stop.
Just about managed to get it stopped, but possibly in the wrong bay. Yeah, so they're going to now have to push this car back with very much 3 wheels on the wagon.
I'm not an expert, but I don't think that tyre's going back on.
This is really tricky now as well, because they're going to have to try and lift it up on the internal jacks. Mo Smith, who's normally such an entertaining character both in and out of the car, but his hope of any sort of result here at Spa must have gone out of the window, well, about 5 kilometres ago when he stopped at the end of the Kemmel Straight. They'll be getting the car into the garage.
Look at the wheel, look at the
wheel. Through the whole wheel, let alone the tyre. So that shows you how much punishment, once a wheel is locked solid and in the wrong direction, how much damage that has done to the car and also the road surface, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we're going to be going back, by the way, to green flag running in 15 seconds. So after a second safety car intervention, and all bar a fair number of the LMP3s have pitted under this full course yellow. So that's going to be interesting at the end of this race.
Here are the greens, so who can get the pedal down more quickly? It's Duncan Tappy, actually, who catches Ferdinand Habsburg napping a little bit. That's all dependent on team radio and getting the message to your individual driver about the countdown out of the full course yellow. So green, green, green all around the racetrack. Here comes Habsburg, though, with a better run through Radion, and he is more than close enough now to pounce on Duncan Tappy. Tappy will do the sensible thing and stay straight as a die, and realises, I think the game is up. As long as Habsburg can make the corner, he can't. Neither of the cars make the corner, in fact, and Tappy will have to go through the tyres. Well, that's the proper way of doing it, whereas Habsburg took to the grass and might say he gained an advantage. He's going to give the place back, potentially. He's slowed up sufficiently enough to do that.
But look at Ben Fiscal Viscal catching both of these two guys. He is going to give it back.
In amongst the confusion,
But watch
Viscal doesn't have to do anything.
Viscal just has to take the position if he can. So now we've got a three-car battle for this. This is great stuff.
So heads-up driving from, well, both drivers at the end of the Kemmel Straight gave you an idea of how hard they were pushing, that neither of them could get through Les Combes the conventional way. And yeah, Bent Viscal, who is now running in 4th position in the number 19 Algarve Pro racing car, looking to pick the two of them off if he can. The fastest of these three cars visually appears to be Habsburg, but he's got to find a way by Duncan Tappy, and whilst they scrap amongst themselves, they're losing yet more time on race leader Nicholas Cruton.
He'll be waving into his rearview mirror now, nearly 4 seconds to the good. That will have helped significantly. So while there's bad news in the pits for Cool Racing in LMP3, it's great news for Cool Racing on track in LMP2 for the overall lead. Nicholas Cruton having the stint of his life as the 3 trying to come through on the 93 Proton competition car. Bent Viscal finding his chosen line full of Porsche. Flashing the lights isn't going to do any good there, Bent. He's taken his line, which he's perfectly entitled to do. Great stuff.
If you're unfamiliar with what Nicholas Cruton has done in the past, he's still only 19 years old, came out of karting from a few years ago, but made an impact on the Michelin Le Mans Cup last year when he raced with Cool Racing on that occasion as well. Did a couple of races and also did so well in the ELMS LMP3 level with a full season and finished, in fact, 2nd in the championship. So making strides this year into LMP2 and a comfortable race leader right now. 8.5 seconds is the lead margin as things have gone back to green. A much grippier racetrack presents everybody, but that's the damage, I suppose, that Duncan Tappy and Ferdinand Habsburg are doing to themselves.
Correct.
In that intermingling that they're trying to dice for 2nd place, but forgetting that neither of them are leading the race right now.
And it is allowing the straight-to-die progress of Nicholas Cruton to pay dividends. It's just going to mean whatever happens in that scrap between the 3 cars battling for 2nd position, the battle for 1st is going to be some little way further down the road. The 2 and the 14, this is a battle for 2nd position in LMP3. 14 up the inside here. Josh Cahill losing position to Matthias Kaprich. And United's 1-2 becomes United 1-3.
Kaprich, again, a guy just out of his teens, in fact, from Poland, F4 Italy a couple of years ago, but now the 2nd year that we find him in the European Le Mans Series. Changed teams partway through last season from Euro International to into Europole competition and back with the Polish squad this year as well.
Worth mentioning, though, that during that full course yellow, 3 LMP3 cars chose to take one of the longer stops. One of them, the 13 into Europole car. Nielsen Racing's number 7 also did, and so did the 11 Euro International car. If you're not familiar with the rule set about the LMP3, 2 timed stops. Any other stops as quick as you like. So they've effectively burned that time under a full course yellow. Oh, wow.
Almost contact, maybe there was the merest bit of a graze from the 43 still being driven by Fabio Scherer, and that was him getting ahead of Tymon van der Helm, who leads the Pro-Am category. It's a strange place to attempt to change direction there, but Tymon van der Helm had to get out of the throttle as a result. Now there's a pit stop under investigation for Racing Team Turkey, car 34.
Yeah, Sally York's had a quiet start to this race, hasn't it? It'll be a shame if this is what defines the middle part or towards the end of his running time. 43 already with Milner Motorsport. You know what? It's not going to be long at this kind of pace and progress before Fabio Scherer is with that battle for 2nd.
Yeah. Yeah, Scherer, well, he's got 8 seconds to find on the race leader, but a lot less than that before he finds Tappy, Habsburg, Viscal all dicing for 2nd position. So Nicholas Cruton continuing to lead. I'm slightly puzzled by that 8-second gap that appeared for a while, because it's now back to 2.7 again, so a fair bit fluctuating.
He lost 4 seconds in traffic.
Oh, Yank genuinely did.
Oh, there's trouble there. What did we see just there in the background?
Here's the battle whilst we think about that. For second position.
Was this what we saw?
That was earlier on, wasn't it?
No, there was certainly a big lock-up. I looked away at the timing screen, saw a big lock-up with someone, unless we were seeing a different camera angle of that.
Yeah.
But here they come.
Tappy still ahead of Habsburg for the time being. They are working their way through traffic. They're probably Nicholas Cruton found on the previous lap. That's the reason why his lap time stretched out to a 2:13 when everybody else is doing 2:09s.
Scherer has passed Matthias Kaiser and is up into 5th position. He's got 2.5 seconds to find before he gets onto the rear of this train.
That gap to the leader is all over the place right now. 8 seconds on one lap, 2.7 the next, now 3.8, because of all of the traffic that was backed up initially by the safety car, then unable to make any changes because of the full course yellow that was enforced, and now finally, let's hope a bit of sustained running. But Duncan Tappy still with the same headache from behind, and that is the red and white car of Prema Racing, Ferdinand Habsburg, again with a better run through Eau Rouge and Radion.
So strong there. Driver. He's been strong there all day. Now it's about where do they get by the Kessel Racing car. This time it's taken the line that Habsburg would have preferred. That's just stopped him from getting into an overtaking position at the end of the Kemmel Straight.
So they get by the former race leader in GTE. Konrad Grunewald is now running in 4th position, incidentally, in the 57 car guy car. We go on board with the American.
Yeah, Ben Viscal has dropped back a little with this latest patch of traffic, and Scherer is with him. He's taken 2 seconds out of Ben Viscal in about 5 corners.
So nose to tail up ahead of Grunewald for 2nd and 3rd in LMP2. Meantime, in P3, Andrew Bentley continues to lead by a decent chunk.
This is the leader putting a lap on, or trying to put a lap on, the Nielsen Racing car, Rodrigo Salas, and it's cost him his entire lead, because here come Tappy and Habsburg either side of the Porsche. Who's going to keep that at 2nd place as finally Croydon gets by the 24? It's Duncan Tappy who is toughing this one out, and there's the second group of 2. The other side of the Porsche, there goes Ben Viscal. And here comes Fabio Scherer. It's a drive-through penalty for car 19 for the incident at turn 1. That is Ben Viscal.
I think that's an error, and it's not car 19. They were looking for car 15, the RLR M Sport car.
I guess that's right.
For Horst Felbermeyer Jr., because it was an incident involving car 17 and 19. Well, they didn't connect, as far as I know. 17 and 15 very much did. And
Tappy gets by the Nielsen Racing car before La Source. That will be a big benefit to him as he comes roaring down now towards Eau Rouge for the 18th time. That will not, or should not, allow Habsburg get the run he's had most of the day. He's not passed the Nielsen Racing car before Eau Rouge. That will give Duncan Tappy a little bit of breathing space, and it also means Viscal and Scherer now are with the Prema Racing team car.
There was small tyre smoke in the air at Radion corner. I don't think anything for us to be concerned about, though, as now at the inside will go Habsburg.
Scherer through into 4th.
Yes, he is, on Viscal. And Scherer now having a back marker immediately ahead of him, which is that the Nielsen car that is recovering after a trying start?
Yes.
So 43 looking to try and dispatch that car as quickly as possible. Rodrigo Salas a little wide. Oh, and Viscal on the fight back again. I'm hoping that the drive-through penalty for car 19 isn't posing too much of a distraction for Team Algarve Pro Racing, because it shouldn't be them that need to do that. The car, we reckon it is number 15, the RLR M Sport car, which is actually in the pit lane currently for Horst Felbermeyer Jr. Now, car 34's team manager is being summoned to race control. That can only be for the pit stop that was done in error, or something, some regulation has been breached during the pit stop for TF Sport and Racing Team Turkey's car. Still no correction regarding car 19.
Something we haven't seen on screen, but can report Sarah Bovey now leads and is pulling away in GTE. So the number 83 Iron Lynx Iron Dames past Armand Al-Harty. It is pink Ferrari ahead of black Aston Martin.
Over the top of Radion will go the number 3 car of Andrew Bentley, not leading LMP3 anymore because the yellow and green are into Europol competition, and matches Kapcic, who was relatively slow starting actually, but that was probably a considered approach from the 14 crew, assessing the conditions, and now that they've got better, that car's really come to life. And Andrew Bentley, who had a 3 or 4 second lead on everybody else, had to concede the lead of LMP3. Down a second he will go. However, he does still have nearly 8 seconds over Josh Cahill in the teammate car from United Autosports, number 2.
So Crichton beginning to, well, not last time around, but it looked to me as if Duncan Tappy is not necessarily gapping the Prema car, but he's more comfortable now than he was 2 or 3 laps ago. It's not mirrors full, just looking for where the charge is coming. Euro International and into Europol, the often mistaken teams, often conflated those team names when people are talking about LMP3 side by side, and that position goes the way of the number 11 car.
So a neat little overtake there to break into the top 6 for Euro International.
Durand de Saddelier ahead of Charles Cruz.
Down towards Bruxelles they would go, again across the joining part from old asphalt to new, and you have to take that into account. Meantime, Ferrari versus Porsche, the age-old rivalry, and Rinaldi Racing's Pierre Eret scrapping away with Christian Ried of Proton competition, currently leading the championship in GTE.
Penalty for number 19 is reported now as on hold. I think they've just realised what we did.
Yeah.
Remember, this is...
Eret! Oh! Sideways, and Ried...
Shows how tricky that is still.
Yeah, it does, it really... Well,
that looked a nothing incident.
Yeah, but Bruxelles is a tough corner in the dry anyway. The track drops away from you. These are big, heavy GT cars that need a little bit of aero to keep them down on the ground. And, yeah, the most innocuous, slow-speed spin. But Christian Ried had to make sure he knew what was going on. He absolutely leapt on the anchors there to make sure contact was avoided. And, funnily enough, gains a place because of it, too.
He does. Lost a bit of time. His next target is Giacomo Petrobelli in the JMW Motorsport car. They're looking for points to stay in this fight. Christian Ried and the 77 crew looking to put this one beyond doubt.
So through Eau Rouge and Radion will go Duncan Tappy, Ferdinand Hatzberg, Fabio Scherer from the back row of the grid. And he had all night really to consider his approach to this opening stint. They could have chosen to put in the car Pietro Fittipaldi as well, but Fabio Scherer presumably volunteered, or the team just thought that was the wiser move. But there are 2 gold drivers in that driving combination, plus the silver of David Heinemeier Hansen.
Yeah, one more world career waits for his opportunity aboard this number 9 car. Still in 3rd place. Not, I don't think, what Ferdy Habsburg would have wished for. The drive-through penalty is now confirmed for the car 15 for contact with car 17.
Yeah.
So that's sorted now.
Well, indeed, but you can't do a drive-through penalty when you're already in the pit lane, and Horst Felbermeyer Jr.'s car has been there for a long time now, might already be out of the race. That does not help Cool Racing one jot, of course, after the contact at the first corner. And the 17, unsurprisingly, is yet to emerge from what is going to be a very, very long pit stop, if not full retirement for Mo Smith's crew.
There's been a cracking race of pace at the front of this field. Real pace and aggression for the, if you like, the podium slots. Nick Crichton just trying to get away, and again he's driving away from these chasing pack. Duncan Tappy, Ferdy Habsburg, Fabio Scherer really putting on the style here. They come through on the traffic that is the number 60 car. Claudio Schiavone propping up the field at the moment. The 32 car, by the way, of Rinaldi Racing, after that spin for Pierre Eret, he has pitted, so loses another position. John Hartshaw will soon lose another to Claudio Schiavone. So where is the next fight coming from? Well, there's an ongoing fight here for second place, Johnny. LMP3 boiling up nicely with the 14-inch Europol car to the lead, ahead of Andrew Bentley and Josh Cahill. Mark Richards running a fine fourth for 360 Racing, but they are the 4 cars that have not stopped.
Yes.
Everybody else has at least taken fuel, and 3 of the cars have burned their 1 minute and 45 second stops, of which the top 4 cars will have to do 2 and another stop as well.
Yeah, so if the opportunity presents itself, it's nearly always useful to get one of those longer stops in LMP3 out of the way, especially if you can do it during a caution period as well. Less costly under a full course yellow, or indeed if a safety car extends beyond the 3 laps that automatically closes the pit lane. This is the scrap for 3rd and 4th, with Conrad Grunewald trying to make the places back up again that he lost through the spin at Radion Corner. Still a bizarre moment. Yes, it was greasy at the top of the hill, and I suppose very easy to pirouette, but he did well to keep it out of the scenery, and didn't Sarah Bovey do so well to avoid the spinning car as well. Bovey actually gaining the position and now leading the class, amazingly enough.
Yeah.
She still has her heart in her mouth after that whole thing kicked off. But it is Ferrari from Aston, from this Ferrari, your top 3 in GTE.
Aboard the 88F Corsa car, but we've got a new fastest lap of the race, and it goes to the car in 36th position. Patrick Pilet in the Edex Sport car. He laps down, 5 laps down on the race lead, but they're not giving it up. They can push hard and see what comes out of the afternoon. We're just under a minute away from the end of the first hour. Not a lot to be gained other than pride here, but it certainly isn't stopping Patrick Pilet from showing just exactly what is deliverable here. 2:06.322 that lap. To give you a comparison, that is 4 seconds quicker than this lead group at the moment. Slightly balked there on the exit of La Source. Is that going to give Fernie Habsburg? Not close enough, I don't think, but he's been mighty through here all day. And it's mighty again.
Tappy bunched in behind Mark Richards, who was going about his business, trying to stay out of trouble.
He's got a good drag here.
So Richards 4th in LMP3. Here comes Habsburg, though, tucked right underneath Duncan Tappy's rear wing. There's still no way by. Remember, a number of laps ago, both of these cars left the circuit at Les Combes Corner, and Habsburg gentlemanly enough to give the position back again. Otherwise, he would have been seen to be taking an advantage by short-cutting Les Combes Corner. Tappy running deeper into Bruxelles than you would do in the dry, but again, I think that's seeking out the drier sections of the track. Inside of Bruxelles, still like an ice rink, so slippery it is, and again, out of turn 9, offline, it's just not drying up at all. Rain lights still flashing from the rear of Duncan Tappy's car as they put a further lap on John Hartshorn in the number 95 Aston Martin. Oh, and Shearer couldn't get by Hartshorn there, so that's cost him a bit more on the exit of Le Fagnes Corner, losing ground, but only a touch, maybe a couple of car lengths to Tappy, and Habsburg still occupying 2nd and 3rd positions.
Yeah, Ben Fiscal has dropped off a little from this group. This pair dropped Shearer a little as well. Whether or not he's taken a little more out of his tyres in the early part of the stint that was the optimum. Oh, hopping over the curbs there, Fernie Habsburg on the ragged edge.
Yeah, because that, when you're that high up on the curb through Blanchimont, the car's not sitting level, and you're on wet concrete, which again is going to be like ice, so you're completely dependent on carrying enough speed so that the aero keeps the car planted and the moisture doesn't step in.
The level of confidence that these drivers have got to have in the car underneath them is mind-warping.
The delicate balance between airflow over the car and the thing aquaplaning out of your control with zero warning, and any moment at Blanchimont ends in a huge crash. We've seen it several times over the years, but that just does not faze these guys. And Tappy and Habsburg again through there lightning fast, 2nd and 3rd, but that just shows you how quickly traffic can cost some time. Fabio Scherer, who was pretty much with these guys in 4th, with that time to build up again.
Some great displays here. Nick Croydon, we've not seen a lot of. He's now 5 seconds ahead of these guys, as you see the 51 Team Virage car. been in some trouble in the early part of this race, comes in for a set of new Goodyears. Shouldn't forget, by the way, great display from Duncan Tappy of defensive driving under extreme pressure from Ferdi Habsburg. Fabio Scherer having made up 35 places in the first hour.
Yeah, really impressive drive from Scherer. Not only those overtakes, but also keeping it out of trouble through the traffic as well. As there goes Tymon van der Helm picking off the number 3 United Autosports car. So Bentley still second, Josh Cahill third in LMP3. They are ultimately trying to hunt down Matthias Kapcic in the Inter-Europol competition entry. Top 4 are Ligier in LMP3, and then the 5th place car is the number 4 Duquet.
That car has topped up with fuel,
yes,
so that will go longer without a doubt. It hasn't done a long pit stop, but it will go longer on fuel.
Yes.
It'll be really interesting the last 3 hours of this race to see whether or not any other intervention evens out these strategies, because if it doesn't, we're going to get a really unusual look to the end of this race.
Yeah, Tom von Rompuy, with that pit stop in hand, not one of the longer ones, but nevertheless a fuel pit stop in hand, he's only a second off the back of Mark Richards' car, the 360 Racing, which has not pitted at all yet. So it just shows you how big a gain that should be for DKR Engineering, making the stop during the full course yellow.
Yep.
But like you say, we're not necessarily going to see the rewards for DKR until later on.
It's going to be a stop and 10-second hold for car 34 for an unsafe release. That is the Racing Team Turkey car, currently 10th overall in the hands of Sally York.
So that's the reason why the 34 car's pit stop was being investigated. 10-second stop and go, incredibly costly, because you've also got to make your way into the pits, back out again too, all of which costs time. And because it's a stop and go, rather than time being added to your next pit stop, you can't do it whilst doing a normal service stop. So that will have to be on a separate visit to the pit lane. You take tyres and fuel and potentially a driver change. Meanwhile, Mark Richards does come into pit lane now from 4th position in LMP3, so the 360 car dropping down. We haven't yet seen any pit stops, though, for the top 3 in LMP3. That's the Inter-Europol Competition 14 and the 2 United Autosports cars.
I'd be sort of surprised if we got it yet. We've had safety car and full course yellows.
Yeah, well, there's been opportunity. For whatever reason, that's been passed up. We have the first hour under our belts, though. 2:54 still to go. And it was always going to be a difficult start here at Spa-Francorchamps for the 5th race of the championship in the European Le Mans Series. It's been raining massively overnight. The downpour waking a lot of people up locally, and continued to rain and left a damp track surface even though it wasn't raining at the race start. This was the result. 3 LMP3s off and damaged at Le Combe corner, and Paul Lafargue, who'd fallen to the back of the field because of 2 spins on the formation lap, then trying to make places up, did significant damage, suspension damage to car 28, which has since rejoined the race, now in the hands of Patrick Pilet. After a lengthy safety car, though, which was basically the first 20 minutes of the race, we did finally get underway again with green flags around the racetrack, and it left Nicholas Cruton out front, being challenged initially by Duncan Tappy and Ferdinand Habsburg. Fabio Scherer, meanwhile, having to start from the back of the field after no qualifying times posted yesterday, has done a brilliant job to currently run 4th. This was a high point, or indeed a low point, for Cool Racing in the LMP3 field. The championship leaders being hit at turn 1 by RLR's number 15 car. A horrible spin for Conrad Grunewald. He was our pole sitter in GTE, and how close do you like it there as Sarah Bovey crept through? She was trying to judge where the car guy Ferrari was going to end up. Wanted to go right, but in the end thought better of it, and amazingly we missed a head-on between the 2 Ferraris by surely inches. Finally, Mo Smith's heavily damaged number 17 Cool Racing LMP3 car got back to the pit lane. He had to do 7 kilometres pretty much on just 3 wheels, and it chewed through the rear right wheel, that wheel not rotating whatsoever. This was an attempted overtake at the end of the Camel Straight from Ferdinand Habsburg on Duncan Tappy. Both cars leaving the racetrack, though, and in the end Habsburg gave the place back again. Otherwise, he may have risked a penalty by taking the place unfairly. And Bent Viscal was having a nibble on the both of them in the blue Algarve Pro racing car. In the end, though, the Dutchman could not get through. Side-to-side, almost contact between Fabio Scherer and Tijmen van der Helm for Inter-Europol competition and TDS by Valiant. That was the lead change in LMP3, with Matches Kaptrich getting ahead of Andrew Bentley, who'd been a long-time early leader in LMP3. Tidy little overtake there from Fabio Scherer on Bent Viscal into the Les Combes sequence of corners, and a spin here for the Ferrari of Pierre Eret out of nowhere. I mean, he didn't get any warning, it would seem, that the Rinaldi racing car was going to rotate. They were winners, you may remember, at the start of the year at Le Castellet. So, nearing the end of our highlights package for the first hour, Duncan Tappy still in second ahead of Habsburg, but here's your race leader, Nicholas Cruton for Cool Racing. And a chance to have a look at the current order. Not an official classification just yet, but it's current standings at least for Cool Racing. 25 laps completed and a 4-second lead for Nicholas Cruton over Duncan Tappy's United Autosports car. Ferdinand Habsburg third for Prema Racing. Fabio Scherer, a splendid drive, up as high as fourth so far. Could it get even better than that? Bent Viscal running fifth, and the best Pro-Am LMP2 team, Tijmen van der Helm in the TDS Racing by Valiant car. LMP3 is led by Inter-Europol competitions. Matches Kaptrich ahead of the two United Autosports machines, 3 ahead of 2. And GTE is led by Iron Lynx's Sarah Bovey after an almighty scare at the top of the hill at Radion, but she's put that out of her mind and now leads by 1.5 seconds over Ahmed El Hati for Oman Racing.
So deep into, on a big spin for the 27 car. The second time that car's been in trouble. Did he stay out the barrier? I think he did.
Barrow, I think, yeah.
That car has lost the inspection panel as well. In fact, both of these cars have let that thing pop off. Gets the car back underway. That would have been a big scare. Out of karting, wasn't it?
Yes, karting corner and into Curve Paul Frere, and Ludovic Foubert rejoining safely.
So I would say deep into the second stint for Nicholas Cruton, and what a great job he has done for this team. Remember, Ifeye and Nico Lapierre still to come, so he is burning the lower ranked driver's time, is doing a great job of staying ahead of Duncan Tappy, Ferdy Habsburg, Fabio Scherer, Bent Viscal, have all had a crack at closing that gap and have not been able to do so. Meantime, here's a battle between the Absolute Racing car of Andrew Harrianto, Giacomo Petrabelli. That's
hip and shoulder between Habsburg and Scherer on 2 separate occasions, in and out of turn 1. I tell you, Fabio Scherer's gander is well and truly up here, but bear in mind he's messing with the championship leader there, and you don't want to be incurring penalties this early on in the piece. The 43 car has had an up and down season and isn't in championship contention currently, whereas the number 9 car very definitely is.
I'd quite like to see that moment, or rather what led up to that moment, because Scherer had clearly caught him, got alongside.
Yeah, he had.
So
he
just
had
who was the aggressor, I guess, is the question.
Or was it just a question of both saying, I'm here, but leaving La Source corner fully side by side?
Oh!
And now there is further contact. That's Duncan Tappy.
He's held it.
Position.
He's held it.
He held on to it. He's lost the place, but nevertheless, Fabio Scherer's gained 2 in one move.
So that was
a heart-in-mouth moment that was for United Autosports. Jim Maguire's paying close attention, even though it's not his car. Remember, he runs in LMP3, but that was Tappy getting out of the throttle because there was so much traffic at Bruxelles, and Habsburg making contact.
Astounding car control from Duncan Tappy in that moment. Great heads-up awareness from Fabio Scherer, and he's finally managed to clear that traffic, and he's gone.
Now the next car approaching, is that Pile many laps down?
Basically, he's just he's been in pit lane fairly recently as well.
Yeah.
So let's see again.
This is on board with the Racing Team Turkey car. 34, I think. Right and then left. Or is it Prema? I'm trying to work it out. Anyway, this was the incident that involved Prema and Tappi. Tappi goes to the outside to try and get to around the outside of the number 10 LMP3 car, then thought that's not going to happen, and as he cut across the nose of Habsburg, who wasn't quite expecting it, the Austrian had to leap on the brakes.
There was a gap, there wasn't a big enough gap, I think. Ferdi Habsburg went for a gap he thought was going to be there. Duncan Tappi took the line after being slightly balked by the slower car.
Well, Tappi realised he was going to get trapped on the wrong side of the number 10 LMP3 car, which is Miguel Cristobal, and that's had loads of drama to this point. Stone last for Euro International, sadly for them. And yes, had Tappi continued to run the high line at Bruxelles, he wouldn't have been able to fend off Habsburg for second place, so needed to redirect, and in diving to the natural racing line, the contact was made. Well, this has been looking like it's livening up to a real crescendo for a number of laps now, but Fabio Scherer has talk about weathering the storm. He read it perfectly, and there he is, escaping into the distance now in a clear second place.
Absolutely, but while all this has been happening, Nicholas Coyton is, well, making hay, nearly 8 seconds clear of Fabio Scherer. Scherer, though, significantly quicker this time around. In come 88 AF Corsica, the 47 Algarve Pro car, 3rd and 4th respectively in LMP2 Pro-Am, 11th and 12th overall, John Falb and Francois Perrodo, and I think that's Perrodo's time done. So we're going to see one of the young Ferrari factory drivers. Scherer scything through traffic here, there's quite a lot of it. Incident between 9 and 22 is under investigation. I will be fascinated to see how they call that.
Yeah.
I can absolutely see it from Habsburg's point of view. For me, that was a very ambitious lunge.
But he could see that Tappi was going to be trapped on the wrong side of traffic and thought, well, there's my gap, went for it, but Tappi then had dramatically changed line. Now it's within his rights because he's ahead on the racetrack, but there's trajectories meeting, basically. Could it be called a racing incident because the positions did not change, barring Scherer skipping ahead of the two of them? But Habsburg didn't take advantage of it. In fact, again, he was gentlemanly, realised his error, and made sure he didn't overtake Tappi. So yeah, I agree with you. Quite which way that's going to go, as it's very tight indeed again between, and more LMP3s looking to thread the eye of the needle. That is Patrick Pile, but yeah, initially 47 looking to get by.
No, it was the 47 coming out to the pits. Yeah. So 47 was coming out to the pits with the 88 behind him.
And having to fold the door mirrors in.
Correct.
Was the Algarve Pro Racing car, and then Patrick Pile too.
So it is Nicholas Nielsen aboard the 88 now, James Allen aboard the 47. They came out as that third place battle arrived at very high speed.
So, yes, Nicholas Nielsen taken over the 88, and you're right about Perrodo's drive time being completed, I reckon. More pit stops, though, in LMP3. In fact, the top two pit on the same lap, Graham.
Yeah, indeed. They are the last cars to make a first pit stop. That should put the Dinko Engineering car, Tom van Rompuy, who took fuel, remember, under that caution, back into the lead of the race. The single Duquesne will lead this race. This race has not quit, not for one moment. Absolutely extraordinary stuff.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the electric start we were hoping for because of those trying conditions and no intermediates tyres for the prototype, or for any of the cars, in fact. So you have to make your tyre choice boldly and hope then that the track grips up as quickly as possible. Patrick Pile now pressurising Ferdinand Habsburg to get one of his laps back again. Two wheels on the grass from the Frenchman, and can he get up the inside of Blanchimont corner? Again, needing to be aware that the number 9 car is the championship leader, and Edex Sport have had far from an ideal start to this race. They are, well, 29 laps completed for the race leader. They're 5 laps down. We do not want the race, the championship leader being cleaned out by a tail ender.
Croydon pits, Tappi pits into Europol lead this race, having started the race in 39th place.
And now there's a warning flag for car number 9, Ferdinand Habsburg, for the abuse of track limits, because he's been pinged a couple of times on the exit of turn 19, which is the bus-stop chicane.
No further action for that incident between Duncan Tappy and the number 9.
Racing incident.
I have to say, on balance, I'd agree.
Yeah, and I think Habsburg's cause helped out by the fact that he didn't take advantage of it. He realised his error. He made sure he didn't overtake Duncan Tappy. Shearer was not involved because he was 4th and he read the situation perfectly, gained 2 places because of it. But it was an honest mistake. Tappy's trying to thread his way through traffic, slight bit of confusion, and actually no harm, no foul in the end. The 22 car not even damaged as far as I can tell.
Well, if you're here trackside at Spa-Francorchamps, having paid the princely sum of absolutely nothing at all, you lucky, lucky people, because this is an absolute corker. Should mark, by the way, that was an extraordinary stint from Duncan Tappy. Didn't get to the lead, but he was soaking up pressure for the entire stint. And lest we forget, that was an extraordinary recovery from the contact.
Yeah, because when you're in a half spin in a prototype, it's not a question of just booting the right foot and kicking it back into line. You have to have so much finesse to make sure that the car is not lost entirely. But you're reliant on mechanical grip because you're not at a sufficient speed to be using the aero in that car. So, yeah, touch and feel top-notch from Duncan Tappy. Yeah,
car 32, the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari, reported to the stewards for not respecting blue flags. Currently got Diego Alessi at the wheel of that car. Car was started by Pierre Arret. So going through now a cycle of LMP2 pit stops. It's dropped the 37 car, by the way. We'll wait for the other cars ahead of it to pit down to 7th position. Nico Lapierre aboard the car. Phil Hansen aboard the United Autosports car. 11 seconds between the two of them. And the other driver change for Duquesne team number 30 as Intereuropol cede the lead and come down pit lane. That is the LMP2 debut for Matteo De Barbo.
But a time to mention before he disappears from the top of the screen, Fabio Scherer from back to front.
Amazing.
Yes, we're in the middle of some pit stops, but he led the race coming into pit lane by 3.2 seconds, having had to start from 39th position. A phenomenal drive from the young Swiss, and let's see what more he can get. Well, they may well be doing a driver change now because we're an hour and 20 minutes in. And David Heinemeier Hansen needs to get on board to utilise, or rather burn his silver driving time. So the 37 car, now on an outlap, should be close to be taking the race lead back again, with Nicolas Lapierre driving that. Kramer Racing waiting for the get-go, or the official signal for the tyres to be changed. That was as soon as the fuel nozzle was detached. And here comes the 37 car to sweep across the line. Fabio Scherer, though, is already on an outlap, so the 37 car will not be able to take the race lead net, because Scherer is already into sector 1 for the 31st time. Here he is, coming through Eau Rouge and Radion corner.
He stayed aboard, so Fabio Scherer continues on, and why wouldn't he? Might just about do the whole race at this point. To coin a phrase from Gladiator, the movie, are you not entertained? Because I am. It's fantastic, loving this. Yeah, we've said for a while, Johnny, just the mix of cars, the quality of the teams involved, the pro-am nature of the class system in the European Le Mans Series. It is amongst, if not the best, endurance racing on the planet right now. It's so entertaining. You cannot take your eyes off it for a single moment.
Speaking of which,
here's another five cars
to
at the same corner.
Stop chicane at the same time.
Another 4 just a little bit further down the road.
These are predominantly LMP2s, probably on various different laps, though. The 88 car has made a second stop. Nicholas Nielsen was put into it to take over from Perodo, and he's pushing hard. This is for Pro-Am honours.
This is for second place in Pro-Am at the moment. James Allen with Nicholas Nielsen side by side as they come down towards Eau Rouge, and there's cars all over the road ahead of them. He's made the pass before Eau Rouge up through Radion. He's going to be able to fire himself by that GTE traffic. Great move from Nicholas Nielsen.
And James Allen feeling it's possibly a bit too early to run 2 abreast through Eau Rouge, particularly with the track not offering full grip in its full width. So he allowed Nicholas Nielsen through, getting the better slingshot out of La Source corner. They've reached Les Combes now, though, and a cluster of GTE cars next to skip by. Sarah Bovey still leading the category. The Rinaldi Racing Ferrari is not in second place. That's a lap down now compared to Sarah's pace. And there is Francois Perrodo with a big grin on his face, clearly enjoying first couple of stints in the 88.
Had a quick chat with Francois yesterday. Happy to hear that at the moment the likelihood is we'll see him back in the European Le Mans Series next year in a prototype. Side by side, a little bit of kiss there between the 18 and the 66 car. This has been going on for a while. Andrea Harrianto, Giacomo Petrobelli, JMW and Absolutes, the Asian team. They're delighted with their European adventure. JMW Motorsport with their very different looking scheme this year. What a fantastic car, what a fantastic servant this Ferrari has been. This is the car, Johnny, that debuted at the Le Mans 24 Hours, what was it, 5 years ago?
Yeah, something like that.
And won its first race. They've campaigned this same Ferrari 488 at every race they've done since, including all of the Le Mans 24 Hours in the interim period and all of the ELMS races in the interim period. It's clearly coming towards the end of its competitive life with GT3 racing coming and with Ferrari 296 GT3 arriving. What next for JMW Motorsport, Jim McWhirter? It's a drive-through penalty for not respecting blue flags for Rinaldi Racing. In 8th place in this GTE battle.
By the way, those two bronze drivers then in GTE, they can't get out of the car just yet. They have to do a minimum of an hour and a half in a bronze, silver, gold combination. It's been all happening at United Autosports. Let's catch up with the main man.
So I'm joined here by Duncan Tappy, driver of car number 22 for United Autosports. What a stint. I mean, that was a real masterclass in defensive driving out there. How did it go for you?
Well, yeah, it was interesting. I mean, that was my job out there, to try and bring the car back in one piece. We've had a bit of damage in the last couple of races, which has hindered the other boys, and I've handed it over to them. So, unfortunately, I didn't quite fulfill that ask. There was a bit of damage. Obviously, I had a pretty good battle with Habsburg out there, and I think it was just a racing incident where I cut back and he was there. But hopefully, the car's not too damaged, and the other boys can finish it off for us.
What about that half spin on the curb there?
Yeah, well, that was me just getting called up with the back marker. He went wide, so I tried to cut back. And as I cut back, Habsburg was there, and he just caught the rear of the car, put me in a slide. And to be honest, it was another save where I was a little bit lucky with the tarmac at the rear, grass on the front, it just pulled the front back down again. So, but you know, I thought that was curtains, so I'm happy we're still going.
So just a quick word on, you know, the newly resurfaced Spa-Francorchamps. What is it like to drive, especially in what was relatively tough conditions this morning?
Well, I'd add to that. There were really tough conditions. It was always a tough call at the beginning. Well, it wasn't a tough call in the end, but we were thinking about wets or slicks for quite a lot of the time. But yeah, there was a few sections that were really quite treacherous, so you just had to be really careful there. And really happy that there wasn't any big incidents, and we all got through, and I managed to bring the car back to the other boys.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Yeah, quite a save, although Duncan actually happy to admit there was a bit of luck involved as well because of where the car caught the grass, and sometimes you just need that because otherwise it would have been a full spin, potentially contact with cars following through as well. But amazingly, they got away unscathed. He does admit there's a bit of damage on the car, though, as a result, so they'll have to live with that for the rest of the 2.5 hours. So
how are things once we've had this latest round of pit stops? Well, courtesy of what looks like a fuel-only stop into Europol, retain the lead. Fabio Scherer is, although being caught at the moment by Nicolas Lapierre in the 37 Cool Racing car, who of course is now going to be on rather newer rubber. Phil Hansen in third place is a further 8 seconds back, with Juan Manuel Correa now aboard the Prema Racing car, making his sports car racing debut, the number 9 car, 7 seconds further back. 4.7 seconds back and making his way up the field at the moment. TDS Racing by Vance Matthias Besch in the 31 car, and then behind that, Philippe Ugran, Romanian, I believe, from El Galpo Racing, the 19 car. He's in a battle with Hugo de Wilde right now in the number 21 Mulder Motorsport car. Palace Racing, Duquesne team, and AF Corsa complete the top 10. That's the battles at the moment, Johnny, in LMP2.
Yeah, Philippe Ugran joining Bent Fiscal, still as a two-driver lineup. That's the car that Sophia Flörsch has previously driven with Bent, but Philippe Ugran also making a sports car debut this weekend, has run, or is still continuing to run in Euro Formula Open with Van Amersfoort Racing. But you're right, from Romania, the 20-year-old. Now, did the GT cars go door handle to door handle again? They were already hard at it a couple of laps ago at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and around the outside, the JMW Motorsport Ferrari.
Brilliant stuff.
Got the place. Giacomo Petrobelli, who's impressed me on several occasions this season during his bronze stints. Those two drivers, Petrobelli in the 66 and Andrew Harrianto in the number 18 Absolute Racing Porsche, still need to do 2.5 minutes before they can get out and complete their 90 minutes in the race.
Ugran and de Wilde side by side.
And Ugran on the inside, backed out of it in the end. That would have been brave to stay two abreast all the way through Eau Rouge, and particularly on.
Yeah, de Wilde has made good his escape there. He'll have got much the better run up through Radion and down the Kemmel Straight. That will be, if I count for most of that gap.
But Ugo and also importantly Mulner Motorsport at their home race this weekend, and Mulner are based just a matter of meters away from Stavelo Corner, pretty much here at Spa-Francorchamps circuit, tackling the ELMS for a second season in a row.
That's their first season in LMP2, and that's another step forward for them. A large fleet of LMP3 cars is on board the Duquesne of DK Engineering, which leads this race. In the hands of Tom van Rompuy, another of our Belgian racers.
Indeed.
But Mulder Motorsport with LMP3 activity here in Europe and in the United States as well. Also a GT program featuring one of the fabulous new generation Porsche Cup cars in endurance competition.
Quick warning flag for John Hartzell now for track limit abuse, but it is only a yellow card at this stage. If you get too many of those, if the car earns too many breaches of track limits, then that can start to eat into race time. Normally 5 seconds added to a pit stop. If it gets really bad, you can have to start to think about drive-throughs as well. But in the very early stages for car number 95. And meanwhile, the sister car at Oman Racing with TF Sport is the second place car for Ahmed Al-Hati, in a race winner this year, the 69 crew. I think it's the same driver lineup that we've had all year in car 69, Sam de Haan and Marco Sorensen, so it is. They missed out on pole position yesterday, incurred a lot of damage on that car at Barcelona, but it's all been fixed up. The car looked brand new at the start of the weekend, and running second and very much in touch with Sarah Bovey. There's only 1.5 seconds still between the Belgian racer leading and the Omani in second position. Konrad Grunewald in third, initially able to transpose his qualifying pace into race lap speed, but then that spin has potentially just derailed the Kessel Racing Challenge a little bit. Still in the top three. Long look at the inside there for Nicolas Lapierre. This is the battle for the overall lead in LMP2 rather. So Fabio Scherer from the back to the front, but now his time as the race leader might be limited because a well revved up Nicolas Lapierre looking for a way by into La Source.
This is looking very good indeed for Cool Racing at the moment. Oh, big wiggle off the curbs though. Tries to drive him to the wall. Reed takes the position that looked gone at that point. But much fresher tyres aboard the 37 car. Where is the grip going to pay?
Well, Scherer's looked very strong coming through Radion Corner, but on this occasion, not as quick as the Cool Racing car. Took pole position yesterday in the hands of Yifei Ye, but the back marker of the car guy Ferrari, Konrad Grunewald, prevents an overtaking opportunity for Lapierre into their Com corner. So they will exit the third element of that, which is turn 7. track really dramatically drops away now. A puff of smoke from one of the Goodyear Eagles of Lapierre. Maybe a front just briefly locking up. He controlled that well, though, as you would expect. And now an LMP3 car with the rain lights flashing, the next for them to successfully negotiate.
Yet another engaging battle in LMP2. Just while we're watching this, the latest traffic might have just been enough, and then this time around the outside.
Into Lefagna corner, looking to try and avoid the contact, and they can't, and Lapierre off into the gravel. That was a forceful manoeuvre from Fabio Scherer. Did he need to run as deep into turn 12 as he did? And now Lapierre very slow off the corner. That's because he had to run to the very wet grass.
Watch this. It's okay. He'd got the room to the inside. He drove him to the outside. I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. That's... To me, that was overly aggressive.
Well, when you're that wide,
nowhere.
You're that wide through the first bit of Lefagna, you're not actually going to make the left-hand in Fabio's case.
No,
there is room to run two abreast through there, and he didn't need to be that forceful.
No.
So again, that's surely going to be investigated, and it's going to be fascinating to know which way that goes.
Also noticed, by the way, there are a couple of little bits of debris that came off the number 37 car, so let's hope that's not anything vital.
Reading that from the outside, it was almost like the focus for Fabio Scherer was to make sure Lapierre didn't get through the corner, rather than can we get both cars through safely.
I think the issue was he was too busy looking at his competitor and not busy enough looking at where he needed to put the car to get through the corner, and it was just...
So this was the previous incident at Lassour's corner. And that was the squirm from Lapierre.
Yeah.
Just about had control of
Both had a bit of a wiggle, didn't they?
They did, yeah.
Then he ran him to the wall. He ran him to the wall. Oh, that's the 21 Mulder car. He's had a huge moment through Rouge Radion.
So Hugo de Wilde was running in, had he got higher than Matthias Besch? No, probably was in 6th position when Besch was ahead of him. So it was 6th place that he spun out of and loses a place to Philippe Ugran in the Algarve Pro Racing car. And amazingly, there's contact. There was contact with the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari that caused that spin. And again, he was on the outside of a GT car, which is a precarious place to put an LMP2 at such a high-speed corner. So that will probably be looked at as well, but amazingly Mulner got away with that, with presumably a bit of damage on the rear, but thankfully nothing more serious.
I guess it's a rather second-hand set of Michelin's now.
Yes, or indeed Goodyear's.
I do apologise, Goodyear.
Yes.
Goodyear's.
We used to have mixed tyre category racing in P2, but it's all one make these days.
Oh, that's the tyre gone. That's the tyre gone.
Well, that shows you how much punishment these will take on a spin that lasts so long.
Well, exactly that much punishment and no more.
Exactly, and off into the gravel. Can't really do much about that either.
Can he get through the gravel?
We don't know how old those Goodyear Eagles were at the time, but they are not designed for so much lateral load, and that's the point anyway, that they're being highly stressed.
I think he'd had new tyres on that car. I think
But Pouon's a big tyre eater anyway.
It is.
And that is when they're highly stressed and the rear right goes bang. Great car control. Again, we've seen similar activities from Duncan Tappy.
Easy, you go. You can hear the thing slapping around there. Let's hope there's no further damage here. This is still the GTE battle. We've not seen enough of this, but this has been the battle since that spin. And since Sarah Bovey then retook the lead from Ahmed Al-Hati, and this pair have been joined together almost.
Blue flags waving in the background. That was for some of the back markers that are going to be approached fairly shortly by Juan Manuel Correa in the Prema Racing team. But yes, nothing between these top two in GTE, and every credit to Sarah Bovey and Ahmed Al-Hati. I don't think they've necessarily wanted to engage in battle as such, because they're going to lose too much time if they start to race door handle to door handle. It is about maintaining the pace as much as possible. Sarah Bovey knows this racetrack so well, born and bred in Brussels, And I'm sure just about the favourite track to visit on an ELMS calendar. Coming back here in a year's time, in 2023 again, as round 5 of the championship. Season will end in Portimão. Headbutts some of the tyre carcass there out of the way that had been left by Hugo de Wilde on the exit of Pouan.
Yeah, it looks nothing, doesn't it? But trust me, it's anything at that speed and you're going to feel it. But Sarah Bovey, still noticing, by the way, in several parts of the, you can see there the damage to the tyre. The 21 car has made it back to pit lane. Here is the 32, which, with the mirror hanging from the left-hand door, I have to say, that seemed to me to be the aggressor there. It was marginal.
The only thing I will say is when you're fully committed in a GT car into Eau Rouge and Radion, there's very little you can do when you're on the edge of adhesion. So then for a prototype to swing right round the outside and expect you to make your own arrangements, that's a tough ask. That's why sometimes it's valuable for prototype drivers to have driven GT cars in the past just to know what they're up against. These are 1,300 and 1,350 kilo cars, some of them with extra success ballast as well. But it'll be checked, it'll be looked into. We haven't yet had a decision about what happened with that incident, the Mulner car versus the Rinaldi Ferrari, and also, perhaps more crucially, what happened in that earlier incident in the prototypes between Fabio Scherer and the 43 car that was leading at the time, and Nicolas Lapierre. Still leading, Lapierre still chasing, and yeah, it's providing fascinating entertainment. Scherer to the inside of the red and white car of John Hartshorn, TF Sport Aston Martin.
Catching here is Phil Hansen, by the way, just there he is, right with the top two now, so it's a 3-car battle for the lead. Hansen with his dander up here. Scherer, Lapierre and Hansen separated by under 2 seconds for the lead of this race, with 2 hours 20 minutes to go.
The route out of Pouan is still far from ideal, littered with tyre carcass from the 21 Mulner Motorsport car. So I'm sure if we do get a further full course yellow at any point, the opportunity will be taken by the race director crew and the marshals down there to sweep the track, but it's not worth a full course yellow on its own just for that. Here we go, the race lead livening up again. Lapierre with a really good run through the traffic. He's underneath the rear wing of Fabio Scherer, but Scherer will stay well over to the right and now give Lapierre absolutely no chance of dive bombing around the outside either.
It's a warning flag for Fabio Scherer for driving standards. Has he got the run here?
Again, there was a bit more contact. Scherer running deliberately deep into La Source corner. Outside, inside trick perhaps though from Lapierre.
Got him.
Can't hold him back this time, and Fabio Scherer will have to concede the place. Yeah, getting a slightly better run then as they came down into the dip at Eau Rouge, but the move already made, and that was patient but forceful overtaking from Nicolas Lapierre, well in mind of what had happened at turn 12. And the fact that driving standards came into question from Fabio Scherer. Scherer again getting a good run down the Kemmel Straight, but not close enough to reverse the places.
So back to the lead for Cool Racing for the second time, third time in this race. Pit stop cycle in the middle. Nicholas Coit taking the car to from pole position to the lead. This is their repeat. We're going to go to full course yellow, Johnny.
Okay, well that might be to do with the debris at Pouan.
I'm sure it's debris.
Yeah. Again, I'm pretty sure those cars touched, albeit very slightly, on the start-finish straight. They didn't then on the exit of La Source corner, I don't think, and Lapierre had already made the place for Cool Racing. But that's been several laps in the making and finished off on the run through Radion corner. But remember, Fabio Scherer being given the benefit of the doubt, although it's a warning flag to car 43 for running deep into turn 12, Lefagna as he did, and Lapierre left the road as a result. But it's a full course yellow. Lots of tyre debris that was dropped by the Mulner car after its tyre eventually gave way after that horrible spin again. We've seen that a couple of times, one for a GT car and Conor Grunewald, and then more recently Ugo de Wilde, amazingly keeping it out of the tyre wall, but nevertheless, talk about grabbing your attention. The car rejoining and has had new tyres fitted.
So this is the first full stop for the number 4 car. It took fuel at the, what's happened here to the number 9 car, Juan Manuel Correa. Oh, both of them.
Well, that was going into the full course yellow, I'd imagine.
It is. Yes, it is.
Yes, into Pouon, locking up because they're wanting to shave so much speed off from race pace down to 50 miles per hour or 80 kilometres per hour, which is the speed limit under a full course yellow.
Is it my imagination, or is that TDS car an awful lot closer to the back of that 9 car than it was before they went to full course yellow?
Possibly so. Full course yellow speeds are always checked, and you can do that relatively easily these days via GPS information. The one thing, of course, that might have happened is that Correa was so desperate to shave speed off, he actually went slower than he needed to, and that allowed Matthias Besch to catch some of the ground back up again. But it's 0.9 of a second timed at these speeds, less than that when we go back to racing. Still not had official confirmation that the reason for the full course yellow is to tidy up the track, but that's been somewhat overdue. I did pose the theory that it wasn't enough for a full course caution, what we'd seen at Pouon, but if there are a few corners now affected by awkward bits of carbon fibre, maybe some gravel as well on the racetrack, why not do it all at one time? Yeah, on the exit of La Source corner as well, there are a few niggly bits of bodywork that could easily work their way into a tyre and cause further problems.
Yeah, bit of housekeeping. Not really in a terribly brilliant point for a full race strategy for anybody, but Gagler, the LMP3 cars, and some of the GTE cars are opting to come down pit lane right in the middle of a fuel stint for LMP2 at the moment.
This full course yellow should... Now then.
Well, the one the Algar Pro, is that the 19?
It looks like a number 1 is the first digit, yeah.
There you go. Pivoting, almost collects the Nielsen car.
Well, the Nielsen car wanted to get in the pit lane, and you do have to technically go the right-hand side of the bollard there, but in fairness to Nielsen, they had little option but to go to avoid the 19.
Did I just spot the Oman Racing car behind there? It is.
Oman's in, yeah.
Second place car in from GTE, so that will give the Iron Lynx 83 and a clear air, and not having to worry too much about the mirrors for a little wee while for the first time in the history of ever.
Sarah Bovey, though, able to work out how close position.
Yeah.
Oman Racing with TF Sports Aston Martin, yes, drops to 3rd now. Then Sean Hudspeth's been installed in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. That happened on the previous stop, so Petrovelli out, Hudspeth in. If you started with a bronze, which most drivers did, or most teams did in GTE, the 90 minutes has long been completed now. We're almost up to 1 hour and 45 minutes for bronze-rated drivers. So Sarah Bovey, should she wish to, can get out of that car. But they've turned up one opportunity to make the stop during the full course yellow.
Car 9 must respect track limits at turn 19 and respect full course yellow. So, if anything, that's an odd one, because it was the car for me that was behind.
Yeah, true.
That made up the gap.
Well, how close did they run into the full course yellow? And I think then as Correa, you know, stamped on the anchors, how many full course yellows has he had to deal with in his career? This is the first race of his season in ELMS. He might not be...
Do they have virtual safety car in FIF3 and FIF2?
Good question. Somebody will know the answer to that.
I don't watch it.
I'm
just too busy with sports cars.
Well, exactly. And you'll have 24 Grand Prix.
So if you're listening, Alex Brundle,
tomorrow,
just
tomorrow, next year,
drop us a line. You've got the number.
Yeah. Is Manuel Correa used to going into a full course yellow at speed? It didn't appear to be at Pouon, but that also meant that Matthias Besch was locking up behind as well, and you've got that discrepancy then in the deceleration period for gaps to potentially change.
With thanks to the always positive group on the WC Discord channel, they're confirming that there is virtual safety car in both of those.
Right.
What he won't have is experience of going into a full course yellow in a car this heavy.
True enough. Yeah, and on tyres that are this old, depending on, well, it's still his first stint, isn't it? So I would imagine they gave him new tyres at the start of this, but it's all very new, nevertheless. Knows the track well, but not necessarily the car. That's the lead gap, first to second. Absolutely nothing. It's like a fifth of a car length, if that.
Number 3, United Autosports car pits actually from the lead at the moment as things stand live with Kai van Berlo aboard the United Autosports car. This is going to change radically and rapidly in the latter part of this race. You know what? I'm going to better the input from the WC Discord channel with the message I've just got from Eduardo Freitas. Hello, boss. F2 and F3, virtual safety car, not full course yellow. Alex Brundle's also popped up, so everybody's listening.
Excellent.
And watching.
Like it.
So I'm not intelligent enough or equipped enough with enough mental capacity to work out what the differences are. But either way, Correa certainly seemed to be braking very hard into that full course yellow.
Yeah, you know, you're also reliant on radio signal, it being consistent all the way around a 7-kilometre circuit where there are significant gradient changes here. So did they both get the message at the same time? It should be counted and given a time. But the gap has changed, we think, between those two cars. It's just a warning at this stage for Correa. He must respect the full course yellow, which he knew anyway. And I think if he becomes a persistent offender, that situation may change. But at the moment, we're okay. What
you would expect here is no tyres for 37 and tyres for Fabio Scherer. So I would expect the 37 car to be comfortably off pit lane before the 43. The tyres are indeed ready, with the 37 already rolling. Now we get tyres for the 43. There goes 37. You'll be able to judge the gap if we stay with that shot. We won't. Here come the number 9 and the number 31. This one has got a lot left to give.
Oh yeah.
In what is still not halfway in this race. 43 car pushed back. There'll be a car just outside the shot in the right there. There it is. It's the number 13, sister car in LMP3, probably waiting for its pit stop time to elapse. 43 rejoins, but Nico Lapierre now will have Phil Hansen behind him. There is the lead gap. Fabio Scherer some little way back now.
That's surely no longer Fabio, though. No, it's not. It's David Heinemeier Hansen.
It is.
Say surely it's still for another stint, because David Heinemeier Hansen now has some silver time to burn.
And switch around, by the way, the pits there. 31 is ahead of 9.
Yes.
Coming out of pit lane. It's Matthias Besch, Manuel Correa. And what was the difference in pit stop time? It was 1 second.
Wow. And depending on where they're positioned in the pits, it might be that Besch got away well, and then they couldn't wave the number 9 car in front of the 31 for fear of an unsafe release. As mentioned, Sarah Bovey had done her hour and a half a little while ago. We're almost up to an hour and 50 minutes, so staying at the wheel for longer, but she was clearly comfortable in the current phase of the race. They need to make sure that the driver change is kind of in sync with fuel as well.
Let's watch how this happens, because they were very close together, weren't they, with Kessel Racing? Who's going to be quicker in the pit stop? Is it going to be Iron Lynx and Guilherme Kessel? They are fierce rivals.
Yeah. So the work continuing on the left of your shot.
83 goes.
Iron Dame's car, the Iron Lynx machine. It is moving again. Car guys further up the pit lane, but the 83 is still just ahead. But it's a good pit stop for Car Guy and for Kessel Racing. Conrad Grudevel would have got out of that car as well. So the new drivers. No, Sarah Bovey's still on board. Surely
no, that's not right.
That's got to be a driver ID glitch. But Fredrik Scharndorf of Denmark has taken over in the 57 car.
Well, our timing says that the 83 car was 20 seconds slower on that pit stop. I'm not buying that. No, my apologies, 5 seconds slower. I'll buy that.
Okay. So 1 minute and 17 for car 57 and 1 minute and 22 for Iron Lynx. We reckon now in the hands, there definitely was a driver change there, because Sarah Bovey's now chatting to Haley.
I'm joined here by Sarah Bovey, driver of car number 83 for Iron Lynx. I just want to go back on the incident earlier, how you avoided car number 57, Kessel Racing.
First, I have to say sorry to my mom. She's here, she was in the radio. I'm quite sure she had a heart attack, so sorry about that, Mom. I saw him spinning. I was thinking that he wouldn't come back, and then all of a sudden the car changed complete direction, and reflex, you know. So I'm very lucky, I think, that I managed to avoid it, because that kind of crash can happen very easily, very quickly. It's another proof that Spa-Francorchamps, you need to respect it a lot, and yeah, I'm glad that we managed to get out of it without anything.
Great, thank you very much, Sarah.
And otherwise, just a superb stint yet again from Sarah Bovey, bringing the Iron Lynx car in from the class lead. They have kept it as well as we go back to green. And the new driver, well, shall we guess, because it's not Sarah, Michel Gatting, maybe, to leave Dorian Pan for the closing stages. Definitely saw a driver change take place there.
100%.
Clearly, because we've just heard from Sarah.
I would guess if we've not seen the driver ID changed, it will be the less experienced driver that's done that, or not done that.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe Dorian Pan in there, and here we go.
Well, the radio message will, I'm sure, be now being pumped into the cockpit to get that changed as quick as possible.
Did Phil Hansen jump the 37 at the restart? It's just been jumped back.
Phil Hansen did briefly lead Nicolas Lapierre. So has Hansen got out of the full course yellow more readily than the Frenchman? Big lock-up. Can't make the corner, in fact, at La Source. And Nicolas Lapierre, an uncharacteristic error, has something failed on the car. The tyres all appear to be still inflated. What on earth happened there? Hit the brakes, lock up, no retardation at all, and could not turn right through La Source corner.
Still the 31 ahead of the 9, so a big moment for Nicolas Lapierre there. Yet another defining moment for this race. So Phil Hansen of United Autosports leads the race now. David Heimeyer Hansen, Matthias Pesch, Juan Manuel Correa and Nicolas Lapierre, it says here. That can't be right. Lapierre is second, I'm sure. Yes, now clears.
So Lapierre stayed ahead of Inter-Europol competitions David Heimeyer Hansen. Did he just catch a bit of a wet patch that is still there at La Source corner? That was the most bizarre moment I've seen, but nevertheless, at least it was damage limitation for Lapierre, and he managed to rejoin the track, having to go right around the outside of the gravel trap. So let's see it again. So Hansen, you think, was briefly ahead on the run into the bus-stop chicane, then flashing of the lights. Now, is there a damp patch at the circuit? It looks dry over there.
I think he just got too deep in.
Left his brake too late.
Just an error. I think that's what you'll hear from Nick Lapierre when we finally get to speak to him.
He is human after all.
34 and 88 involved here, and that has just changed. Nicholas Nielsen going ahead of Charlie Eastwood. And that is a change for second in LMP2 Pro-Am. This is a cracking race.
Down the hill into Bruxelles. 88 on the inside, being chased all the way by fellow Pro-Am entry Racing Team Turkey. So Nielsen up against Charlie Eastwood.
He's in trouble. Nicolas Lapierre is in trouble. That's a puncture, left rear puncture.
So is that what caused the problem? We didn't get a glimpse of that side of the car.
Effect. It was.
Is the tyre down when he turns finally right?
No, it's not.
No. Or is it just a slow puncture that has... Well,
that tyre is fully up there.
Substantial run through the gravel, which could very easily have caused the puncture.
Oh dear, so what looked like excellent strategy from Cool Racing, fantastic pace from both the first two drivers, goes up in literal tyre smoke.
And a double pole position for Cool Racing now results in horrendous luck for the 17, which is not rejoined after huge damage for Mo Smith, after contact from Horst Felbermeyer Jr. And now their challenger in LMP2 majorly suffering, first of all, from perhaps a mistake from Nicolas Lapierre into La Source corner, followed by a puncture, and the car has dropped out of the top 6.
I think he's going to be out the top 10.
Well, By the time other cars sweep through, that is a very likely possibility. We're now waiting for Nicholas Nielsen and Charlie Eastwood to arrive.
There he goes.
And they go through as well. So you're right, it's going to be 10th. Blimey, how quickly things can change. So and Phil Hansen now leads the motor race.
Indeed. So that moment at turn 1, and the puncture getting into the pits and out the pits. He led the race 2 laps ago. Nico Lapierre is now 68 seconds behind Phil Hansen in 2 laps.
Almost some contact there between the car guy Ferrari and the car doing the lappery. Nicholas Nielsen in AF Courses 88. 57 now being driven by Frederick Scharndorf, as mentioned, and creeping through on the inside at Bruxelles, Charlie Eastwood.
Confirmed, by the way, both by Haley and pit lane and now on timing and scoring. Here's Dorian Pat, leads this race. She's having a cracking season in the Ferrari Challenge. It's been a successful route for the Iron Dames to develop their drivers. Michel Gatting, champion, I think it was last year. Dorian Pan looking to sail towards the championship this year. Number 11 on number 3. That is for second. Jim Maguire being taken by Jerome de Saddelier. So DKR from Euro International for United Autosports. 360 Racing still in a very strong position there. Ross Kaiser aboard the number 6 car. So Phil Hansen, 15 seconds, the gap to David Heimar Hansen, who's been reeled in by Matthias Besch. So TDS Racing. Still though, we still need to see Philip Chimodomo, don't we? He
Yes.
did not start the race.
That's right.
So they've not burned their bronze time yet.
So Timon von der Helm did a stint as a silver driver. Matthias Besch is in now as the quickest of the 3. And yes, Philip Chimodomo, the bronze, needing to finish the race, presumably. So that will drop the Pro-Am car a little further back. Whether they can retain the lead is the big question then. It'll be Chimodomo probably against... well, who will be left in the 88 car, having seen Perodo drive it, and now Nicholas Nielsen. It'll be Alessio Rivera in the closing stages. And for Racing Team Turkey, new driver into 34 this weekend, Will Stevens, will close things out for the Turkish flagged team, although TF Sport very much based in the UK. As down the hill into the double gauche at Pouon, here goes the number 69 Aston Martin of Oman Racing. And that car currently in 3rd in the hands of Sam Dahan, chasing down the bright yellow car guy Ferrari from Kessel Racing and Frederick Scharndorf. And Dorian Pat only in her 2nd race of the season in ELMS, replacing Rahel Fry, who stepped out to concentrate on GT3 matters elsewhere in the motorsport world.
New fastest lap of the race, and again it goes from the EDEC Sport car, now in 35th place. This time though to Paul Chatin with a 2:05.893, and again that's 3.5 seconds quicker than the lead cars are currently doing.
Number 60 Iron Lynx Ferrari, don't confuse that one with the car guy car. This is a battle for position between Matteo Cressoni in the prancing horse and the Aston Martin driven by Johnny Adam right behind. So John Hartshorn getting out, the Scotsman in, and Adam looking slightly quicker of the 2, but looking for a way by. So again, this is the great mix that we have in GTE racing currently. Front engine Aston Martin, although turbocharged these days, versus mid-engine Ferrari with its 3.9 litre twin turbocharged V8 as well.
We're going to miss these cars. One more year to go after this season here in the European Le Mans Series and the FIA World Endurance Championship. Just what we're going to see next season, which cars are with which teams, wait and see. There are a couple of surprises to come.
Well, certainly the variety will build because it's being opened up to GT3, but you know, how many driver aids will be included within that? A lot of people say that for Le Mans GT runners, you want to be all about the driver's finesse and skill rather than helping them out with traction control and ABS. These cars still very much without those devices, and it's fabulous to witness the 3 different manufacturers that it's become within GTE AM, effectively, that runs in this championship: Aston, Ferrari and Porsche.
Believe, by the way, we're going to see in 2024, when the first year of that GT3-based formula, the GT3 AM and GT3 classes in the European Le Mans Series and the FIA World Endurance Championship, as things currently stand, will both run the GT3 Premium Pack, yet to be explained, but believed to be kind of performance aero-based, whereas Michelin Le Mans Cup will continue with GT3, but in its basic form. I say basic, as well, 600 horsepower.
They're still ridiculously powered, high-performance Grand Touring cars. However, that does make sense to me, because Michelin Le Mans Cup is meant to be an entry-level category. You wouldn't want a premium package strapped onto those cars. And, well, I mean, what it's set to do, potentially, is bolster the GT3 entry in Michelin Le Mans Cup as well, which, you know, has struggled from time to time. Yesterday's race, just 5 GT3 cars within it, but the change to those new rules for next year in the other ACO categories should hopefully bolster Le Mans Cup too.
Just an update on the battle for second place. David Heimer Hansen lost a couple of seconds to Matthias Pesch. Stopped the rot. In fact, he was quicker by almost 2 seconds last time around. A bit of traffic, I'm sure, but the gap's still 7.5 seconds. Heimer Hansen in second place from Matthias Pesch in third. For Hansen, though, 15 seconds to the good now for United Autosports. Down the Kennels straight come the battling GTEs here. Johnny Adams to the outside this time. He's going to make it stick, and does it. Neat and tidy stuff. Oh, but didn't hold the position on track. He's going to have to let him go by again.
And that overtake was already questionable for me, because you didn't see, but Johnny had already straight-lined Randy on, so he gained an advantage onto the straight because he didn't keep within the track limit. This now is a separate move, so he's kind of conceded that place. He's going to push on again, but yeah, had he made it stick, kind of like the 34 car just did, in fact, around the outside of Nicholas Nielsen. That was a superb overtake from Charlie Eastwood to now get ahead of the day.
So Charlie Eastwood, having been taken by the AF Corsa car, gets that place back. Calapia, by the way, 6 seconds back from this pair. The motorsport car, having lost that time with the puncture. Wigan de Vilde is another lap down on this battle. He's not in this fight.
Down through Pouhon will go Nicholas Nielsen. Yeah, I've got to say, on probably older tyres now compared to Charlie Eastwood, or those tyres on the Team Turkey car have been treated slightly better, because ordinarily there wouldn't be that much performance difference between Charlie Eastwood and Nicholas Nielsen. They produce very similar lap times, but he's just disappearing into the distance now as the Irishman. Johnny Adams going to have another stab at this. Again, shaping up Matteo Crisoni, silver rated rather than Johnny Adam, who is platinum. And looking for his a chance to overtake again, but it'll have to be on the next lap. So the 38-year-old from Kirkcaldy in Scotland, shaping up Italian racer Crisoni, who's been in this ELMS Championship for a number of seasons now, all pretty much with Ferraris, but he is part of the defending championship lineup from Iron Links, we should remember as well, winners last year.
Round they go again for another crack at this battle. It's a battle for 8th and 9th, but nonetheless engaging. LMP3, by the way, Deco Engineering, a completely different strategy, but 7 seconds ahead of your international number 11 car, the 40 car Duquesne, Alexander Bekantsov from Castellet in the Euro International car. Nico Pino is catching Castellet in third, in the number 13 into Europol car. Ross Kaiser still hanging on in there. Every time I seem to have looked at this timing screen, Ross Kaiser's been fourth. Or that car has been fourth. So they're looking pretty good at the moment at this point, 360 Racing. The P2 cars from Alcott Pro Racing just getting between the two battling GTEs for the moment. It clears Crisoni now. Next up, the BHK Motorsport car, who's that in his World Tracks? That's Nielsen Racing. Not for, that is for position. That's Matt Bell catching Sergio Campana for 12th position. So that is a battle for position. Warning for Johnny Adams for abusing track limits.
Right, so yes, that was probably at the start of the Kemmel Straight, as mentioned, at Radion, and then he went round the outside, but in fairness gave the place back again at Le Com corner. But that's clearly been spotted by the race director's department. Meantime, Nicholas Nielsen running third in the Pro-Am part of LMP2. When you lump all the P2s together, he's ninth, and ahead of Nicolas Lapierre, a recovering Lapierre after that unexplained off at turn 1, then a puncture, and so costly, that sequence of events, taking the car out of what was the race lead at the time. Johnny Adam with a very good run on Cressoni this time around. Can Cressoni hold the Scotsman back? Not sure that he can. Just out of frame. Surely the Aston Martin is through, and he is, yes.
Yeah. Nico Pino, as we speak, by the way, goes through to second place, courtesy of Jerome de Saint-Hilaire, down pit lane with the number 11 Euro International car. There's going to be all sorts of cards to play in LMP3 at the end of this race. Cars multiple on completely different fuel strategies. Long stops to burn for some teams, not for others. Under 2 hours to go, we are into the second half of this race.
Jerome de Saint-Hilaire's Euro International car jacked up, and presumably a driver change taking place there.
Charlie Eastwood has driven away from the 88 car.
Yeah.
The Milner Motorsport car has also now unlapped himself from the 88, so it's a problem.
Well,
is that 88 car on older rubber?
A point I made at the time, and it can only be tyres, because normally Eastwood and Nielsen are probably very similar. This is the point where the Aston Martin dive bombed the Ferrari, and it will squeeze up the inside just out of shot, but that will give Johnny Adam, or has given Johnny Adam, the place. Let's work that out. 8th spot in GTE, 95 ahead of car 60.
Yeah.
But yeah, as soon as Eastwood made the move around the outside of Le Com corner on Nielsen now, I think in that difficult spell, he's been told, we've got to make these tyres last for a second stint, and they will have been pushed hard during the opening stint, probably, for the Danish driver. And just a question of having to live with the setup, but the car's all over the place. That's nothing to do with Nicholas whatsoever. No. Here's the race leader, Phil Hansen, on his 50th lap. So that's a key point in the race, and we're roughly half distance. We might hit 100 at this rate.
It may be traffic related, but for the last 2 or 3 laps, he's been caught by David Heinemeier Hansen. It's a good stint here for the Dane. It's a great race so far from the 43 car. If they win this race, what a headline that's going to be.
Last year's 4 hours of Spa reached 99 laps, so we can go one better and hit triple figures. That'll be impressive.
Don't think it's going to happen.
You don't reckon?
We're 49 laps now. Okay, we've had some neutralisation.
10 minutes, north of half distance, so approximately a bit of a
Not a million miles away from it, despite that. But it's been a great race.
Yeah. And obviously 20-odd minutes taken away from us with the opening safety car. Then a couple of full course yellows as well. 12 seconds currently separate Phil Hansen from David Heinemeier Hansen in the Inter-Europol competition chasing car. So on a much more slippery track surface, particularly offline, it was a delicate first few laps for everybody selected for the opening stint. Amazingly, everyone got safely through La Source, but it was later on the opening lap where the carnage hit at Le Com corner. That incident accounted for 3 LMP3s. This was Paul Lafargue having to limp home with suspension damage after his car slipped to the back of the pack on the formation lap. 2 spins on the green flag lap for the Frenchman. But then, as I say, about 20 minutes into the race, so 10 minutes to midday, we got going again at full race speed, and were treated to a really good dice at the head of the order. This was not pretty, though. Horst Felbermeyer Jr. running into the rear of Mo Smith and doing massive damage to the 17 Cool Racing car, putting it out of the race. How about this for a dramatic spin? Konrad Grunewald spinning round and round and just about missing Rahel Fry. That does not get any easier to watch every time we see it. Rahel Fry, and particularly her mother, still digesting that moment. But thankfully, the Ferrari left the scene unscathed and came into the pits still with a race lead. This was Mo Smith, having taken the best part of 10 minutes to complete a lap, though, on 3 wheels. Down towards the end of the Kemmel Straight. A move that had to be aborted by Ferdinand Habsburg. His attempt to overtake Duncan Tappy, both would take to the escape road, but Ferdinand Habsburg had the heads-up thinking to give the place back again for fear of being penalised. Fabio Scherer and Nicolas Lapierre coming to blows into Le Fagnes corner. That was what Cool Racing thought of the incident. Here there was contact between Ugo de Wilde and the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. David in here, which fault which side of the fence the fault lay there, perhaps another racing incident, but Ugo de Wilde's tyre would subsequently explode further around the lap coming out of Pouhon and would immediately force him into the pits. This again was a strange moment for Nicolas Lapierre, dicing for the lead of the race initially with Fabio Scherer. He did get ahead, in fact, and did that on the exit of La Source corner, but it was a few laps after this into turn 1 where Lapierre made an uncharacteristic error. We'll get to that in a moment, but first of all, the lead change. Fabio Scherer had been pretty brutal in his defence at times. Then a full course yellow to tend to the track. Lots of debris that would need to be recovered, including from Ugo de Wilde's Milner Motorsport car. To the outside, retaking the race lead ahead of Phil Hansen was Lapierre, but then he couldn't get the car stopped. This had us puzzled for a while. Appears to just be an error from Nicolas Lapierre, so experienced in P2 and indeed LMP1 cars through the years. A puncture later on in the lap would take 37 out of the equation. Now 22 leads. So here is the current order of things with 51 laps completed, 13.8 seconds the gap for United Autosport's Phil Hansen. We've already seen a stint from his teammate Duncan Tappy, and a brilliant one it was, leading then, as I say, by nearly 15 seconds over David Heinemeier Hansen. Matthias Besch for TDS Racing lead the Pro-Am part of LMP2. In LMP3, it's Nico Pino now with the Inter-Europol competition car number 13. In turn ahead of car 4 for DKR Engineering and the 2 United Autosports cars of Bailey Voisin and Jim Maguire. And GTE is still led by the Iron Dames Iron Lynx entry, number 83 for Dorian Pin, who took over from Sarah Bovey after about an hour and 50 minutes for the Brussels woman. She is ahead, Pin is ahead of Frederick Schandorf for Kessel Racing number 57 and Sam Dahan for Oman Racing. And there is your LMP3 leader, young Chilean driver Nico Pino, heading down the hill towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, as we said at the start of the race, Johnny, the 13 crew is gelling nicely, isn't it? So keep an eye on just exactly which way. This is going to be a seesaw battle in LMP3, just because of the way the rule set works with those 2 time stops that each team must take, a minute and 45 seconds, and by no means all the teams have taken those stops yet. In GTE, well, watch for this, Dorian Pin doing a great job at the moment, being chased by Frederick Schandorf in that Kessel Racing car. Still have Michelle Gatting to come for Iron Dames, but Mikkel Jensen to come in the Kessel Racing car, and that is going to be one hell of a battle. But the overall lead, it's 15 seconds to the good now. Phil Hansen above David Heinemeier Hansen.
Looking at David Heinemeier Hansen heading out of La Source and towards Eau Rouge. A chance now to catch up with his teammate, chatting to Haley.
I'm joined here by Fabio Scherer, driver of car number 43 for Inter-Europol competition. You managed to work your way up the field from 39th to at one point first. Just tell us what was key in really kind of advancing at such a quick pace.
I really love those conditions when it's mixed wet, dryish, and that was the key. How I drove through the field. For sure it needs some luck with traffic and everything, but it worked out perfectly. The car felt today quite decent. So really happy with the performance we had today.
Absolutely, some great pace there. But can you just tell us about maybe the contact that you had with Nicolas Lapierre from Cool Racing, because you were really kind of battling it out for the lead at one point?
Yeah, we had a really good fight till this point. Sadly, we had a contact. I think I couldn't really do anything different because I was fully on the inside on all the tire, and he turned quite into me, so we touched and I had to contest here, so he went off.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Fabien.
No problem.
Yeah, so a little bit of opposite lock required. Presumably he was partly in a half spin, and again, that incident was looked at. I think we got an MFA in the end, no further action required. And unfortunately, since then, things have gone very much south for Cool Racing and the 37 car, which is running in 10th place in the hands of Nicolas Lapierre. On the other hand, the 43, still well and truly up there in podium contention. David Heinemeyer Hansen's doing a superb job, a mightily experienced silver-rated driver. Remember, in recent years, I think last year into this, Fabio Scherer changed from being silver to gold. A very quick and still young Swiss driver, Heinemeyer Hansen, in his early 40s these days, but started racing back in 2010 in the IMSA Championship, although originally from Copenhagen.
Yeah, and since then, success in the FIWC. He's raced in LMP2, both forms of LMP2, pre-Gibson era and currently, of course, and in GTE, yeah, with some success there as well. Aston Martins and Porsches. Back to racing after a bit of a break and showing he's not lost any of the fire in his belly. He is fending off the attack from Matthias Besch. Jan van Uter, by the way, in the Panis racing car, is the man on the move at the moment. He's edging closer to Juan Manuel Correa. Let's just see, there goes the Prema car, just coming into shot, and on board now with Jan van Uter.
Now, the car in front of him, not exactly on the ideal LMP2 racing line. That was Jim Maguire, looking to get through Les Combes corner as quickly and safely as possible, but Joop van Uiter needing to get out of the throttle to avoid some contact with the American driver. 65 then, Panis Racing running in 5th, and possibly not far away from a driver change either, because Nico Jamin proving to be so quick, particularly at Barcelona last time out during qualifying, not far away from taking over from the Dutchman.
I'll just make one quick mention that the 28 EDEC Sport car has been in the garage for some little while. It's the car that had all the trouble at the start of the race, but it's been going extremely quickly. Jamin ready to take over the number 65 car. There's another crew, this 65 crew, that has been gelling very well indeed. Julian Canal, Jan van Uter and Nico Jamin proving to have real pace, real solid consistency as well, and the results are coming as a result of that.
Well, they've never been out of the top 4 all year, in fact. A 3rd, a 4th, and then 2 second places for the Jamin, Canal and Van Uiter combination.
They're coming through the bus stop. Oh, trouble for David Heinemeyer Hansen.
Just as we were talking about him.
No,
and it's almost another full spin as he recovers. Actually did pretty well to stop that. The pendulum swinging too far,
he's
almost
lost second,
to the left. Yeah.
And he's lost 3rd. Is the Prema car through? No, it's not. So he's managed to retain 3rd place, but now under pressure from these 2 cars behind. This is the battle at the moment for the final podium spot, albeit with 100 minutes to go.
And a much better run for Correa and indeed Van Uiter. This is when the iron is hot. They need to strike now. Surely not 3 abreast with a GT car to negotiate as well.
It's Van Uiter, takes both.
Van Uiter to the inside line at Les Combes corner, and still undecided between 9 and 43 in his wake, but beautifully read there by Dutch driver and former LMP3 champion Joop van Uiter. Realised the 43 was recovering from some sort of moment, although they wouldn't have known exactly what it was because it was around the blind last horse corner that Heinemeyer Hansen had his spin, but clearly the 43 was a sitting target there, And Van Aert judging it to perfection to slip on the inside of not only DHH, but Juan Manuel Correa as well.
Well, this is what started that battle, or put the battle together. It was David Heinemeier Hansson making one and then a second error. That brought him back out onto the racing surface just ahead of the battling cars behind, and then Joop van Uytert, I think, got the double toe more than anything else. 3 wide.
And he got by the Ferrari at the same time.
Judged it to absolute perfection. I was about to praise Juan Manuel Correa in his debut in an LMP2 car. He's done very well here, but Joop van Uytert, with the extra experience he's got with these cars, showing the way it is done.
So Van Uytert now up to 3rd position for Panis Racing. That's a great spot to be handing the car over fairly shortly to Nico Jamad. Does he dive into the pits this time around? No, going to stay around. He's going to stay on the track for at least another 7 Ks. 10.1 seconds is the deficit between Matthias Besch and Joop van Uytert, but he has wriggled free into clear air and can start to maybe eat away at that now.
This is the interesting lap without traffic ahead of him now, and he's not going to hit traffic until probably Les Combes. What can he do about catching Matthias Besch? Besch 10 seconds to the good here, up through Le Rouge and Radion come the 3 battling LMP2s. Heinemeier Hansson will be kicking himself for that error. And it compromised him all the way to that double overtake.
Well, you've got massively flat-spotted tyres and a much slower exit from La Source corner. And now he's going to have to live with that set of tyres to the end of the stint as well, which is far from ideal. Possibly stay on board for another one too, but tyres are heavily restricted. They might be forced into a tyre change for the second stint for David. We'll wait and see.
Hugo de Vilde after that puncture, who would spin earlier, now in the business of trying to unlap himself from other LMP2 cars. His next target is the number 19 Algar Pro car, just the car that had the trouble on the way into pit lane. 19 continues and is in 8th place in the hands of Philippe Buchanan.
Well up the curb there for Nicholas Nielsen. Still suffering a touch, we think, because of older tyres compared to those around. And the 88 car last time did a 2:09. I've got the right line there. 2:12, yeah, was Ugrand's time. So a 2:09.2, which is okay, actually. On that occasion, quicker than the race leader, Phil Hansen.
Nico Lapierre just behind this battle as well. In fact, we can see the mirrors for the F Corsa car. We'd be seeing the 37 car less than 2 seconds back. So he's recovering. Still in 10th, but making up time rather than positions at the moment. And now we're getting into a position where there are positions to be gained by the pace he's undoubtedly still got in that 37 car. So he goes on the 93. The car sits 7th, by the way. Richard Lietz at the board, the number 93 Proton competition car. Still Iron Lynx leading. 2 seconds to the good from Frederick Scharndorf in the 57 Kessel racing car. So the 83 for the 57, dropping back Sam de Haan, struggling to maintain this pace in the 69 Aston Martin at the moment. There is Nico Lapierre. It's not 2 seconds, is it?
No.
More like 6/10.
So much closer quarters than the last time they headed through a split. Meanwhile, there's the number 9 car in 4th position, ahead of 5th place David Heinemeier Hansson. So Juan Manuel Correa and Heinemeier Hansson still very close to one another, looking for a run at the inside of the 15 from RLR M Sport. That is the car that was started by Horst Feldmeier Jr. And 15 now has at the wheel Austin McCusker, but it was a long time in the pit lane being repaired. They've also had a drive-through penalty as well, the most recent visit to the pit lane.
So through goes Correa, now through goes Heinemeier Hansson. Joop van Uytert, though, has gapped this pair, 2 seconds to the good. Dealt well with traffic, dealt well with the opportunity that a clear track ahead offered him. That gap that was 10 seconds down to 9 to Matthias Besch.
Into Campus corner for Correa and Heinemeier Hansson. Correa just edging away a little bit now, so establishing more of a rhythm, perhaps. and looking ideally to try and keep up with Joop van Uitert, but that gap's very quickly built up to 3.5 seconds now, and van Uitert on a tear, looking to condense the gap to Matthias Becher as much as possible before he hands the car over to his French teammate Nico Jamat. In LMP3, Nico Pino leading by almost 30 seconds over Alexander Pukantsov, so things are looking rosy for the time being for Inter-Europol competition, but it depends which of their stops they've made and when, although Pino's pace, electric. He's just done the car's best lap of the race, a 2:14.7, which is really hustling in LMP3.
So now clear of traffic, what can Correa do about Joop van Uitert? The answer is not a lot. He's dropping back from Panis Racing car. Duquesne team down pit lane for what I think will be the end of Mathieu de Barbo's first LMP2 stint. Big wiggle into Les Combes there from one of the United Autosports P3 cars, but managed to gather that up. Take a look at who that would be. It might well have been Brady Frazan. It was. So the number 30 car about to get full service. Driver change has been near completed. Fuel still going into the car, and the Duquesne team tyre changes ready to roll. 21 from Milner Motorsport also on pit lane, and still we've got this trio of cars battling away here for what is this? This is the 7th, 8th and 9th place cars.
So Philippe Ugran, new to the championship, ahead of Nicolas Nielsen and Nicolas Lapierre. So Lapierre trying to gather those places back again that he lost with the error first of all at turn 1, and then the puncture that we guess he picked up after the run through the gravel trap at La Source. Pace seems to be back with the car though now, having had perhaps half a set of tyres replaced. I'm not sure they did all 4 corners. Again,
I think all 3 of these cars are on old rubber.
Yeah,
which,
judging by their pace,
I should say, kudos to Philippe Ugran. He's in very illustrious company here. Factory driver from Ferrari, Nicolas Nielsen, factory driver from Alpine, Nicolas Lapierre, and all of a sudden, here come the LMP2s down pit lane. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all on pit lane. 31, 65, 9 and 43. Phil Hansen has gone longer.
So he's happy to stay out for a 59th lap, which he's just begun. And does that suggest that some of the teams near to United Autosports are also choosing to pit at this point? They want to avoid any tangles potentially in the pit lane, but he'll need the fuel, of course, so they'll probably just working to their own strategy, let everyone else worry about themselves. Into the pit lane come the 19 and the 88 cars, so one Pro-Am and one standard driver lineup.
Going through it as he would, 37, Cool Racing into 2nd place, remember, because they'll have fueled the car when he came in with the puncture. So he's out of kilter with the rest of these cars.
Yes.
Out and back onto the track is the Inter-Europol car. Still says David Heimer Hansen at the wheel.
Yeah, well, he's only done 1 stint, and it's the silver time that is crucial within LMP2. So after Fabio Scherer did, well, most of the first 2 hours, I think we're in now for a fair bit of Heinemeier Hansen time, certainly at least 2 stints. And then the 3rd and final driver will be Pietro Fittipaldi in car 43 for Inter-Europol.
In comes the leader now, Phil Hansen, with almost exactly 90 minutes to go. So that's more than 2 stints.
Yes. But they got that awkward extra bit at the end.
You do.
For a splash and dash.
Everybody at this point praying for some kind of intervention that doesn't involve them.
Well, indeed.
And that, I think, 34 and 88 swap places again in the pits there. 88 ahead again.
We've had plenty of safety car / full course yellow to this point, but actually not any for a little wee while. So a sustained run of green, which is what we all wanted, to try and judge the pattern of this. And as 1 or 2 cars have dropped out of the race, conditions have improved. let's hope that we can stay green for as long as possible.
So a few driver changes to report there. Panis Racing commander Nico Jaman, as we saw, ready to get in here, has indeed climbed aboard. Louis Delatraz takes over from Juan Manuel Correa. Welcome to Sports Car Racing, Juan Manuel. Excellent stuff to start with. Richard Bradley is aboard the Duquesne team car now. Alessia Rivera in for AF Corsa. Will Stevens, Racing Team Turkey. Ben Fiscal back aboard the 19. Alex Peroni aboard the 47. Algar Pro running 10th and 11th.
Inside the final 90 minutes, and quite a collection of LMP2s rejoining the racetrack after recent stops.
Cool Racing take the lead because of that stop for United Autosport, but here's the interesting thing, you know, how far can they go on fuel? They may, rather oddly, have fallen into quite a neat strategy here.
I reckon Lapierre's done a 16-lap stint to this point, and those now behind him had done 17 laps on the fuel. In Richard Bradley's case, he did 18 laps, in fact. So it's only going to be 1 or 2 extra laps that Lapierre can do. He does take the race lead on the 60th lap, though, as a result of that. But it's that errant 2-lap stint, I think. Yeah, that was between the scheduled fuel and then the puncture, which forced them into an extra stop, but a later stop. So this is a shorter fuel run for Lapierre as things stand.
He's the one, probably the only one, that potentially in that lead group could get home on 2 stops. Potentially. It's really tight.
Yeah.
And it's not in his favour, if you see what I mean. It's tight on the outside, not the inside. He's not good, Drive-through penalty for car 11 speeding in the pit lane. That's the Euro International car that sits down in 7th in LMP3. And I think you're going to see similar for the 95 Aston Martin as well. Reported to the stewards for track limits.
The third and final driver in United Autosport's 22 takes over. So Tom Gamble now put into that car. Should be okay to the finish. Phil Hansen did a double, didn't he? So yeah, that's, I reckon, Phil's time ticked off as the well, it's Gamble actually we need to be more concerned about, because he's the silver, Tappy rather.
Gapier on pit lane now. United Autosport's back to the lead. An hour and 27 minutes to go.
Yeah, so as expected, a 17-lap stint for Nicolas Lapierre. That's about right when you look at David Heinemeier Hansen and Matthias Besch's last efforts. Neither of those drivers got out of their cars, incidentally. So Heinemeier Hansen back up the second, Besch now third for TDS Racing by Vaillant. The difference with the Pro-Am race leader is that there's still been no driving from Philippe Gimodomo just yet. He is the bronze.
He will need, the 37 will need another stop, 2 stops.
2 more stops, you think, from here?
Roughly 40 minutes for fuel. Yes?
Yeah, sometimes they can make 45. I mean, it's pretty high throttle stuff around here, particularly thinking about the Kemmel Straight and Blanchimont as well. But remember, when the LMP2 cars, their performance was slowed a touch, then they could all of a sudden make a bit more fuel mileage. But it's that grey area between 40 and 45 minutes, and you need to do it twice as well.
Remember, we've got the renewable fuel now. That's played with those numbers a little bit. The calorific value of that fuel, the amount that you need for the same power, effectively. But it is a massive step forward in terms of the social responsibility aspect of motor racing. This Total Energies fuel, made from the absolute dregs, effectively the waste products from winemaking.
Grape residue.
Well, no, it's not, because grape residue you could use as a food product.
Right.
This is not anything you could use as a food product. It really is stems and all the stuff that otherwise would have to be landfill or compost.
So it is absolute waste.
It is absolute waste.
And it's being turned into energy to power these cars, which is a phenomenal project, and mainly out of France, but other areas of Europe as well. Not sure whether there are any Belgian vineyards that have been visited to gather together what would normally just end up in the trash can, but why not? And yeah, various refineries churn this stuff out.
This one refinery in Lyon. one I'm quite familiar with. We drive by it on the way down and back from Paul Ricard every year. Huge place on the outskirts of France's second largest city.
The number 4 car into pit lane from LMP3. That's Alexander Bukantsov, pitting from 4th position in the only Duquesne, about to rejoin the race. But we'll now head to the GTE world with Hayley.
I'm down here in the Kessel Racing Garage, joined by driver of car number 57, Konrad Grunwald. Konrad, I think we all had our hearts in our mouths earlier with that incident when you had that off, and of course Sarah Bovey narrowly missing you.
That was very close. The track was drying. I was so close to flat the lap before, so I used a bit more road on entry, and my left rear got into a little bit of water, and the rest is, it was a ride. It was exciting, and thank you, Sarah, for not collecting me. Luckily, the car's in one piece. We came in, we got some new tires, and we're in P2 right now, so still got a bit of time to go. Hopefully, my teammates carry me the rest of the way. So
you only called up, what, 10 days ago, you just said to me, to come and join the team for 4 hours of Spa. So first time in ELMS?
Yeah, first time, having a great time. Great group of drivers, lots of fun. Track's amazing, car's amazing. So yeah, really happy to be here.
How are you finding adapting to everything?
I mean, it's a race car, so it does race car things. Getting used to the tire was the biggest thing. It's different than the Pirelli or the Michelin. So getting used to the Goodyear, which is a great tire, it just took a bit of getting used to. So.
Are we going to see you back on the LMS?
I hope so. We'll see.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, he has driven a GTE Ferrari before, in fact at Le Mans this year with AF Corsa, when he joined, amongst others, Vincent Abril. This is a dice for Pro-Am honours on track.
Huge moment on the Kemmel Straight there, as the cars went side by side, 2 wheels from the 34 car on the grass at VMAX.
Ouch.
So this is the lap before? That is the 37 car going up the inside of the 88. So 37 up into 7th position with FIA now at the wheel of the car. Watch this, Johnny, as he goes to the outside, squeezed. Oh dear, oh dear.
Lawnmowering it.
That's Will Stevens
to
Alessio
the right-hand
Rivera.
side. Yeah, so Will Stevens, welcome to Racing Team Turkey for the first time, but certainly not to LMP2 racing. He's well versed in hustling one of these prototypes around Spa-Francorchamps circuit.
Yeah, well, Paris Racing for several years, of course, for Will. Latterly, he's been impressing people across in the Untitled Sports Car Championship in DPI machinery. And a man in no little demand, and quite correctly so. Real pace available from the little pocket rocket that is Will Stevens. Formula One experience, of course, on his CV. Francois Perrodo, the boss, watches on as the 88 car comes round for another crack at this. 34 car in the hands of Will Stevens. This is a fight. This is a fight for 8th place, but it's a fight as well for a podium position in LMP2 Pro-Am.
So out of La Source corner, those 2 cars go nose to tail. About a second rather between their previous lap times. But otherwise there will be nip and tuck between these 2 guys. Alessio Rivera, the relatively new guy to AF Corsa, and the combination of Francois Perrodo and Nicholas Nielsen, but it has been a trio that has worked neatly for the last 3 seasons. 2020 was the first time he broke into the ELMS, the 27-year-old from Varese. And then you've got Will Stevens right on the boot lid, with his years of competing at ELMS level, but also at World Endurance Championship level as well. Threading their way through the left-hander at Jackie Ick's corner, Speaker's corner, turn 9, and now down the hill towards the Double Gauche. Much drier than it was, well, certainly an hour or so ago. It was incredibly treacherous on the first few laps. And a moment or 2 ago at the end of the Kemmel Straight, what happened here between... It's the 69 Aston Martin around the outside, and...
Apologies, it is 69.
Yeah.
This is the 3rd place car, Sam de Haan. Has found no road to drive upon.
The 5 car in LMP3 doing battle as well. Alex Capadia has now gone on board the RLR M Sport machine. He's in amongst GTs for position, in fact.
Yeah. That Oman racing car is going to be under pressure pretty soon from the closing Absolute Racing car, Alessio Picariello. So Sam de Haan is going to be battling for that final podium position at this stage.
Swinging right, swinging left at the bus stop chicane goes Rivera and Will Stevens. Over the line just ahead of them, the Emerald Green 93 Porsche for Richard Lietz, running 7th in the Proton competition category. Michael Fassbender, incidentally, has been in that car, and we didn't get a chance really to speak about the Irish-German Hollywood actor. That's because his stint was just imperious. It came and it went without any incident at all, and I'm sure he would have been very happy indeed with that, to hand the car over to his teammate, and probably one more driver change to come there, with Zach Robichon yet to pilot the 93.
Oh, potential drama, Johnny, and potential
for the race leader.
And for the third place car, the 31, the TDS Spa-Francorchamps team under investigation for a pit stop. For the pit stop, team manager car 22 to the stewards in race control. What is that going to be about?
Well, will it only relate to a pit stop that maybe we didn't see? Because I don't remember any other incident recently that the 22 car has been involved in. Yes, there was the contact a long time ago between Duncan Tappy and Ferdinand Habsburg, but that was called as a racing incident. So it's something extra that has happened more recently, we have to guess. Now on board with the Proton competition car, peering out of the back of it as Will Stevens makes his way by. The glorious sound of the flat six.
My apologies, he has to, because Ben Fiscal is catching again.
Yeah.
So again, we've got a train of 3 LMP2 cars, a bit of a battle. That little concertina. Let's watch this again. That's the Nielsen Racing car, isn't it?
Yes.
Going off at high speed. So rejoining.
And unfortunately for them, they lost a lot of ground in the early stages. They are now back with a solid bank of LMP2s. 13th position for Ben Hanley. That's another Pro-Am entered car, so they're 5th within the subcategory, but with ground to make up to break into that top 10. And still we got a runaway leader in Pro-Am, but that's slightly misrepresentative because there's been no bronze time so far for TDS Racing.
You know what, if this is a drive-through for car 22, it's going to bring him out right with the 43 car.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think it's 23 seconds to run through pit lane here.
Well, Johnny Adam did it not too long ago for Oman Racing.
That doesn't mean you lose 23 seconds, but it's not far off it.
But also that 23 seconds is time from the white line. You already had to negotiate that pretty awkward pit lane entry before that, which isn't included. So somewhere between 25, 30 seconds it might cost them. Will they hang on to the lead? It's difficult to say from this distance. Certainly going to make it interesting for United Autosports, if that's the decision, of course, and we don't know at this stage.
Absolute Racing pit. So the battle to come with Sam de Haan will not occur quite yet. But they're going to need to pit again, aren't they? That's an hour and 16 is too long.
Yeah. Sebastian Alvarez now with a very good time for the DKR Engineering Duquesne. Alvarez just about the quickest of the trio in car number 4. That's that machine's fastest lap of the race so far, taking over from Alexander Bukantsov. So 4th place for DKR, 3rd for Nielsen Racing and James Littlejohn, chasing down Bailey Voisin, who is 2nd. Nico Pino still leading LMP3 though for Polish team into Europol. Speaking of which, there goes their LMP2 car through Radion.
Yeah, under pressure now from a charging Matthias Besch. Just 1.2 seconds back now for David Heimer Hansen. This has come back in the latter parts of this stint. Heimer Hansen did a great job of fending off Besch. Besch has been just carving away. Remember, 2 things count against car 31. One is there's an investigation underway into a pit stop and a potential infringement and penalty to come. 2 is they've not yet burned any of their bronze driver time.
And, well, I'll have to just check to see how long Jimmy Domo will need to do.
60, is it 60 or 45 minutes now in a 4-hour race?
In an LMP2, but a Pro-Am lineup. So we've got Besh, who will be at least gold, and his teammate in, I remind myself which car I'm talking about, 31, so that is Simon van der Helm, who's silver. So it's bronze, silver, gold. Let's have a little look at it's a minimum, I reckon, of 1 hour and 10.
Right, so 2 stints.
So he's got to get him into the car pretty swiftly.
Very swiftly, next 4 minutes. In fact, just seeing on another camera angle we've got, Chimadomo is helmeted up and ready to go.
Yeah,
so this will be, I think, probably the next lap after this. Don't think he'll be in this time.
Well, that's just about okay, because, yeah, you can burn another lap, another 2 minutes or so, and true enough, Besh stays out. One more run for Matthias Besh, and over the line he will go. Still trying to close the gap where possible on David Heinemeier Hansen, but that is not the priority for TDS Racing by Vaillant.
It might be more of a priority for Matthias Besh.
Indeed.
There's a bit of pride involved here. He's driven for pride all year. There's been something about the body language of the car when Matthias has been in it. As with every professional driver, as we come into this new era of sports car racing, they all want to show those in a position to make those calls they all want to get, that one of the calls comes their way. Matthias Besh, after many years in LMP1 with Rebellion Racing, wants to be part of that game.
Nico Pino getting swamped a little there by Racing Team Turkey's Will Stevens, but Pino in the 13 race-leading LMP3 car focused on the job in hand, and in fact so good is the Inter-Europol competition's performance so far, almost lapping the 4th place P3 car.
Wow.
Because that's Sebastian Alvarez a little bit sideways there, just ahead. So there is a full 7 kilometres between 1st and 4th now in the 2nd prototype category. Another good first sector time from Alvarez, though, on that lap just completed. Nico Molini for Cool Racing on board the 27 car. That's the one that's been in strife at various occasions today when Jean-Ludovic Foubert was at the wheel. And through there slots the 24 Nielsen Racing car into Lecom to get ahead of the absolute racing machine of Estonian driver Martin Rump. So GTE is led by Dorian Pat still. It's been a long time that...
she's pulling away.
Yeah.
She is pulling away from Frederick Schandorf, and they're both pulling away pretty dramatically from Sam de Haan. Jimmy Bruni is, what is he, 34 seconds back from de Haan. The absolute racing car that is slightly off in terms of their strategy, a further 30 seconds back. So where are these battles? Heinemeier Hansen, 30 seconds back from Tom Gamble. We wait to find out what's going on in race control for United Autosports. Remember, team manager called to the stewards. David Heinemeier Hansen in the 43 car, running second. TDS Racing by Vaillant. That pass is not going to come before the end of what we think will be the final lap of this stint for Matthias Besh before we see Philippe Chimadomo, the bronze driver. He's out on pit apron now, and I will predict, with every respect to Philippe, that car will not finish third.
Yes, I think...
if you look at the quality of the drivers behind at the moment, Nico Jaman, Delatraz, Ifeye, Richard Bradley, Alessio Rivera, Will Stevens. The key here is how long can he keep the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am?
Staying ahead of Alessio Rivera when the gap at the moment is about 55 seconds between those two. First and second in Pro-Am.
This is really tight. It's 1 minute and 10 seconds, we said, didn't we?
An hour and 10 minutes,
rather.
Indeed.
Apologies. 23 seconds. He's not going to make it.
Well, now they're hoping that the checkered flag doesn't fall on, well, it won't fall on their car, of course, bang on the 4 hours. They'll be further down the order, but it's a precarious tightrope to be running here.
So he clearly went round again.
Still not been in, Besh.
We saw him come across the line at 1:14. He's gone round again.
Yeah, yeah. So we're now underneath the 1 hour and 10 minutes that Philippe Chimodomo needs to complete. I'm hoping that there isn't a secondary document for the Pro-Am cars, but what I'm reading is for LMP2, Case 2, you have 1 gold or 1 platinum in the crew. Well, that's Besh, and then you can have a bronze and a silver. So bronze, silver, gold, 1 hour and 10 minutes is the minimum time for Chimodomo. So I haven't read that incorrectly. He's going to be...
I'm going to check something, because there was a change for WEC, which caught us out at Fuji.
OK.
So I will go away and check that while you describe to our viewers and listeners just exactly what's going on.
Well, as I say, the flag is due to come out at 3:30 this afternoon. However, of course, Chimodomo's drive time will not end at that point. It will only end when he crosses the line to see the checkered flag. So that's going to be later than the race leader, and therefore after 3:30. But it's, as I say, a dangerous game to be playing, because Matthias Besh still isn't in the pit lane.
In which case I'm checking.
Double check, yes. And I'll talk about something else as the 69 Aston Martin has come down pit road. Now this, again, is going to be a bit of a stretch to get to the end of the race, bearing in mind if we stay green, GTE cars might struggle to do 65 minutes, let alone 68.5 minutes. So nip and tuck, we might need to get these GT cars in at the death of the race.
60 minutes now. It's changed. 60 minutes.
OK. So when did that change?
It changed in March.
Right. So I am looking at some 2022 sporting regulations.
It's exactly the problem we had at Fuji, is that there is not a marked up set of regulations.
All right.
How can we describe this? There's a bone of contention about the communication process involved here, about which I may or may not have been somewhat verbose at Fuji.
Indeed.
Driver change for the Iron Dames from the lead of the race.
Well, that's Michel Gatting this time getting
Castle
in there.
Racing back to the lead.
Gatting changing from Dorian Pan, who's driven again brilliantly well, keeping hold of the race lead for Iron Lynx.
So how far can they go on a tank of fuel? 1 hour and 7 minutes remaining. They're in the range where a caution could get them home here, but the Kessel car is going longer. Advantage Kessel.
Frederick Schandorf now ahead on the road, and with a bit of a gap ahead as well, certainly to the next LMP3 car. So can it utilise that clearer air as the Iron Lynx 83 Ferrari is waved back into the race? 2 fabulous stints for Sarah Bovey, with a huge scare right in the middle of one of them when a spinning Ferrari was just about avoided on the top of Radion corner. And then we had Dorian Pan with a single stint. And as I say, Graham, question marks as to whether these GTEs will be able to get to the finish, because some of them pitting with 68 minutes left on the clock. That's a stretch for me in GTE cars, particularly on one of these, on a circuit like this, which is full throttle for so much of it.
And how deep into the stint is the 57 car?
How deep into the stint is a different question, and therefore will tell us how much fuel it's likely to have on board. Car 57 is nearing the end of a 26-lap stint. Pan did 26 laps, so they reckon they can squeeze 27 out of it.
The point here is that even if he does need a splash, he'll need less of a splash. Tucked in behind the Duquesne team car, here comes 34. This is for 7th place. Can't do it there. It is 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 31. That is the 2nd place TDS car for unsafe release. So with the bronze still to come, here he comes, the new race leader.
Yeah, so that was on the previous stop, wasn't it? Not the one we've been building up for several laps as well.
So 10 seconds plus the bronze time to come.
Yeah.
And this is looking very good at the moment. Freya Corsa currently sitting in 6th position overall. And the gap between Matthias Besh and Alessia Rivera, as Besh comes down pit lane now, 37, 40, 48, 50 seconds. We'll call that 40 seconds because of the 10 seconds. Rivera is going to take 40 seconds out of Philippe Chimodomo on the road.
57 Ferrari from the lead of the class up onto the jacks. Tyre change on all 4 corners for Kessel Racing's Ferrari, and this should see another lead change therefore in GTE, because the bright yellow Ferrari is stationary on pit road. Here comes the 83 to retake the race lead. Michelle Gatting should be scored as, well, through the next split more likely, should be scored as the new race leader, and indeed she is. So Gatting to the 4, Mikkel Jensen though taking charge of the 57 car, and he's looking to succeed in what would be a very special statistic. He'd be the first, if he can win this race, driver to win in every single of the 3 categories in ELMS history, having previously won in LMP2 and been a champion in LMP3.
Absolutely. Of course, in addition to his duties here with Kessel Racing, also part of the hypercar era in the WEC as part of the Peugeot setup, Peugeot Sport. The 3rd race looms in the final race of the season in Bahrain, an 8-hour race under the lights. So not only quick, but versatile. Team manager, car 31 to the stewards in race control. That's going to be yet more trouble.
Well, it won't be to do with the drive limits, because we know they're okay in that regard, to put Chimodomo in for actually slightly more than an hour, so he needs to tick off 60 minutes. But has there been another unsafe release? Does it relate to the unsafe release that we were already talking about? Did they do their extra 10 seconds? I have to admit, I wasn't paying attention to the stop itself.
I can't believe they didn't put new tyres on for Chimodomo.
Yeah.
They would not have put old tyres on, in which case they didn't do 10 seconds.
Well, it's a minute and 21 second pit stop, and that compares to everybody else that didn't need to do 10 seconds.
Which is about a minute and 21 seconds for tyres.
So
they didn't do 10 seconds.
Should have been a minute and 31, basically, for the 31
So
car.
they're being called for not obeying. So he's going to get a drive-through here.
We have to assume, and yes, it would be the next step on the...
I'd have to recall, it's either... I don't think it's a drive. I think it might be a stop and hold for the penalty.
Yeah, for the 10 seconds. OK. So rather than being allowed to do it inside a normal pit stop, this time it has to be a special trip to pit lane.
Very clearly, add 10 seconds to the next pit stop.
And they can't have done that.
No.
Because otherwise that would have been a minute and 11 second pit stop, and nobody, well, barring into Europol, they did manage to do a stop at a minute and 12. But that might be because they didn't do tyres.
Yeah. So Tom Gamble leads this race at the moment. He's 36 seconds to the good from Nico Jamin in the Panis Racing car. So United Autosports lead from Panis Racing's number 65. United Autosports, we know, have had a trip up to the steward's office. We're not sure why.
No.
Nico Jamin for Panis Racing second. He is just ahead of the Premier Racing car, now in the hands of Louis Delatraz. That is, for the moment, battle for second place. 30 seconds back and making their way back up the field after that drama for Nico Lapierre. In fact, triple drama for Nico Lapierre. FIA in the 37 Cool Racing car, a car that looked like it was going to cruise to victory an hour ago. 13 seconds back from there is the new Pro-Am leader, Alessio Rivera, in the 88 AF Corsa car, 4 seconds ahead of Will Stevenson Racing Team Turkey car. To go down to 10th place overall for the 3rd place car in LMP2 Pro-Am. That is Alex Peroni in the Algar Pro Racing car. They are the podium contenders in the 2 LMP2 classes. This is the battle for second.
And a four-wheel drift out of La Source corner for a defending champion, Louis Delatraz. That was what was interesting to me when you read those names out that were potentially going to overtake Philippe Chimodomo. You were reading 2 defending champions in now separate cars, Yifei and this man Delatraz. Delatraz looking to reel in Frenchman Nico Jamin. Just ahead, there he is, with the golden arches resplendent on the nose of the car because of Julien Canal and the backing that he brings. Tom Gamble leading the way after nearly 73 laps. And just about, in 5 seconds' time, exactly 60 minutes to go.
FIA putting in very good times at the moment. 2:07 for the 2:11 of Delatraz ahead, and okay, bit of traffic involved. But that gap coming down at the moment. Michel Gatting is tasked with bringing this home for the Iron Dames. The gap to Mikkel Jensen, 7.1 seconds across the line. We'll keep an eye on that gap. Gatting versus Jensen. Iron Lynx versus Kessel.
And off the road, had to go there, the 19 car of Bent Viscal. He was fully committed at the top of Radion with a slower Ferrari right in the middle of the racetrack. There, appearing now at the start of the Kemmel Straight, it's the Kessel Racing Mikkel Jensen driven Ferrari.
Also, by the way, Viscal is in a battle with Richard Bradley for 7th position, and then 9th, back a little way from that, just ahead of the Kessel car here, is that recovering 43 into Europol car that has led this race. Now in the hands of Pietro Fittipaldi. So Bradley, Viscal and Fittipaldi battling away for 7th, behind the battle for LMP2 Pro-Am win. And I'll keep an eye on FIA's progress, because I think he is taking time out of Delatraz. There's quite some time still to take out, 26 seconds.
Here's Martin Rump of Estonia, the 26-year-old, silver rated, with the 3 amber lights illuminated on the flanks of that Porsche, telling us it is in 3rd place then in GTE. And Zachary Robichon for the first time into the number 93 car today, replaced Richard Lietz at the previous pit stop. Michael Fassbender started this car, and they at the moment are in 7th position with about 55 seconds to find on Lorenzo Ferrari. So the 2 Proton competition cars
have just not been there today, for whatever reason. It's been Ferrari, and at times the number 69 Aston Martin, which by the way is now down to 4th place. Absolute Racing up into 3rd with Martin Rump. So Ferrari, Porsche for the top 3 at the moment.
Now, part of the reason for the 77's lack of pace could well be the success ballast that it is carrying this weekend. It finished as the winner last time out at Barcelona, 2nd place at Monza after the rejig of results there, but they were also championship leaders as well. So 15, 30, possibly as many as 40 kilos being carried by car 77. That doesn't necessarily explain why the 93, though, is struggling. In fact, it's behind the heavier of the 2 Proton competition cars.
So whatever happens at the moment with whatever's gone on for the trip up to race control, this has been a very controlled race at the moment, on track at least, for United Autosports. Stayed away from the dramas. Was that contact with the rear of Duncan Tappy?
Yes.
From Ferdi Habsburg, I think it was at the time, was it not? And whilst Duncan said he was fortunate just with where the rear was gripping and the front was sliding with that slide, it was impressive. A car with not a huge amount of lock gathered that one back up and effectively saved this possible result. This is the battle for 2nd now. Nico Jamin holding off Louis Delatraz. They are picking up the pace, holding the gap to FIA to about 26 seconds at the moment. And Jamin maybe held up a little there behind the LMP3 car. Is that going to give the Prema man a run through Radion? It might just, you know.
Well, he's picking up the toe, no doubt about it, and Nico Jamin is going to have to be well aware of where Delatraz is putting the car next. Just wasn't quite close enough into Les Combes corner.
The 9 has had excellent straight line speed all day, and they seem to have got Rouge Radion pretty well nailed.
And that's been one of its strengths, I think, all year as well. I mean, it's particularly strong at Le Castellet, down the Mistral straight there in the south of France. Went well at Imola, though, as well, and Barcelona, because they managed to win all 3 of those races earlier on in the season. Looking unlikely that Prema are going to be able to win this one at this stage. About half a minute between them. Mühlner Motorsports 21 car is in the garage. Thomas Leron has just been pushed into Mühlner's little alcove there, and the way he slams the door closed, I think he's finished there. Yeah, out of the race for 21, which of course was in dramas earlier on when the tyre went after the slide for Hugo de Wilde at the top of Radion. So out towards Curve Paul Frere goes this scrap for second and third. Nico Jamin up against Louis Delatraz. And to the inside of Blanchimont. Oh, good driving there from Jamin, although he's run wide coming out, and this might be the opportunity that Louis Delatraz was waiting for. Although Jamin makes sure that there's no way to slither alongside. Can he get up the inside? No, it's a 19, and they're both going to pit anyway.
So 54 minutes to go. Hearing, by the way, via Haley in pit lane, United Autosports have no idea why they've been asked to go to the stewards. But second and third place cars on pit lane now. Let's see just how quickly these cars can be turned around. Tyres are ready for the 65 car. It's going to all be about how quickly the pit crew can turn this car around. Are tyres going on both?
Surely.
Doesn't look like tyres ready for Prema, you know.
Well, maybe that's the risk they're willing to take, because if the Prema car can get ahead of car 65 on the road and finish ahead of it, that would be job done regarding the title for Prema. They need to finish second if the 22 car goes on to win.
No tyres.
For either car?
I don't think so.
65 just ahead of Prema. I think they might have got away with without incurring an unsafe release there. Perhaps an onboard for car number 9 would fully confirm that, but I think the 9 car was far enough distant so that Delatraz didn't have to leap on the anchors, certainly. Let's just have a look. Out goes the 65 now, and it's nip and tuck.
I think that was fine.
That's okay for me. We don't make the decision, but I've certainly seen releases like that a heck of a lot closer.
They come out behind the Inter-Europol car. United pit from the lead, 53 minutes. They'll need a splash, no doubt.
Yeah, 53 minutes out is way too long to be going for an LMP2 car. And the longer you can leave it, the more of a chance of maybe a late full course yellow, which will help you out as well.
Visual check of the tyres. The Goodyear tyre technician taking a look as well. I think that car is going to be sent.
Well, fuel going in, a scrub of the windscreen, driver definitely staying on board. It remains Tom Gamble, quite a lot of smoke emitting from the brake discs and pads. And sometimes we see a lick of flame as well, but it's nothing too much to worry about. The airflow, much higher airflow, will cool those brakes on the outlap.
37
car fires nicely, no tyres, back into the race it goes.
Now, is this going to get out just ahead, I think, of the 37?
Well, we've been seeing double stints on these Goodyear Eagle tyres a lot in LMP2, and conditions certainly much better than they have been earlier on in the day. Well up the curb there for Mikkel Jensen.
Yeah, he's catching him out. I mean, it was, what, 6-7 seconds, 3-4 laps ago, so he's got pace at this point in the race. Oh, and the line's been off.
An error into the bus stop chicane, surely, for Delatraz, pushing like crazy to get in front of the 65. This is what happened then on the run into turn 18, porpoising like mad there on the run in up at the curb, and just a bit too much curb taken. Couldn't scrub the speed off Louis Delatraz and had to take to the escape road.
It's frantic stuff, isn't it? Tom Gamble leads ahead of the Cool Racing car, which I think owes a stop next time around. Pietro Fittipaldi in the 43 car, back up to third place at the moment.
They are doing tyres on the 43.
That's not the 43.
Sorry, it's not the 43. Was that the P3
car?
It's that far into the race, I can't even tell the difference between a P2 and a P3. So we are still waiting for the final stop for Fittipaldi.
It's the 14 car on pit lane at the moment.
Yes, so that's the not even LMP3 race leader. Guilherme Oliveira remains as the
correction, by the way, Delatraz needs to win the race to claim the title.
Right, so just getting ahead for second would not be enough. What about this for a run? Mikkel Jensen on Gatting to the inside line. Can she fend him off? No, is the answer. As long as Jensen stays within the white lines, and he does just about. So Kessel Racing now back to the front. They started, remember, today's race from pole position. And Mikkel Jensen, despite a superb couple of stints from Sarah Bovey, and then on towards Dorian Pat as well. But Jensen versus Michel Gatting, perhaps only one winner in that respect with Jensen's experience. He's been an LMP3 champion previously. He's raced for several LMP2 teams and also a mighty GT runner as well.
Final stop. It won't be the final stop, actually, unless we get some kind of intervention here for the 37 Cool Racing car. If FIA brings it in, he will take it out. Our tyres ready, should they be required, but taking a look under the car. Take a look at the tyre, actually, that's ready to go on the car. But I think this is fuel only and go. Just a second or so.
Pause.
Yeah, there was.
What they have to do, of course, is restart the engine, which from that distance you wouldn't have been able to tell, but the engine is cut off whilst the fuel goes in and then has to restart. There have been so many problems through the years at Le Mans with faulty starter motors deep into the race. Less of an issue, generally speaking, in a 4-hour, though. The dense woodland in the background of the Ardennes forest. Possibly just the sun going behind the cloud there at turn 1, but no immediate threat still of any rainfall. Forecast much better today than it was yesterday, where we had an awful lot of changeable conditions. A big deluge prior to the Michelin Le Mans Cup race getting going for their 6th race of the year.
After that pit stop, by the way, of course, as 88 and the 34 Racing Team Turkey have gone through into 1st and 2nd position in LMP2 Pro-Am, and the next pit stop from TDS Racing by Vion is under investigation as well. The problems are piling up. Warning on track limits.
FIA back out from the pits. Sorry to interrupt. So here at the inside of a couple of LMP. Sideways and into the back and right in front of the race leader, Tom Gamble, who did manage to find his way through the carnage, but that was a mistake from Alex Capadia in the number 5 car, clattering the back
of 3rd place car
of James Littlejohn. And remember, the 5 is not in the reckoning, it's not on the lead lap.
Again.
So was this too much curb for Alex?
Alex saw the P2 car, moved to the outside,
and then got on the grass. On the grass, couldn't stop the car in time. James Littlejohn will have known very little about that, and the 7 car is damaged. It did get going again, but high drama now for Nielsen Racing, who were on course for a podium prior to that.
What's the trouble here?
And a few moments before, or indeed after that incident.
The 37. No, sorry, it's not. It's the 27 car, isn't it?
27, because 17's been a long time out.
That is the 5th place car.
All happening at the bus stop chicane and within LMP3. But it's not often you see a mistake like that from Alex Capadia. No, I'm sure he'll be straight holding his hands up and over to James Littlejohn at the end of the
He'll be quite upset by that,
to offer his apologies. Because we've now got 2 badly damaged race cars. In fact, Alex pitted straight away to maybe get a new nose on the number 5 car. 7 has continued, and thankfully for Nielsen Racing, have not lost a place so far. Into Europol, continue to lead P3. United out front in P2. So we got going at 11:30 this morning. The track was really difficult to judge. Wet offline, just about bone dry racing line though. And this happened on the opening tour of the 7-kilometre circuit here at Spa-Francorchamps. 3 cars in LMP3 all getting tangled up, and Paul Lafargue had an off as well in his efforts to recover after a couple of mistakes on the formation lap, would you believe, for EDEX Sport. And sadly, their race went down the Swanee pretty early on. We got racing again, but this was a clumsy manoeuvre from Horst Fabelmeier Jr. on the back of Mo Smith. The championship leading LMP3 car so badly damaged, the number 17. He did manage to limp it all the way back to the pits, but it took a long time, and then couldn't even stop in the pit lane in the right position. That because the brakes were only working on 3 of the corners of the car. A spin for Konrad Grunewald, new to the championship, getting used to the car and tyres, and how close was that for Sarah Bovey. Oh, that's a different angle of it, which I have not seen before. Sarah Bovey amazingly managing to avoid what would have been a brutal head-on between two Ferrari 488s. Corner not made by either of these LMP2 cars, Duncan Tappy and Ferdinand Habsburg having to go straight on at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and three abreast into the right-hander at Lufagna corner. It was Fabio Scherer and Nicolas Lapierre fighting for the race lead at the time. Lapierre shoved off into the gravel and the grass, although it was called at the end as an error for Fabio Scherer, but just a warning for driving standards. They came to blows again on the start-finish straight. Scherer on the inside this time of Lapierre. But on the exit of La Source corner, the Frenchman was able to pick off the Swiss on the run out of turn 1 and down towards Eau Rouge. Tidy overtake that finally. Back to a full course yellow we went, and that meant another of opportunities for LMP3 cars to make their pit stops. Late on the brakes for Lapierre around the outside of Phil Hansen's United Autosports car, but then a really weird moment down at turn 1 where Lapierre ran out of brakes into the first corner, had to go through the gravel, and later on in this lap would suffer from a puncture that would drop the car from the lead of the race back down to 10th position. So this would leave the 22 car out front in the hands of Phil Hansen. There was then this spin for David Heinemeier Hansen coming out of the first corner. He was in second place at the time and would lose positions because of that. The 22 car, though, continuing on, and no matter whether it's Duncan Tappy, Phil Hansen, or indeed latest driver Tom Gamble at the wheel, it seemed to be on rails at certain points, unlike Louis Delatraz that time into the chicane. Meanwhile, a few moments ago, there was a half spin for the 27 car coming out of the bus stop chicane as well. And thankfully that car would rejoin. And what about this from Alex Kapadia? A very rare moment from the Brit, misjudging, dropping onto the grass into the chicane and hitting the back of James Littlejohn, forcing both cars off the road. There was a nose change, in fact, for Alex Kapadia's car there, and it will rejoin the race, having lost positions. LMP3 race leader is in the pits, Graham, and you can run us through the standings.
Running through the standings, 22 United Autosports car, 79 laps done and a minute and 12 up at this point on the Interior Pole Competition 43, with the Panis Racing car a minute and 28 seconds off the lead, Prema Racing 1 minute 30. Those gaps, though, accentuated by the fact we're under full course yellow at the moment. We'll come to that in a moment. Interior Pole lead in LMP3 from the number 4 DCAR Engineering Duquesne and the 7 Nielsen Racing Ligier that was involved in that incident we saw with Alex Kapadia a while ago. 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari has just taken the lead with Mikkel Jensen from the Iron Dames, the 83 car in the hands of Michel Gatting. Third, Absolute Racing's Porsche currently in the hands of Martin Rum. We're under full course yellow. We've not seen whatever incident it is. There's certainly some debris there, but whether or not that's all it is, there's debris all over the place. That'll be what it is, a general clear-up. The other bits of news to update on is we've been talking for quite a while about the United Autosports team being called up to race control. That has been solved with a 5-second penalty to be added to the last pit stop for the leading car for overtaking the 65 car before the start line at the very start of the race. So it'll be a 5-second penalty for the number 22 car. The gaps at the moment on timing and scoring somewhat flatter that lead. It's about 30 seconds. So 30 seconds to the good, the 22 car. They will lose 5 seconds of that at a stand when they come in for their final splash of fuel. So on pit lane now, in fact, in and out, the 13 car in the lead of LMP3. Now on pit lane, the second place car. This is, of course, the number 4 car from DCAR Engineering, the Solo Duquesne in the race. So they've been going well throughout today. They went off strategy in the very first caution, Johnny, topping up the car with fuel. And these guys know what they're doing at LMP3s. Here is the final stop for the number 22 car. So they will have got 5 seconds to have been added for this. It'll have been done before they started, I'm sure. Away they go, and that should be enough on that fuel load.
Yeah, with 40 minutes of the race still to go.
Unable to do it under full course yellow.
Exactly. So it's a massive bonus, isn't it, compared to those that have pitted ahead of this latest caution.
Well, the 43 car is coming down now towards pit lane, as are the 65, the 9. They will surely do the same.
Yeah.
There was an incident we didn't see involving the 31 and the 27 at turn. So that was the one we saw in the bus stop. It was Philippe Chimadomo and Antoine Duquin that turned around the 27. That one is under investigation. Did they have that 5 seconds? Sorry, I was looking at the timing screen.
I didn't see extra time added. That's possibly why we're being shown a replay of the pit stop, in fact, because the lollipop was placed, the car came to a halt, and it looked like the fuel nozzle was attached straight away. We do have avenues to pursue in terms of whether that penalty's been served or not. There's quite a lot going on, so we might have missed it. But normally, when we're shown a replay of a pit stop like that, something is amiss. And the fact that everybody seemed to crack on straight away.
The full course yellow.
Yeah, it goes back to that again, doesn't it? Yeah, that old chestnut from Barcelona.
So it may be that they just have it added to the race results.
Yeah, and again they will say, well, we will happily have done the 5 seconds had it not been a full course yellow. So add it to our race time at the end. And again, that's not going to be a massive drama, because generally speaking, we'll be looking at a 30, 35, sometimes 40-second lead for car 22.
Palace Racing haven't stopped.
Not yet, no.
No, but they should have done, because they were in the train with the cars ahead and behind them have stopped. So they have opted to run through. So why would they do that in these circumstances? They absolutely cannot get home on fuel.
No. 22 laps completed by Nico Jamat. And, well,
here is the 37 car.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They did go round again. So Jamat not taking that opportunity. Generally, full course yellows will stay out for 2 full laps to allow anybody that wants to make a stop to do so.
So 65 right now is on the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah.
There is the 43 that was ahead of it before the pit stop. I don't understand that's a strategy from Palace Racing.
Unless he couldn't get in the pit lane.
The 37. No, 37 is surely behind him.
Yeah, OK. So that's not the reason either. And to be honest, we've seen the pit lane blocked like that before. It was actually trying to get in the pit lane and somehow spun. That was Yifei Ye.
It was.
Quite a moment. So 35 seconds spent in the pit lane by the Chinese, and he's rejoined from in 5th place. And now in the lead of Pro-Am, it's Alessio Rivera making his final pit stop, fingers crossed at least, of the race. As we head for Nielsen now with Hayley Edmonds.
I'm joined here by Tony Wells, driver of car number 7 for Nielsen Racing. Now you're fighting for a podium, and then you have this incident with RLR M Sport. How did you?
Well, I didn't see. I watched the replay, so looks like Alex just lost it under braking and fired James off. So that was a bit unhelpful. But what do you do? It's not James's fault. He was just doing a good stint, and we're still in 3rd. So it depends, how the car is now, I think.
I mean, it must be frustrating for you, because you had such a great start, didn't you? I think you worked your way up the field. You passed 6 cars in the first lap.
Well, I brought my kids, right? So I have to impress, else I don't want them thinking Daddy's rubbish. So yeah, I had a great start. The car was really good on the hot slicks on wet track. I just seemed to have more grip than the people around me, and I think I got 4 cars into turn 1, and then I had another couple. I think I had 1 guy into Lake Com, and then I overtook somebody else down into Puon, and yeah, so suddenly I was P6. So that was pretty cool.
Well, I'm sure that impressed your kids.
Oh yeah, they were pretty happy, I think. So anyway, so I mean, we've had a go. It was a good stint. I was totally happy with what happened and how we did it, and we'll see if we survive for the next half hour.
So, do you have any idea about the damage that was sustained at all?
No idea at all. No, as I say, I didn't see it. So I've yeah.
we'll see. You know, I think the problem is because it's full course yellow, we haven't had a chance to feel the car out under green. So, but he's only got to survive 30 minutes, so fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Thank you very much, Tony.
Thank you very much.
The other concern, having not seen the back of the 7 car recently, is are both of those legality cheese wedges still in place?
I don't think they are. I have to say, it looked like a big impact in the rear corner.
Yes.
If you see the incident again, look at the rear wheel at the point of impact. That was putting a lot of strain on that suspension.
Entirely.
So,
stand by to remove full course yellow at 14:57.
What we do know is even if an LMP3 car becomes damaged, you can still get some power, though, delivery to the rear wheels. Just look at Mo Smith earlier on in the race.
57:45 in 40 seconds.
So ample warning being given to Tom Gamble and everybody else that we're heading out of the full course yellow. Plenty of opportunity for everybody to do their stops.
Racing. They've got this. Well, they could have got home with that stop. They're now going to stop effectively under green. That I don't understand that unless there was a problem of communication.
Yeah, if the radio's gone down and they couldn't get the message to Nico Jamin to pit, but this is now going to bleed into the green flag portion of the race when you needed to have done your pit stop entirely within the full course yellow. Fuel's still going in when we're back to green. And now the car is moving.
It's too late.
But it's going to lose huge amounts of time from this point onwards, although does the number 9 car even get through turn 1? Just about, but for cool brakes and cool tyres, it's lost the position. There goes Louis Delatraz up to 3rd spot.
Don't understand that at all. It can only have been a problem of communication.
They couldn't get the message to Nico Jamin. Maybe they were trying to do it the old school way, which is with the pit board over the wall to back that up again. But why he didn't pit is a mystery, because they could have got a full course yellow pit stop just like everybody else.
So we'll wait till these cars have cleared a couple of timing sectors and we're getting real race pace gaps rather than the full course yellow gaps. We'll take you through the top 3, 4, 5 in each of these classes. Tom Gamble, 32 seconds to the good, though. We think probably has to take a 5-second hit on that.
Yeah.
And I think you're right. I think that was not being able to serve that 5-second penalty under a full course yellow. 3.75 seconds back from Pietro Fittipaldi, second in the 43 car, is Louis Delatraz in the Premier Racing number 9, with the Panis Racing car about the same distance back, 3.8 seconds back. FIA is closing that gap, 23.7 seconds to Nico Jamin, back in 5th place. In LMP2 Pro-Am, we see drama there for the number 19 car.
Bent Viscal fully locked up, and he was so close to the back of Michelle Gatting's Iron Lynx Ferrari. Thankfully, she turned in just before Bent got there, so contact was avoided.
A couple of battling LMP3 cars with the GTE leader. 6 seconds to the good over Michelle Gatting, but let's call that as they're showing us. Michelle Gatting 6 seconds back. And what is the gap back to Absolute Racing? The answer there is quite a chunk. It's something like 45 seconds. LMP3 into Europol lead, a minute ahead of D-Car Engineering. James Littlejohn, 5.8 seconds back from Sebastian Alvarez in the number 4 car. If that's Nielsen Racing car is in good shape, 2nd place is up for grabs here. LMP2 Pro-Am is the final class to talk about. That's A, of course, leading Alessio Rivera, 10 seconds ahead of Will Stevens, A, of course, of Racing Team Turkey. You've then got 2 other LMP2 cars between them and the 3rd place car in the class, which is Alex Peroni in the Algarve Pro 47.
It'll be a drive-through penalty for Alex Capadia after that mistake into the bus stop chicane, and he'll say that's a fair cop, my error entirely, and could have ruined Nielsen Racing's race. Might still have a say, I suppose, because Tony Wells freely admitting to Haley Edmonds a few moments ago, we don't know how badly the car is damaged, but at the moment it's still in 3rd position. And to right the wrongs, Alex Capadia, as mentioned, will have to come down pit lane and take that 23-second-ish drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that's it's their day. It's already not been a great one, so that's not going to do too much damage, other than to pride of Alex Capadia. Uncharacteristic error, but it's one that's certainly slowed the progress of the number 7 car, and the penalty is therefore correct.
Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock, the others drivers in car 5, so 3 for that car. Only the 2 drivers for car 7. That seems to be the way Tony Wells likes it. Drives with Colin Noble in the Michelin Le Mans Cup this year, but with James Littlejohn in the ELMS.
And that's all to do with driver rankings. Colin, now a gold-ranked driver.
Yes.
For a 2-driver lineup, you're not allowed to do that.
Yes, within ELMS. Not, if you're 3 drivers, then you can't be higher than silver. It does rather make gold a little difficult at that level. Now, these are, I reckon, yes, projected points for LMP3 and the team's trophy. There's a gap of 19 for inter-Europol competition, should they continue to go on and win this race. Guilherme Oliveira at the wheel of the 13 car. 17, a nightmare, just parked up in the pits after so much damage was done to Mo Smith's car, so they're not scoring. DKR Engineering up to 3rd if they can finish 2nd, no, as they sit right now.
They're 2nd. Oh, sorry.
They are 2nd in the race, but they would be 3rd in the championship.
I see.
Yeah.
And actually, at the moment, Sebastian Alvarez is going very quickly indeed, and is pulling away from James Littlejohn, so more and more secure in that 2nd place here. Under half an hour to go. Castle Racing cruising on.
Points in the GTs, if we stay as we are. It's still 77 leading, but only by 9 points from Kessel Racing's 57. With a race win, that would pop them up into 2nd in the championship, ahead of the 60 crew for Iron Lynx.
Well, watch the next lap, but that was a slower lap for Mikkel Jensen. Bit of traffic maybe, but the gap has closed right down again.
All right. So it's 3 seconds. Let's see whether that changes at all. Over the line will go Mikkel Jensen. There is Michelle Gatting, flashing the lights briefly with LMP2 traffic surrounding her.
6 seconds has become 3.7.
Yeah. 2:20.8 though is a reasonable lap time from Jensen, matched pretty much by Gatting. It must have been on the previous lap that where Jensen lost the time.
It could have been traffic. It could have been traffic. There's certainly been. We saw that shot of him being duffed up a little bit by a couple of LMP3s. That could certainly have affected it.
The gap of the points, if things stay the same in LMP2, 24, and remember there'll be 26 on offer at Portimão. So Prema still not quite doing enough at this stage. They wouldn't hit triple figures on 100 points if Louis Delatraz stays there in 3rd position, but he is only 2.4 away from Pietro Fittipaldi,
correct,
which would give them another 3 points.
But then again, Panis is only 2.2 seconds behind him.
Yeah.
So all sorts of combinations can happen here. The key here is Panis have got to score big points here to keep this alive.
And the lie of the land for Pro-Am honours in LMP2. At the moment, Racing Team Turkey are 2nd in that subcategory. They'd get 18 points for that, which would take them to 98. AF Corsa with a race win up to 90 points, so only 8 between them, with a further 25 on offer in Portugal. Nielsen Racing in the 24 car, 5th in the category, and they would be 3rd in the championship, leaving Belgium.
An 8's an interesting gap, isn't it, when you've got a 7-point gap between 1st and 2nd?
Yeah.
Could you get to the stage where qualifying counts here?
Well, there is no point.
There's no point for qualifying
Pro-Am for pole position, yeah.
So it's, yeah, you could therefore get into a position where 2nd isn't good enough.
Indeed so. You desperately need those 7 points, which are the difference between 1st and 2nd. Tough one to call. Oof. And it's unlikely to change in the closing stages between Alessio Rivera and Will Stevens, despite Stevens' clear pace. I mean, Rivera's been a revelation over the last few years for AF Corsa, so they will be exchanging similar lap times, although that was a slow one for the Italian last time through a 2:11. Got to be to do with traffic.
Jaman is closing on Louis Delatraz. See Juan Manuel Correa and Ferdy Habsburg. So there's the gap.
this would by no means be Prema's worst result of the season so far. They'd still be on the podium. In fact, their worst result was still a 5th at Monza, when things went a bit wrong and they got an in-race penalty. But dropping them to 5th, it was a 10-second penalty, in fact.
Well, who knows, Johnny, could this battle for 3rd position be a championship-defining one after Portimão? You never know. Portimao's always thrown huge drama into the mix.
Hasn't it just?
Drive-through penalty, by the way, for the TDS car, and their options for getting anything close to a podium are fading and fading rapidly.
At the same time, Richard Bradley gets a warning flag for the abusive track limits.
So the Duquesne team car,
30
car. The car sits 9th at the moment in the order. Richard trying to close in on Ben Fiscal, his old team.
Indeed. Yeah, having previously raced with Algarve Pro Racing. Previously raced with a number of different outfits, in fact, up and down the ELMS pit lane. Very useful driver indeed, Richard Bradley. Knows these prototypes, but also knows a lot of heritage, historic racing back in the UK too.
Yeah, Brabham Formula Junior, the 1920s Aston Martin.
You name it.
He puts an awful lot of his stuff on YouTube channels. The N car, spirited driver in historic racing, Richard Bradley. Spirited driver in contemporary racing.
So running 9th at this stage, ahead of Alexander Pironi, who occupies the 3rd place in the Pro-Am division. Here's the 93 Porsche, still in the hands of Canadian Zach Robichon, running 7th, and still a good minute away from the next rival in GTE. That will be frustrating for Proton Competition. They've actually allowed the Matt Payne-driven JMW Motorsport Ferrari between the two of them here. Again, it's puzzling why Proton haven't quite got the speed this weekend, when Porsche were dominant in FP1 and 2. But was that Ferrari, and to a certain extent Aston Martin, keeping their powder dry? You never really know what teams are doing during the free practice sessions. There will be elements of those sessions reserved for single lap speed, but they also want a well-balanced race car across the 4 hours and across each of their 3 drivers. But Ferrari have definitely come to the fore, which isn't always the case here at Spa. But whether it's a Kessel Racing prepared 488, an Iron Lynx machine, or indeed JMW Motorsport, they're all in the top 6. The best placed Porsche is that of Absolute Racing. In fact, car number 18 should at this stage make the podium, because Martin Rumper's got 8 seconds or so on Marco Sorensen for Oman Racing.
Well, into that area of the race, Johnny, where if you've got small and impressionable children, they need to hide behind the couch. Doctor Who like, yes, in the last 25 minutes. And you just know something scary is going to happen. It always does. 22 minutes, in fact, to go. Tom Gamble, 28 seconds to the good. Louis Delatraz not closing the gap to Pietro Fittipaldi. Nico Jamin, there and thereabouts 3 seconds. It's been as low as 1.7, as high as about 3.2. FIA is bringing the gap down, but it's going to run out of time without help from another incident to close that gap for Cool Racing. AF Corsa and Racing Team Turkey. That is 8.5 seconds apart now. Gilles Duquesne, the Duquesne behind Duquesne.
Indeed. Both the team and the manufacturer.
Correct.
As we have in LMP3. And yes, DKR Engineering, a former, or several times champion in Michelin Le Mans Cup, and indeed in LMP3, one-time champion. And looking for a good result, or looking on course to be on for a good result here, but they're still about a minute away from Inter Europol Competitions car number 13.
But pulling away from the Nielsen car, undoubtedly the case. Iron Lynx, by the way, or the Iron Dames. This is not over. Under 3 seconds still from Mikkel Jensen. So just exactly what's going on, who's looking after tyres, who's looking after fuel, we don't know. But that was 6-7 seconds, and that gap has come down. Nico Pino, Chilean driver, watching on, as you well might, with huge interest in what's going on. It's been one heck of a run for the 13 car of the last 2 or 3 races.
Well, this would be 3 wins in a row, in fact, for the little Polish squad.
Out of what seemed like nowhere at the start of this season.
It was no points to the opening race, 4 points in race 2, and then 25, 25, and potentially another 25 that will give them the championship lead heading to Portimão. So a massive turn up in their fortunes, but also, you know, fabulous driving too, good car strategy throughout the course of the race, and there's quite a lot to be weaved in to an LMP3 charge to the front, including those 2 longer timed pit stops. This is a bit nip and tuck. Richard Bradley in the green trimmed number 30 Duquesne car, and right on the back of him is Alexander Peroni for Algarve Pro Racing.
And who's going to make the move here? Who's going to move to defend? Peroni looking to maybe get the cut back, not close enough, I don't think. Yet again, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 LMP2 cars come together and we can battle again.
So it's Bradley in a Algarve Pro Racing sandwich, his former team. Ben Fiscal just ahead, the young superstar from the Netherlands. There are a few of those in this motor race. Dust being kicked up a little further behind from one of the GT cars, but didn't run too far off the road, so hopefully not too much time lost. Heading through Eau Rouge and back over Radion, where there have been some harem-scarum spins so far in this race. The JMW Motorsport Ferrari, in fact, that is appearing onto the Camel Straight now in the hands of Australian Matt Payne. And Matt clearly ahead of Zach Robichon to the tune of 60 seconds now. So JMW should make the top 6 in the results as Bradley gets the overlap on Porsche 77. And that car running in 5th position for Lorenzo Ferrari.
Yeah, but not a lot to be gained at this point, and he's going to have to defend from a closing Matt Payne. And Matt Payne was that 4.5 seconds back from Lorenzo Ferrari, and quicker at the moment as well. A good result looming potentially here for JMW. Keeping an eye too on that gap for the lead. That is the visual gap, 3.5 seconds to the last timing sector.
I've committed the cardinal sin, by the way, by calling Matt Payne Australian. He's not.
He's Kiwi.
He's Kiwi. He's from New Zealand. Yeah. Sorry, Matt. 19 years old from Auckland. I did question myself as I was saying those words, but still not affecting. Calling him Australian is not affecting his pace, thankfully.
He's still the first time we've had an international incident at this booth. It won't be the last.
Thankfully, he doesn't know where we are. And I'll make a quick exit tonight as well. So Jensen leading, definitely of Denmark, in the GTE category. And likewise, fellow compatriot Michelle Gatting running in 2nd place. That was a good dice at the head of the order. Michelle gave it her all, but tough to hold Jensen back. Meanwhile,
look at the background here. Marco Sorensen, though, is becoming a factor for the podium, because Martin Rump in the number 18 Absolute Racing Porsche, driving for his life here, but being caught by the number 69 Oman Racing TF Sport car, Marco Sorensen, the locomotive of the Dane train. I'd like to say that, nicotine the caboose.
The skirts of that Aston Martin showing great signs that it's been in a pretty long distance race to this point. So a touch weather worn in places. It's been off the road a couple of times as well. I remember once at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Still sounding glorious on the change down into the Double Gauche. And that 69 car, twice this year a pole sitter. Ooh, bit of after you clawed into Le Fagna corner. Space was made in the end though by Marco Sorensen, who was well aware of where Alex Capadia was. Yeah, these cars sound fantastic, and also the 69 car has been a race winner previously, but again it's carrying a bit of extra success ballast, and that might have done for it today. Not on course for a podium at this stage. 5 seconds separate Sorensen though from Martin Rump. Is that there's certainly a gap that will come down. Is there a chance of an overtake though in the dying stages? We'll have to wait and see.
Guillaume d'Oliveira. That's in fact, apologies, that's the number 14 car, that's the sister car. Noam Abramczyk. And that car running in 8th position. A very lonely run at the moment for that car, in amongst all the LMP3 cars.
But Noam, an interesting guy, has dual nationality, both French and Israeli. And a big wiggle there into a Bruxelles corner as well, which required his attention, but well mopped up. Only 17 years old, karting till a couple of years ago, and then a season last year in F4, both in Spain and some races in the UAE, in fact, as well. And now a couple of races in the Le Mans Cup. So did that mean he did the Road to Le Mans races? Yes, he did. But principally the focus has been this year the European Le Mans Series. Race with Don Yout at Circuit de la Sarthe.
Got some kind of incident at the bus stop.
Oh, problems for Matt Payne.
And it's in puncture. Just as we were talking about the potential for that car to deliver a good finish for JMW.
Now, hopefully that puncture has hit fairly late on in the lap, so therefore it's not costed a great deal of time. Where was the damage? 63, it was in the final sector.
Right.
And it's cost him about 30 seconds to that point, but that was during pit-in as well. So if you're going to have a puncture anywhere in the lap, you want it to be in that final short sector.
Good hand of place, by the way, to Zach Robichon in the number 93 Proton car. Meantime, a couple of very good laps from Louis Delatraz, and he's closing again on second place here in Pietro Fittipaldi. No impact being made on the lead. But Louis Delatraz now under 2 seconds, and he's dropped Nico Jamin 5.5 seconds back. The gap back to FIA, by the way, still coming down, 18 seconds now, but we're running out of time for that to become anything like a nose-to-tail battle, unless something very dramatic happens.
Here's a reminder of the points as things stand. 100 would be Prema's running total with a round to spare. 26 points on offer in Portimão in 3 weeks' time. Panis Racing, who are 4th in today's race, will get 12 for that, and they'll go to 2nd in the championship, but it's tight between 2nd and 3rd. United Autosports will be right on their tail, 3 points back.
So if Prema take 2nd place, they win the championship.
Yes.
27 points would be the gap. They get an extra 3.
Indeed. Yep. So that will make the difference. 1.8 Louis Delatraz behind Pietro Fittipaldi. And perhaps that's one of the reasons why we get the grimace from Ferdinand Habsburg in the Prema garage, sitting next to Juan Manuel Correa.
It's impressed by him today.
Yeah.
You know, it's a pressure race coming into a team that's in a championship run. Let's face it, a circuit which does not have the happiest of memories for the young man. And in a car that he's not raced before, he's done extremely well. What's going on here? Big lock-up for the race leader, and couldn't keep it on the track.
No immediate pressure from behind, so there is some leeway to make an error like that and still retain the lead quite comfortably, but just shows you they didn't change tyres, remember. A lot of the LMP2 front runners electing not to do that, and if you're leaving your braking very, very late indeed, tyres are going to struggle to grip at this age.
Talking of drivers with not very happy memories of this place, Pietro Fittipaldi currently in 2nd place, comes down towards Air Rouge, where not that long ago in an LMP1 car, a horrendous accident, broke his legs.
Yeah, very good point. So again, I mean, there are so many drivers that must have had huge shunts at various places around the world, and at some point you're going to go back to that track.
You do, and show
have
the
to
confidence.
revisit it. Yeah. But at the same time, you know, have a moment of contemplation perhaps and go, right, well, this is now, that was then, let's move forward. But you have to have amazing psychological strength as well as ability in the car.
I'll add just a note on what was a very private moment for Juan Manuel Correa. This week marked the 26th birthday for Antoine Hubert, who sadly passed away in the same accident that left him badly injured. And I know there was a private moment for Antoine up at the point of the accident, a moment of quiet reflection. Shows real character.
Yeah, so,
tough, very tough.
We've had to wait 5 races into the championship for Juan Manuel Correa to be part of the Prema Racing crew, and wouldn't it just be Spa as the first race of his ELMS career?
He has been back here since. I mean, he's done FIA3 since.
Yeah,
I don't underestimate in any way the mental load that must impose on any driver, let alone a young driver.
Quite right too, but ever the professional, and they're on course, if not to grab the championship today. And Correa, of course, would not be driver's champion because he's only just joined the ELMS this season, but he's flying the flag for Prema, desperate for yet another team to take the title in their debut season after Belgian WRT outfit managed the same feat last year.
Michel Gattin, by the way, dropping off this lead battle now. Not dropping off this lead battle is Louis Delatraz. The target is the championship, and it looks like seeing the front of that 43 car in his rear-view mirrors.
So how much do you risk in this scenario? Because they're going to be in such a strong position. 24 points to the good as things stand, with only 26 still available at Portimão. On the other hand, if you overtake the car ahead of you, car 43, that would seal it today. But you run the risk of maybe some contact. We've quite possibly got some of that here as well. How much closer did the 9 car get in that situation? Fittipaldi just struggling a touch to get ahead of one of the 2 United Autosports cars. Kai van Berlo in the number 3 car.
Around the outside of the 35 BHK car, then the Euro International car, then I think that's the 60, isn't it?
It's not the 2, because Finn Gersit's car, sadly, in the pit lane for United, so it has to be the 3.
Number 2.
Yeah, so Kai van Berlo is the car that was trying his best to get out of the way of Pietro Fittipaldi in the 43.
To answer the question, if it was you and I talking about it, the answer is you'd be conservative and you'd take the 24 points. You and I have both spoken to enough race drivers to know that's just not the way these people are wired.
No, because, I mean, how good would it look on the press release to say Prema won with a round to spare?
Yeah.
And also, who knows what Portimão is going to deliver?
Absolutely.
We know that the Algarve International Circuit, it's a cracking venue, a real roller coaster of a race venue, and all manner of things can happen there. So it's all very well saying, you know, oh, the 24 points ahead, there's only 26 available. If they don't finish and their nearest rivals win and get pole, that's the title gone. So why would you refuse the opportunity of going for it this time around? Almost Ferdinand Habsburg can't watch these pictures right now. He had his head in his hands a moment or 2 ago.
It's a championship.
That's how nervy things are.
You know, at the end of the day, successful driver Ferdy may be, but he's very focused about this. He's very serious about his racing. And a race is one thing, a championship is quite another. And, you know, you've got to work very hard beyond your skill set and have the luck that comes with something like sports car racing that requires a little bit of fortune to go your way, you know, in terms of timing of and whether or not a caution comes and whether it hits you or whether or not it helps you. It's maybe 6 races, maybe 5 at the end of this one, but you know what? It's a long season.
The other thing to think about is how desperate inter-Europol competition are to finish second, because the 43 car to this point has scored 2 points from 4 races. This would be huge for them.
Completely.
18, you know, it doesn't put them in championship contention, but at least you get second place trophies for your team and a massive jump forward. And that despite the spin, remember, for David Heinemeier Hansen coming out of the first corner too.
And bear in mind, they're looking to secure customers for next year as well, including some of the people who are driving these cars. I'm fully well aware of what their plan is for 2023, but whether or not they can deliver it depends on whether or not they can activate what you need to do commercially. Results matter.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm going to hand you over €3 million, the first question is going to be, well, how good is the team?
Yeah. Are you capable of winning races or at least getting podiums? And this would prove that. Nose to tail again between Richard Bradley in the black and green Duquesne team car and Alexander Pironi. And Pironi wanting this position, yes, because it would give him 9th overall, but careful not to kiss goodbye to a 3rd place in Pro-Am. So again, a question as to how much he's willing to put on the table here. Pironi at times looking quite a bit quicker than Richard Bradley.
Yeah, just 6 minutes to go now, Johnny. And is there going to be any last-minute drama? Does someone need a splash? Has someone got the sums wrong? someone's concentration going to lapse. What is going to happen in these dying minutes of the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps? A good run into and through La Source that time. Is the run down to Rouge going to be compromised to the 43 car? Not too badly. It's compromised for the 9. There's not going to be a way through there. So it's another run up the Kemmel Straight that is safe for the 43. That was a conservative run there from the Prema car.
Wondering how close this is going to be in terms of fuel mileage. We know for previous LMP2 stints, cars have been able to make 17 laps, 14 just been ticked off by Tom Gamble. A lap time around here is just over 2 minutes. So, and with Tom now in the middle sector, he'll be able to complete this lap. And there'll probably be 2 more after that, so 15, 16, 17. There ain't going to be a lot of fuel left in a lot of these tanks, you know, particularly to complete the final lap. You know,
I agree.
If you're finishing in the top 3, and this was a start reminder of this at Monza, you've got to get back to Parc Fermé.
Was it 3, 4 cars were struggling to get back?
Yeah.
Famous to the 60, and that was a story that took a long time to write. One of them was, I think it was the 47 car that pulled across the line and stopped.
Yes. 22 Mulner Motorsport car benefiting from some retirements or cars that weren't able to get back, and they inherited a podium, but at the time they couldn't get home either, and by home I mean they reached the checkered flag. They weren't able to complete the final lap, and it's on
2 laps from here for the race leader. Under 4 minutes to go. A good lap time is in the 2:0 somethings.
Yeah.
So 2 more laps to go. So 2 more laps for Pietro Fittipaldi to fend off Louis Delatraz. A pair of second-generation racers, third-generation racers in the case of the Fittipaldi clan.
A little bit wide coming out of the bus stop chicane for Fittipaldi on that occasion. And a number of cars and drivers have been pinged for track limits, particularly on the exit there of turn 19. It's very close again under braking, but off the corner, Delatraz was squirreling his way. So again, an indication of how old those tyres are now. And not a lot of grip being provided, leaving La Source down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Just under 3 minutes to go now. Gamble in the middle sector. He's about halfway around this current lap. So we'll complete lap 96. Might be actually quite sensible for Tom Gamble to ease up a little bit on this lap to ensure that the next lap he starts will be his last. I think it will be anyway.
Easily,
he'll be comfortably within that margin. So this will be completing 16 laps on the stint for Gamble. 17 is just about the most we've seen under green flags.
Yeah, looking for other battles here. This is the battle on track at the moment. Marcus Sorensen has dropped back from the battle with Absolute Racing for the final podium position. So Martin Rump looks like he's on his way to 3rd place. This is still a battle. This is the battle for the win in LMP2 Pro-Am, and the gap is 0.4 of a second with 2 laps of this still to soak up. Alessio Rivera, likely next year to be a Ferrari factory driver in a hypercar. Will Stevens, who has been a DPI driver in the United States, and I think will be a hypercar driver next season. Watch this space.
But without question, Will has been just taking very small increments out of the lead for Alessio Rivera. Again, age of tyres will come into the equation. Rivera happy probably to burn a bit of time back to Will Stevens, knowing that for Will to actually overtake, it will need to be a well and truly full-blooded opportunity, something that Rivera's not going to likely give his way.
Last lap is called for this one. Across the road, across the line come the battling pair for the last 2 podium positions, and potentially, in the case of the number 9 car, the championship. 47 is called for abusing track limits. There will be a post-race time penalty, I'm sure, for the 47 car, which won't cost it a podium position. It will still finish 3rd in LMP2 Pro-Am, but who's going to win in LMP2 Pro-Am? On the way home, here we go. This is the start of the last lap, and this could be drama right at the end. It's a drive-through penalty for 47, and where is he? He might.
Here comes Will from a long way back, looking to try and avoid the contact at the first corner. Rivera saw him coming, and Rivera gets better drive off the corner. There was an element there of Will Stevens realising that was pretty full on and maybe needed to get out of it, but wants to stay as close as possible so that that's not his only opportunity to get by. There are other passing places further around the lap. We're into uncharted territory for Tom Gamble. Earlier on in his stint, he managed 16 laps during green flag conditions, as Will again thinks about a move on Rivera at the end of the Campbell Straight. It's not quite close enough. This will be Tom Gamble's 17th tour, and I'm sure he's been in fuel save mode for much of this stint, in fact. So up towards the bus stop chicane, and United Autosports, who I felt looked pretty strong in qualifying yesterday. Phil Hansen was unhappy at the time. He'll be much, much cheerier though now, because United Autosports will take victory for the first time this season, but not for the first time at Spa. They've always gone well traditionally here at Spa-Francorchamps, and United Autosports to the top step of the podium.
Great stuff from them. There will be, I think, a small time penalty to come, but it won't make the difference. Pietro Fittipaldi is going to make it home in second place, unless there's dramas here. Well, that's not going to count, and he knows it. It's going to be a fine second place finish for the 43 car from Inter Europol competition. The championship stays just alive, with Prema coming home third. There is the 13, a hat-trick of wins for Inter Europol. What a day it's been for them, second on the overall podium. Here, though, is still the battle, Johnny, for LMP2 Prema. He's going to try and look at the inside.
Not decided yet. Here comes Will Stevens. That would have been brave on the inside of Blanchimont corner. Wants to be as close as possible into the bus stop. There's also a Porsche from Christian Reed's team, the 77, being driven by Zach Robichon in the to the right and the left we go, side by side, very nearly. Will Stevens left enough. It's going to be nip and tuck.
He's got him! He's got him!
It's so close.
He's got him!
Across the line, have they not? He did get him. Will Stevens wins Pro-Am by 42 thousandths of a second. I was trying to work out where the finish line was there, because it's in a different place from the start line, but Will Stevens timed that to perfection. Rivera must be scratching his head. Unbelievable finish. 4 hours, 42 thousandths of a second.
He forced him just a bit wide on the exit of the final element of the bus stop, waiting here for the Castellet racing car to come home. And still these two together, and it's going to be the Algarve Pro car that takes the Duquesne car right at the final turn as well.
That's for 9th place overall. Pironi will hang on, of course, as well to 3rd position in Pro-Am, but he was desperate to get ahead of Richard Bradley. And Vince Fiscal ahead then of Bradley, who in turn finishes ahead of Pironi.
Castellet Racing come home as the winners in GTE. Fine run from them. Once again, the Iron Dames second, and it will be Absolute Racing completing the podium with the 18 Porsche.
And thankfully for United Autosports and one or two others close on fuel, I did wonder that they're not waved by, of course, to go round again for 7 kilometres. No. It's straight into the pit lane, so you don't have to factor in the extra bit of fuel that everybody needed at Monza, for example. So there are 3 of our class winners, still waiting for the 4th of those, which will be the 57 Kessel Racing Ferrari, with a first win of their season, and it means that Mikkel Jensen ticks off that very tasty statistic of winning in every one of the 3 ELMS categories.
Absolutely.
The first driver to do so.
Fabulous stuff. What a final turn. Let's not take anything away for United Autosports. That was a more traditional United Autosports display.
Yeah.
Pace, resilience, consistency. Save of the year from Duncan Tappy after a cracking stint from him. Phil Hansen, attacking stint from
very much
a long-serving driver, and then Tom Gamble bringing it home coolly. LMP3, 3 in a row for Inter Europol competition.
To take the championship lead after a nightmare for the previous championship leaders, car 17, Cool Racing, Mo Smith, Michael Benham and Malte Jakobsen. And of course we didn't even see Benham and Jakobsen because of the incident not of his own making. Indeed. For Mo Smith after he was hit at turn 1 by Horst Felbermayr Jr. It's all been happening, but what a cracking shot that is for the United Autosports trio. Duncan Tappy, Phil Hansen, Tom Gamble grouping together. but rather understated. Mikkel Jensen getting out, politely closing the door. Every credit to Konrad Grunewald, the new addition to Kessel Racing, replacing Takeshi Kimura, who is car guy, essentially, but the American brought in. There is David Heinemeier Hansen having a quick chat with his fellow Dane, Mikkel Jensen. Yep. Yeah, indeed. But, so well done as well to Frederick Scharndorf, who did the middle stint in the Kessel Racing Ferrari crew as well. But a best result by far for the 43 crew, finishing in second position, and they're now grouping together for a nice shot as well. Let's get straight to reaction. Here is Hayley with United Autosports.
Phil, a great performance from each one of you to get this victory here. I'm getting the impression it's kind of a long-awaited one this year, but such a well-deserved one.
Yeah, it's been a challenging year to say the least. We felt we were strong all weekend long from the beginning on Wednesday all the way through to now. Qualifying wasn't great, but you know the guys did a great job. Duncan got us into second, and it really came alive in the cold conditions. So yeah, it was ours to lose today, and I think we really maximised what we did.
Well done, guys. Thank you.
So some adjustments to the Alcamel timing, which we're grateful for. They're always inserted very swiftly indeed, and the 5-second penalty altering the winning margin for United Autosports. Bear in mind, they were given a 5-second penalty to be served at the next pit stop. The problem is if it's a full course yellow and you make a stop, you then can't serve a penalty as per the regulations. So United Autosports played it completely cleanly and as by the book as possible, and you soak that penalty up post-race, which they've now done, and it lessens the winning margin to 23.5 seconds, but still convincing. And there is confirmation that United Autosports, Phil Hansen, Duncan Tappy and Tom Gamble win from the trio in car 43. David Heinemeier Hansen, Pietro Fittipaldi and Fabio Scherer. Third position going to the championship leaders and almost champions. They need a couple more points to secure it in Portimão. Well done to Louis Delatraz and to Ferdinand Habsburg, together with Juan Manuel Correa with his first race of his season in ELMS, a podium straight away. Pro-Am is won by Racing Team Turkey by an absolute nose. 42 thousandths of a second after 4 hours. Will Stevens getting Rivera at the line. AF Corsa having to settle for second place. Algarve Pro Racing finishing third. LMP3 won by Inter Europol, and Kessel win GTE. The highlights after the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, beginning with a treacherous track in places. Dry, yes, on the racing line, but very tricky to judge if you needed to head off, whether you're lapping or overtaking. And this, a clumsy manoeuvre for Horst Felbermeyer Jr., tagging the back heavily of Maurice Smith to put the championship leaders at the time, car 17, out of the race. Maurice Smith did an incredibly good job to get the car home safely. He couldn't even stop it in time in pit road, and the team needed to push it back on the hijacks. Meantime, Konrad Grunewald using surely one of his 9 lives here. How close was that as Sarah Bovey slipped by to his right? Oh, so many inches between the noses of those two Ferrari 488s at the top of Radion. Neither of these two LMP2s would make the corner at Le Combe corner, as Habsburg attempted a manoeuvre on Duncan Tappy, and Ferdy having to take to the escape route. Tappy also the more traditional route through the tyre bales, but it cost both of them time, and Ferdinand Habsburg will give the place back again. Christian Ried somehow avoided a spinning Pierre Eret in the Rinaldi Racing Ferrari. And this was a moment for the race lead between Fabio Scherer and Nicolas Lapierre at Le Fagnes corner. Scherer running a bit too deep into the corner and forcing Lapierre off into the gravel. He would have another stab at it, though, the Frenchman on the Swiss to his inside. The Inter Europol competition car just grazing the side of number 37. To the outside, now to the inside. And Lapierre was able to put the pedal to the metal a little earlier than Fabio Scherer. He got the necessary drive, therefore, to take the race lead at the time. Full course yellow out to tidy up the circuit. That provided another opportunity for one or two of the midfielders to make a stop. Lapierre around the outside of Phil Hansen, who had somehow taken the lead just prior to that, but this time into turn 1. This was about a lap later. Lapierre not making the corner. It looked like an honest error from our perspective, and that run through the gravel would then subsequently cause a puncture, which the wheel needed to be changed at the end of the very next lap. Phil Hansen snaking his way through the Le Combe sequence of corners. A sideways moment, a half spin for David Heinemeier Hansson. That would not derail the 43 car's run, though, to the podium. And by this point, in the 22 car, Phil Hansen giving up his drive to Tom Gamble, who did the closing couple of stints. A change of lead for the final time in GTE, and that was Mikkel Jensen, who'd whittled down the lead to Michel Gatting, his fellow Dane, and squeezed ahead at the Com corner. A late error as well for car number 9 on the almost final lap for Louis Delatraz. And this spin on the exit of the bus stop chicane for car 27 after contact with Philip Chimodomo, which he was subsequently penalised for. And now into the closing stages. Alex Caparia just catching the grass in the number 5 RLR M Sport car and tagging the rear of an innocent James Littlejohn for Nielsen Racing. James would, though, hang on to a third-place finish in LMP3 behind DKR and behind Inter-Europol competition. More debris to be collected from the Kemmel Straight. That was the final full-course yellow that actually a lot of the LMP2 cars desperately wanted. It meant that their final pit stop would see them good to the finish. And a first win of the year for United Autosports. Well done, Duncan Tappy, Phil Hansen, and their third driver, Tom Gamble. A do-or-die manoeuvre late in the day for Louis Delatraz to try and make the overtake on Pietro Fittipaldi, I should say. Had he got by, that would have been the title today. But they're going to have to wait 3 weeks now to potentially mop everything up at Portimão. A class win for LMP3 and Guilherme Oliveira. And here was the moment where Will Stevens got just sufficiently ahead of the silver metallic car. Yeah, there it is. Will Stevens, 42 thousandths of a second ahead of Alessio Rivera to take the title. Unbelievable stuff. 57 Ferrari, a first win of the year for Kessel, and for car guy Konrad Grunewald and Frederick Schandorf embrace to celebrate.
Well, about to get to the podiums after drama-filled. The weather didn't interrupt this. Premier Racing will go to Portimão with 24 points to the good ahead of Panis Racing. United Autosports, despite that win, cannot now win the championship, so it's a 2-horse race for the overall LMP2 Teams Trophy. Excellent stuff from both teams. Still don't understand that call for the pit stop under the full course yellow from Panis Racing.
Now, automatic invitations in LMP2, is that the top 2 teams for Le Mans?
I need to check, it's 2 or 3 this year.
Right, okay. Well,
it's definitely 2.
The fight for second is by no means done either.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Between Panis and United Autosports.
And others,
but United Autosports, a massive boost in their arm after a maximum today, which has helped them well into contention. It'll now just be the 2 drivers that will potentially take the title because of the change from Lorenzo Colombo to Juan Manuel Correa. So Habsburg and Delatraz on 100 points and 15 points clear of their more regular teammate, although it'll be Correa again for Portimão. A little further down, Nicholas Cruton with that really good drive to kick things off for Cool Racing. Easy to forget that. So here's the podium for LMP2. First of all, from the number 9 car, Juan Manuel Correa, together with Louis Delatraz and Ferdinand Habsburg.
That was classy from Ferdy Habsburg, calling for applause. Juan Manuel Correa. Great result for Inter-Europol competition. David Heinemeier Hansson, Fabio Scherer from the back of the grid. Yeah. Let's not forget that. And Pietro Fittipaldi.
No times in qualifying at all yesterday because of the spin and the cause of the red flag. I think it's fair to say David Heinemeier Hansson was a little unhappy about that, judging by his tweets. But for the first time this year, United Autosports to the top step of the podium. Their former champions, let us not forget. Best result to this point was second place at Imola, but it's the full 25, and they could very easily finish second in this year's championship with 1 round to go. Let's hear the national anthem of the winning team.
another first,
Please
Johnny
make some
Palmer,
noise.
in the LMS history. The first time that God Save the King has been played for a winning team.
Excellent point. And United Autosports the first to be hearing that as the British/American squad, but they run with the Union flag in ELMS meetings. And 3 very smart trophies, in fact 4, being held aloft from the top step of the podium there. Great to have a United Autosports team representative from the 22 car as well. Phil Hansen knew that the race pace was good for today, and a deserved result finally. After, as I said, a close call at Imola with a second place there, but 1 step better this time around for the Yorkshire squad. But well done as well to the 43 crew. This is by far their best result of the season.
By a country mile, and with the exception of 1 error from David Heinemeier Hansen, which he'll be kicking himself for, but they fended off a spirited attack from the dominant team of the season. This is going to be the GT team's trophy.
9 points it is, separating Proton Competition from Kessel Racing, the new second-place team, because of their win today. Iron Lynx reinstated as the winners at Monza, now 3rd on 51, and the sister Iron Lynx car finishing 2nd today, car 83 on 44 points.
Technically, the top 4 teams can still win.
Yeah.
Technically. Christian Reed, Jimmy Bruni, Lorenzo Ferrari. Not a great day today for them. Frederick Schandorf, Mikkel Jensen, the Danish pair in the Kessel Racing car, because of course the switcheroo between the 2 gentleman drivers with Conrad Grunewald replacing Kimura-san. Claudio Schiavone, Davide Rigon and Matteo Grisoni in 3rd place, and then of course the Iron Dames sitting in 4th. Mathematically all 4 can still do it.
And the Aston Martin and Porsche trios on locked together on 41 points. It's very tight indeed on that second slate of Drivers' Trophy. We need to get a little bit more reaction from round 5. Let's head again to Hayley Edmonds.
Great job from you guys this weekend, because you got pole, of course, and then you followed it up with the victory here in Spa. It was a tough race, though, for everyone, I guess.
Yeah, it was a tough race. Conrad made it a little bit exciting in the Rouge. So very happy we actually managed to get through that. We were very close to get hit from the Iron Lynx car. And after that, we just tried to manage the pace. We knew we had a good lineup to manage towards the end. And yeah, amazing to get our first ELMS win here. 25 points for the championship. And yeah, last but not least, a huge thanks to Kimura, who is the reason we're here. He had a championship to do in Japan, which he actually won today, and that's why he's not here. So also thanks to Conrad for stepping in.
Absolutely, great weekend for you all. And Mikkel, do you know that you've now become the only driver to win in ELMS, in LMP2, LMP3 and GTE?
I didn't know that actually. So yeah, it's also showing that my career has been a bit all over the place at some point. I've driven all kind of cars, but super happy to be here in the GT. I really enjoy it.
But it also goes to show how versatile you are as well as driver.
Yeah, I think I was used to always swap between cars, and this you see, I started in ELMS in LMP3 back in 17. Then I went up to P2, now I'm back in the lowest class in GT. But I think all are amazing cars, and I enjoy driving everything.
Great, thank you very much, guys, and well done.
Very adaptable and highly skilled as well. He's been an IMSA sports car champion in LMP2 last year, that is, so he still gets the chance to drive the prototypes as well. And now moving swiftly on, because the top 3 from the 57 crew have made it to the top step of the podium. So we reckon first ever podium for Absolute Racing as well.
Yep.
Great to see Andrew Harrianto up there. There's a slight complication in that they inherited a podium with the change of result at Monza, but that's now been rectified again. So they were kind of half given a podium, which they didn't get to enjoy anyway, and now it's been taken from them once more. So great that they can be there today in the photographs, in the champagne shower in a moment, and with 3 very smart trophies indeed. But it's a win for the first time for Car Guy and Kessel Racing this year. And the champagne about to spray for Konrad Grunewald, for Frederick Scharndorf, and for the man we just heard from, Mikkel Jensen.
Yet another podium for the Iron Dames. At some point the luck will go their way. The pace is coming, no doubt about it. And Dorian Pat, now firmly part of the GT race setup for the Iron Dames. No doubt will feature in their new era. This is the point standings, Johnny, for LMP3, and that 3rd win in a row puts into Europol in a very strong position.
Yeah, trailed by 5. They now lead by 19 because, remember, Cool Racing did not score a single point after that horrible luck for Maurice Smith.
And it's only those 2 teams now in the running for the title.
Yeah. It meant that Malte Jakobsen and Michael Benham didn't get a drive today. DKR Engineering, former champions of Luxembourg. They're Duquesne. They're flying the flag, remember, for Duquesne team itself, or the Duquesne manufacturer, in 3rd. So CR Cruz, Guilherme Oliveira, Nico Pino, bit of a star from Chile. Well, all 3 are stars, actually. They work really well as a trio and lead the championship by 19 points, as mentioned, from those drivers that have had a sorry day. But it is a straight fight between those 2 horses when we get to Portimão in 3 weeks. Now a chance, as we concentrate on the LMP3 Drivers' Trophy, to skip over to winners then for the 3rd time in a row. Here are the Polish squad with Haley.
So, Nico, 3rd victory in a row here in ELMS. How do you feel?
It feels amazing. It's one of my favorite tracks too. It's my birthday race weekend, so it's the ideal way to finish it off. Now we are leading the championship too by 17 points, I think. So it's been an ideal weekend. The car was fantastic. The team did an amazing job. So these 2 guys did an amazing job. He was rapid at the end, so very, very happy with it. And yeah.
Well done. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the grand old age of 18. He reached on, what was the 21st? Was that Wednesday? Just gone. Anyway, it was this week.
LMP2 Pro-Am and Algarve Pro Racing make it onto the podium for a topsy-turvy race for TDS Racing by Vion.
Yeah.
The trio from AF Corsa finished this race in 2nd after an astonishing near photo finish with Racing Team Turkey. Charlie Eastwood, Danny Yolok, and at the end, super sub Will Stevens, who made the decisive move in the final turn in a drag race to the line. 42 thousandths of a second, the winning margin. And how important is that going to be at the end of the season?
Here's the national anthem then of the winning team.
Congratulations to the...
Well done to TF Sport, well done to Racing Team Turkey. A third win of the season. They've only been off the podium once in the Pro-Am category. That was actually last time out at Barcelona, but otherwise, what brilliant points scored at virtually every other race meeting, including the 2 wins within category at the start of the season. So they're neatly placed, heading into Portimão again in a few weeks' time from now.
Yeah, and great to see, by the way. It's been a great racing weekend. Finish with the sunshine at Spa.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that at the start of the that was one heck of a finish. It was one heck of a race. Those 2 leading cars nose to tail for much of it. This will be the points for the LMP2 Pro-Am trophy. And that is Racing Team Turkey not quite there. 22 points, 26 left to play.
25 left, though, because, again, there's no extra point for pole,
to go.
But 25 is more than the lead right now for Racing Team Turkey, so AF Corsa will not have given up hope.
They've got to finish. They've got to finish.
But it's, I mean, there was a massive swing. You know, it's 46 thousandths of a second, but all of a sudden you're scoring 7 more points than your rivals, and then you're losing 7 points to them in literally one some swish of the paintbrush, pretty much. So Eastwood and Jolic now will be potentially the drivers' champions with that change of driver from Jack Aitken to Will Stevens, but what a debut for the team that was for Will to win it. Rivera, Perodo, Nielsen are second on 83, and just a point back, Ben Hanley, Matt Bell and Rodrigo Salas.
Yeah, bad luck for 1 or 2 of those cars, and things can change really very quickly indeed.
Yeah.
With the minor points further down the table, but it's 3 teams in it for Portimão. 4 hours to decide the LMP2 Pro-Am winners of 2022.
And we, in about 3 weeks' time, will have to get the abacus out, the shoes and socks off, because there'll be points permutations to think about for all 4 of the categories. In fact, speaking of which, still drivers to welcome to the podium in LMP3. So we've talked about the points already, but in 3rd place, despite that heavy contact for James Littlejohn late in the day, Tony Wells doing hard work for Nielsen Racing. And James Littlejohn, clearly the car was straight. Tony couldn't tell us at the time because we were in a full course show, and he says it's very difficult to know what the car's doing, but they got it to the finish and to 3rd position. 2nd place, the way of DKR Engineering for car number 4, so well done to Sebastian Alvarez, Alexander Bukantsov and Tom von Rompuy, but it is 3 wins in a row now for car number 13, CR Cruz, who started things off, Nico Pino celebrating his birthday this week, and Guilherme Oliveira. Let's hear the national anthem of Poland. Always 2 sides to every story, and the car that we'd expected to perform very well this weekend, car 17, they knew their race was done after barely an hour of the event. And all to do now in Portimão, because they're not out of it, but...
they've got to win. They've got to go out and win it. They've got to hope, from their perspective, that their championship rivals have a bad day, as bad a day as they had today. And it can happen, because it just did happen. So it could easily be the other way. And as we've seen, as we've said before on the broadcast, Johnny, Portimão just has a knack of throwing up the extraordinary.
And that's why we keep going back there year in, year out as the season finale. We'll be doing it again in 2023. But we've still got to get this year decided yet. And it'll be a nervy, and will have to be a patient wait until the 15th and 16th of October, when we are next racing for the final time with the 2022 European Le Mans Series. There's the champagne being cracked open. It's been relatively chilly at times here this weekend, so certainly not the well-deserved dousing that these drivers would have had at Barcelona. But Belgium, the Ardennes Forest, Spa-Francorchamps putting on a wonderful show once again. So much unpredictability, particularly in the early stages of the 4 hours of Spa. What about this from Konrad Grunewald? 2 Ferraris almost, I was going to say kissing one another, but that would have been a huge head-on, and thankfully it was avoided. Fair bit of debris for the marshals to clear up at any one time as well. But my thanks to Hayley Edmonds, working very, very hard in pit lane, both yesterday during the Michelin Le Mans Cup and today in the European Le Mans Series. She'll be back in Portimão in a few weeks' time, as will Graham Goodwin, my partner in crime from dailysportscar.com. It simply remains for me, Johnny Palmer, to wish you well for the next 3 weeks. The dates for your card, 15th and 16th of October in Portugal. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.